This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
but as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
increasingly we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with BusinessDay Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a BusinessDay mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why BusinessDay Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, BusinessDay Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
For many years, the NNPC Limited and First ENP joint venture operating under Petroleum Mining Leases 53 and 54 has stood out not only as an engine for energy production, but also as a committed partner to the communities that hosts its operations off the coast of Bayelsa State. Across our 11 host communities, our belief in shared prosperity is brought to life in tangible ways. Through initiatives in health, education, infrastructure, and enterprise development, as well as the Host Communities Development Trust, we are delivering programs that create real, lasting impact. One of the most transformative of these is our flagship Berkey Scholarship Program, a cornerstone of our education development pillar. Through this initiative, 51 talented and determined children from our host communities are gaining access to one of the top secondary schools in Lagos, Nigeria. For many, it is a life-changing opportunity to see a world far beyond what they once imagined.
The Berkey Scholarship Scheme started out after we undertook our baseline assessment in our host communities, and we identified a huge gap in education. And one of the ways we decided to focus on education was to provide scholarship to students in the communities.
When I heard that I was one that took first in this scholarship examination, I was happy because I know that I'm going to make my parents proud.
I like that my interval scholarship, I was so happy, I don't know what to say.
If looking at it, nobody in this place for now can sponsor a daughter or a son to that place. So it's a good impact that students from Fishan community are enjoying College Lagos.
But providing world-class education is only the beginning. We created a mentorship program that pairs each student with a First ENP staff member, offering guidance, encouragement, and a steady hand throughout their academic journey.
The mentorship program has not only added to the boys and girls under the mentorship scheme, I think it has added to me as a person as well. It gives fulfillment and joy that you are able to impact someone else that is not necessarily your blood, and you can see them grow.
Because for us, these students are not statistics. They are stories. Stories of children whose dreams are now within reach, empowered to become change agents for their communities. Stories of families whose hopes for a brighter tomorrow finally feel possible. Stories of communities witnessing the power of education to transform their future.
I can remember when the first set came. Very timid, shy, unsure of what will happen, but I've seen a lot of transformation.
Many of them have taken leadership positions. Many of them are good in sports.
My teachers, actually, they have changed my life in many ways, especially in my reading and writing.
Being here has helped me in different areas in my life. In my academics, I am more stronger now than before.
I want to thank First E&P for this bright opportunity because it's a very big one. It has changed so many lives.
Each child represents a spark of potential, of hope, of what tomorrow could be. And through Berkey's scholarship program, that spark is being nurtured into a flame that can one day light up the world. We believe energy is more than natural resources. It is the drive to create opportunities. It is the power to uplift. It is the courage to build a better future. One child, one family, one community at a time.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today. Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You've tuned into the breakfast show right here on Business Day Television. It's a beautiful Monday morning and we have enough pack to keep you going. Thank you for joining us this morning. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And most definitely Onyeka Valentine.
Start by asking how was your weekend?
It was great. See, I didn't fidget at all.
No extras.
No extras, no
I
quotes.
can see because you're actually all smiles this morning. It seems like you won a lottery or a jackpot.
I learned very quickly how to manage crisis. I thought I knew everything about crisis management until what happened when the weekend happened. And I realized that, wait a minute, you are only as good as your last, encounter. And so for me, the fact I was able to be calm in the face of chaos made me understand, of course, superhero, content. By the way, not all superheroes wear cape. So that alone made me happy to say, okay, character development, check.
No, if character has not been developed by this time, then
there are some people who are probably way off in some certain age and they're still struggling with character and integrity and all that stuff. I mean, not as if we're all 100% okay, but when you're faced with some certain issues, it is how you respond that matters. Most of the time people react over issues and don't respond. And like they say, when you react, you give your answer from an unstable point of mind. But when you respond, you have thought about your answer, and so you respond accordingly. So you don't end up having a reaction to every action.
Yeah, so you're not reacting, you're responding. I think that's one thing many of us need to learn. Most times, I think these days people listen to react because they want to. Everyone is on the edge. That's why they say these days rage bait. Like people know because they know everyone's on this. So you see on social media, there's a lot of rage bait because they know that this thing it will annoy you. It's not meant. It's because you are poised to react, and that's why rage bait will always work. But my weekend was fine. Thank you for asking.
I was just going to ask, but since you already gave me the answer, I said, hey, the horse is already in front of the cart.
Well, let's see what we have on our show headlines this morning. Starting off with Nigeria facing 40% U.S. tariff hit over Iran trade ties. Again, still in Nigeria, EFCC begins probe of alleged $7 million Swiss school fees linked to Farouk Ahmed, the ex-NMDPRA boss. And still on the news this morning, federal government ASU agreement triggers debate over professors' benefit. And finally, in the world of sports, Senegal beat Morocco to win AFCON 2025 title. Exciting. That was the most exciting part.
Honestly,
I'm not a Senegalese, but I think for Nigerians, for Nigerians not getting to win that cup, we would just prefer a Senegal winning because Morocco was the one that beat us at the stage where we would have gone on to win.
I mean, so much emotions with soccer, football as a game. Most definitely, the whole world. You see, what keeps us intact when things are not going the way they should be in Nigeria? The one thing that keeps us going, see, not even religion, right? Not even necessarily business. Even with the problem of insecurity, people are still going their separate ways. But the one thing that brings us together is football. And I can tell you, if we had gotten that chance, I think we could have done better than Senegal. Because this team of ours that didn't make it to the finals or probably even win the cup the way Senegal did, for the past 20 years, I've not seen any team that is the dream team. The last dream team we had was 1994. Olise, likes of Kanu, likes of Okocha, 1994. You know, they were the ones that took us to the Olympics at the time. They were the ones that made us understand that, look, Africa, the African team can beat likes of Mexico, likes of Argentina.
Incredible. Argentina was one of the toughest teams back in the day.
That year was, they say the fear of Nigeria was beginning of wisdom. We now have to recap the idea of we're the giants of Africa because we're just exceptionally good. You know, our formation was fantastic. I was part of. I followed up all that game at the time, 1994.
And there was the likes of what's that man that had the one that had the
Taribo West. You know, so I'm seeing that now that Senegal can hold on to the AFCON Cup. They worked for it. I would not say that they didn't earn it. They are good. Rather, they played very well. You know, you could see the coordination. Sports analysts will tell you that they had their attacking players, they had the midfield ready to follow through, and they had the defense ready to defend. And the goalkeeper was goalkeeping, you know. But did we deserve it? Story for another day.
Well, story for another day. Congratulations to Senegal. I think this was one of the most exciting AFCON that I've seen in recent time. Reason being that this is the one AFCON that I saw so many people in attendance. People that I didn't even know had love for football. Back in the day, I think about 3 years ago or so, we had AFCON. It was people in the sporting sphere, but this time around, people in entertainment,
everybody was part of it.
People in banking. I'm like, this is beautiful.
I mean, this is the time when, in times like this, when we are going through a lot in this country. Africa is going through a lot. Being harassed by Donald Trump back and forth. Africa is going through a lot when it comes to insecurity, when it comes to terrorism, when it comes to banditry. It's not just Nigeria. It's happening in Somalia. It's happening in different countries, you know. But like I said, the one thing that can bring someone who is a Senegalese, someone who is a Nigerian, someone who's a Ivorian together is football. Look at the way the whole African, you know, nation kept on cheering Nigeria after, you know, we were able to recap the respect for Lumumba following what happened with the Algerian player mocking, you know, not static per se, but the idea of Lumumba being an icon of of that country because one of the fans had his hand up. We saw how that whole matter went through. So what I'm trying to say is that football it's not just a game, it's a religion. Because it's a religion, even though people don't worship it, unconsciously people come together and they go out of, you know, out of context just to show how much they love it. So AFCON has come and gone. For me, I think there's much to learn from it.
Absolutely. And still on the headlines this morning, AFCC begins probe of alleged $7 million, I beg your pardon, Swiss school fees linked to Farouk Ahmed, the ex-NMDPRA. But firstly, we did see that he took the should I call it the high road? No, not the high road this time. By resigning, right? You know, after being called out by Dangote. But now EFCC has begun their probe to this $7 million naira school fees. I thought it was $5 million. $7 million.
So $7 million. I thought it was $5 million initially.
Well, it's $7 million we're seeing now. Okay. School fees linked. So let's see how that pans out with EFCC and the probe.
When EFCC comes into any particular issue, look, all eyes with the eagle eyes, you know, will just be on you. I don't know about now, but then when EFCC was first inaugurated, it was the fear of EFCC was the beginning of wisdom. But now some people say the idea of favorism has come in. But I like the fact that this issue of Farouk was ignited by Dangote. Anyone now who wants to try Dangote will think twice. You know, I was reading social media the other day and someone said, this is what we call the older generation of very dark man.
Yes, exactly.
You know, the way he pulled him out
With
and
your
dragged
full
him.
chest.
I said, wow. He literally put together a conference and explained why that man needs to be looked into. And when a man like that at that level, when money is not his problem, he's not looking for fame or looking for some favor or clout or some validation. He's just telling you what needs to be, you know, what you need to know and why we need to act fast. I'm not surprised that EFCC jumped on it. They should have done that a long time ago, because hey, you don't take public funds to benefit your family
At all.
and expect,
why would you do that?
you know, people who don't talk about it.
Although when we say things like this, it seems like you would say, which of them isn't really taking from public funds?
Big question.
Do you understand?
No.
But that's a story. I'm talking about among the authority, you know, in government.
Right.
But that's a story for another day. Absolutely. We'll
But
take
maybe-
a quick break.
But maybe if I get into office, if at all, maybe I'll make a difference. What do you think?
I think so. It's easier said than done.
You know, I promise of certain things I haven't been able to fulfill.
Exactly.
Are you sure
So
you
I
can
don't.
trust me?
I can't. I can't. We'll take a quick break right now. Be right back for the newspaper in a bit. Do stay with us.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
for many years we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back. You're still watching the Business Day television breakfast show right here on Business Day. Of course, it's time for us to see what we have on the front page of the papers this morning. Of course, we start off at home. We're starting off with the Business Day paper. We have in the studio in-house analyst Mohammed Akonji.
I thought you wanted to introduce me.
No, I
because that's not
our audience already knows you, so I'm like,
good morning.
we already know you. It's nice to see you.
Nice
too.
seeing you.
Hope your weekend was fine.
Mohammed
Thank
Akonji.
you.
I want to shake my guy here.
Always great to see you.
How's the weekend?
Very well, very well. Are you ready for today?
Oh, so the ladies are left out of the handshake.
You can see how radiant it was this morning.
Yeah, it is. Oh, exciting.
We deal to Morocco.
I think Nigerian is happy for Senegal because
I wanted Morocco to win, actually.
No, you wanted.
Yes.
You're
Morocco actually, I think Senegal went, they were a bit too arrogant yesterday. And they were a bit heavy-handed the way they played. I was not happy with the game.
Why?
Okay, so it was the tail end of the game. There was a penalty call. I thought it was a clear penalty. Malik Diop, a Senegalese defender, bundled a Moroccan player off the neck. He nearly shoved him off. That was a clear penalty. And the coach, Pape Theo, instructed the players to stop play. In fact, he ordered them to go back to the dressing room. They're not playing again. That would have actually been worse for them anyway. If not for the maturity of Sadio Mane, who invited his guys to come back. Please, you guys have to come back. That was like virtually the last kick of the game. So the way they behaved there, you know, there's been this story about CAF is deliberately favoring Morocco. I don't agree with that personally. I think I am going to be able to bust that myth. Now, fine. Morocco has actually been helping CAF, I meant to say CAF, which is actually the footballing body in Africa. Most times, when countries that are supposed to host the tournament couldn't host it, Morocco is more or less the last resort. Last interview, they're always coming.
Ready to go.
They are ready to go. So a lot of people, there has been this conspiracy theory that CAF is deliberately favoring them. I don't think it's fair.
Favorism.
Because the women AFCON, this is the men AFCON. Men AFCON is coming up in March. It's supposed to be hosted by Morocco. There's AFCON in 2027. Fine, that will be hosted by Tanzania, Uganda, and Kenya. There will be AFCON in 2028, also to be hosted by Morocco. There's the World Cup in 2030, to be hosted by Morocco as well.
What's going on?
I'm feeling like they are favoring them. And what I will tell you what is happening. The last AFCON was Morocco for women AFCON. Was Morocco 2 years ago. The one that we opened in March, women AFCON. This is men AFCON. The women one we opened in March. Morocco will host it as well. So there's that trend. In fact, Aziza Shola came out to say that. Why is it Morocco every time? Why is that they are giving it to Morocco? What is the question?
But how good is our stadium? How good are the other stadiums?
2029. Nigeria will be hosting 2029 African Nations League. Nigeria is hosting that.
We're talking about AFCON.
We might not. I think we are trying to be able to look at the 2034 AFCON. After 2028, AFCON will now be 4 years instead of 2 years. This will be 2 years.
So we're trying to look at 2034.
Morocco 2025. The one we play now. So normally there's another one for 2027. Then 2028. So after then we go to 4 years. So I think we, Ghana and Benin Republic, are trying to co-host in 2034. Maybe that point. We have known that 2027 is known. 2028, the hosting is still on. Maybe Morocco could host it, or Egypt or Ethiopia. Then after then it will be 4 years. But there has been that, that's conspiracy theory. CAF is favoring them. So Senegal behaved so. I was not happy with them. In fact, I remember my wife was actually saying, "What? No, this is a shame to Africa because the global peace is watching us." And look at what they were doing there. You see what the coach was telling them. People should not like. I feel that you'll be able to see monkey post football that will play on the streets.
Right.
When you feel like the referee is against you and you're just to decide that we're not playing the game, that kind of that mentality that we do. That is exactly what the Senegalese showed there yesterday. And I was marveled. Who does that? Had such a global showpiece. So I just decided that we're not playing the game. No, we are not playing this game again. Everybody should go back to that. Who does that?
For me, that was the height of being childish. But even
on the part of their coach, I was really disappointed at them.
Which is why I mean, when we're talking about, as initially before you came, we're talking about emotions and football. I think some certain teams and nations who hold football as their religion, because almost all nations do. Because, like I said before, football unites. So my question now is, for that kind of character, that kind of thing that we saw yesterday, for it not to happen again, we need to have what we call proper mental check of some certain people. Because truth be told, it was very embarrassing.
Very embarrassing. What the coach?
I know that there are other embarrassing moments in football, like when
that could happen.
Like when Zidane gave the other guy a headbutt in the chest. I mean, we know that.
2006 was
yes, we know all that.
No, the things happen. Things happen. But, I'm saying, things could happen. But I'm saying that the coach should know better. And that's why the player I commended in that Senegalese setup was Sadio Mane. That played in Liverpool.
He's always so mature.
He was a bro board. He was the one that was. And while the coach was actually trying to tell the players to return back to the dressing room, like we're not playing again, because that was what was happening. It was what I felt like. This is what's going to happen here. Will be beyond here.
Of course,
the sanction will be heavy on Senegal. It was one that was like, please, let's go back to the pitch.
He's a class act, actually. It's always been a class act.
And what happened eventually? Brian Diaz missed that penalty. I think it was actually he wanted to be able to embarrass the Senegalese, but unfortunately they backfired. And imagine if they have actually been able to abandon the game like that. Because they thought that they have lost already. That's exactly what they thought. And they eventually won the game. So they thought like, no, the referee was actually support of Morocco. And that's why missed the penalty.
That's what the saying that goes this way. All is not lost until it's over.
All right, it's just over. Let's see what we have on the front page of the Business Day paper this morning. The big story on the front page of, by the way, that was really nice, the review of yesterday's match. It says SSC's capital. Sex capital hike puts survival of the fittest to the test. Survival of the fittest. That's also what happened between Senegal and Morocco.
Of course. I mean, it is not over just like that.
And on page 30 of the paper, it says Tinubu's budget clock ticks as federal government juggles 2 fiscal years. That's on page 30 of the papers this morning.
And
on page 30.
Yes, at the same time.
Still on page 30, it says tax incentives spur corporate reshuffle. And on page 4, my man, it says Museveni tightens grip on Uganda after 7th election win.
Oh, wow.
President Yoweri Museveni has been presiding overUganda for
40 years.
Donkey
40
years.
1986.
That's 4
I think maybe
decades.
my lifetime.
Do you see the way he
That's my entire lifetime.
the way he placed his son and daughter?
Yes.
His practical point. It's just funny.
So the plan is for them to take over from him.
It's not the longest survey. Go to Equatorial Guinea. Equatorial Guinea, Pedro Obiang has been there for close to 50 years.
It's almost like
Obiang in Cameroon was there since 1982. These are sit-tight leaders. But maybe he's still a bit active. But if you say Pedro Obiang in Equatorial Guinea, that's the longest serving president so far. Now,
No, but it's not even just about the
but
fact. It's also the way he puts things in place.
If you see AU commended that election, he won by about 75% of the votes,
right,
defeating Bobby Wine, that musician.
I think the people are just scared of, this thing where they say the devil,
It's better than the angel you don't.
I think that's
if I may
just the
speak
case
freely,
there.
I think Bobby Wine should just go and stick with his music. He's
I think he has been tired from music or something.
But to be honest with us, let's be honest. That's a country that the people depend on the economy. I'm not saying that Museveni is the best choice, but when your economy is dependent on strategic and precise decisions that will keep lives and livelihood running, you don't want to play German roulette or Russian roulette and throw it, and then throw it overboard. Look, that country, right, has a serious history. So before now, you could tell that, look, they were not really, quote and unquote, in bed with America. They're not, yes, trust me. I use
of having choice shades at the Western people.
Yes, we know that. Once you are not in bed with the United States of America, you are hated and narrative is turned up and turned against you. And so Museveni doesn't want Museveni, right? Museveni. Yeah. So I mean, I'm not Uganda, but that's fine.
Of course.
He doesn't want a case where he will juggle the ball to the right, juggle to the left, and to fall off while he's in charge. And so I think for them to be able to say they will get someone else who might just be a proper contender would mean Bobby Wine should be removed out of the scene. Let someone else.
Okay, but I think
he's not a better contender. That's why they keep losing to him.
So the question is, Val and Liz, how many people came out to contest this election? There are 12. There were reports about muzzling of opposition, opposition muzzling, that this government has been able to jail a lot of them.
Right.
Before, in fact, it was actually able to remain only the 2 of them. Now, this is the fourth time Bobby Wine will be competing against him, and he has lost on those 4 occasions.
Wow.
Yes, Bobby Wine has actually been able to contest against Yoweri.
Serial losing.
Other contenders who have actually come out, there have been reports about harassment. Some of them have been jailed, some of them being disqualified, and even most of the exit polls has predicted that he has won the election. Like I said, he's going to be able to win by blowout. And that was what he does, because he has won about 75% of the votes.
He has a good heart, definitely.
Perhaps. Okay, you went to Uganda, right?
Yeah, my best friend is also from Uganda.
So, because just like you said, he planted some people in the government. Is it a case of a sit-tight syndrome in Uganda? That's another thing.
Right.
Val mentioned about maybe he's not not in bed with the West. This is 40 years. He came in as a military leader. He converted himself to conduct elections in 1991, and he has been winning ever since then. Every 4 years. The 5 years actually is in Uganda, and has actually been winning. And you can be able to win as much as possible. Unlike Nigeria, we only have a restriction of 2 terms. But that's what it is there. AU commended the election, and that was actually the surprise thing to me. They commended the election, that it was free, fair. But maybe what happened before the election, the pre-election issues about opposition being muzzled, and not allowing opposition to be able to, have a say in that election, I think needed to be able to come to light. In the case of that, I think another thing you read that I would like to talk about is the two fiscal document being one together. I think you mentioned that. That's been a tradition anyway. Don't forget that 2025 budget is still on. 2026 budget, National Assembly is resuming tomorrow. On the resumption, the debate should start. It has not been passed yet.
Right.
So we are still only 2025, and it has actually been extended till April 30 this year. Cool. So we hope that will happen, and then together with when 2026 budget is eventually passed. So it is like a departure from the Buhari's administration. If you remember very well, during Buhari's administration, we want ZBB, zero-based budgeting. and the January 1st to December 31 cycle. Whatever you don't spend by December 31, you return it back to the coffers of the government.
Most definitely.
But despite that, under Buhari's regime, we still have cases of malfeasance and corruption that people still engage in. So, but when President Bola Ahmed Tinubu was actually coming, we've been having cases of 2 or 3 budgets even running simultaneously. You have the supplementary budget, you could have the full budget itself. So it has actually been like a tradition. And I think it's not new. We've been saying that. Whether that is a fiscal discipline is another kettle of fish entirely.
Yeah.
Like, is it right to do that?
To do so.
But he has been doing that since 2023. We've actually been having that. We've actually able to depart from this January to December budget cycle since this government actually came in.
Right.
I don't know if I can be able to just
let's talk quickly on tax incentives foreign corporate reshuffle. What are these corporate reshuffle we're talking about?
So a lot of them now, so there are incentives that, don't forget that the time when you delays, there have been a lot of misconception, a lot of controversy that have generated or greeted this tax thing. I'm sure you're also part, you've had several sessions, just like the other presenters here. And a lot of them are actually based on lies, especially from people. I'm not talking about from
based on lies.
Yes, from people out there who deliberately want to sabotage this thing. And I stand to be corrected for our readers out there. The one that flew last week, if you remember very well, was saying there will be 7.5% electronic levy on every transaction you do in your banks. There was nowhere that was written. And media houses were jumping onto that story until it was debunked. The one that came before then was about your narration in your banks. That whenever you are sending money to Value, I have to write it there.
Right.
That Tinubu, please do not take money from this one. That's what I'm saying. So people will just flying things around. Ensure you write your narration as well. Otherwise, Tinubu will just go there and just collect the money. Zenith Bank and tell how much is in these accounts. But 1 billion. But let's be honest. 500 million out of but let's be honest. That. All those things are just unbelievable. But I'm going to come to this anyway. I'm just saying some of those misconceptions and misunderstanding. They tend to be able to mention. So, but there are incentives. That's what I'm now going.
And then what's the corporate reshuffle?
Good. So one is 25%. Corporate tax now, income tax now is 30% now. No, it's 30% until December 31. They reduce it. If you don't...
How many percent?
Now, 25%. It used to be 30% since 1996.
Okay.
Corporate income tax, what companies pay that starts at the end of the day, is 30%.
But now it's reduced to
25% of CIT. That is number one. 2, if you don't have an annual turnover of 100 million naira for small businesses, 250 for big ones, you're not paying tax to government, which is not the case before now.
I see a gray area there, which means that even if, for what it is, that I can generate more than that as a business person, what are the what's the likelihood that I cannot just go and then quote something less than that, so that I don't get
So if you're on the state, that's the statement.
Right.
If you're on the state, your report, the website is there, and our tax calculator is there, and that's why everything is actually going through electronic means.
Right.
It's not a matter of saying I'll just come to Lee's shop and say, please declare to me, tell me, because I know she's going to understate. Tell me how much are you making in a year? She tell me she's making 100 million. She will not say I'm making 5 million, right? So, but those things are there. And that's why most of the transactions are carried through banks. You have your bank records there, which are going to be able to file in to show your turnover in there. Remember, turnover is not profit. Is how much goes in and out, inflow and outflow of your business in a year. So because the government is to tax profits, not your investments. They're not taxing your capital. They're taxing the profit that you made on it. So it is that inflow and outflow. You understand that there will be taxed. So the idea about the tax man now should not just be going with a paper in hand. After asking, Val, how much do you make this year? You write it down. No. I think we are going to move away from there. And that was what the state we were able to sign with France. That was what it was. To ensure we digitize this tax system. When we see that Elizabeth Musa, for example, is a BVN, the BVN should link all our accounts, that business account. We link everything together. It's like a TSS. It makes this tells you single account. So if Elizabeth Musa has 20 businesses that she's getting money from, because it's a name that is there, that business name, it's very different from a personal person. It will link everything together and say, this is how much Elizabeth Musa, for example, as a business worth. Different from Elizabeth Musa as an individual. These are two different entities. So she has a business that is 20 to link everything together. We're able to have that's also of digitization. So at the end of the day, she'll be able to respond to my urgent 2K. Exactly. I'm on 1 and 2K now. Urgent 200K.
All right, let's talk about tax capital hike putting survival of the fittest to the test. What more do you know about that story?
Oh, yeah. I mean, is the capitalization story, just like we said. Banks. Don't forget they have March 31 deadline. Yes. So a lot of them now is the survival of the fittest. I think I love that story. Who wrote that?
David.
Because the race is on. 23 banks out of 36 have met it already, which is good. They've crossed the threshold and they're doing well. The remaining 13 want to see what's going to be able to happen between now and March 31st.
Absolutely.
So, and that is why of course, the CBN has given them 3 way outs. One, go to the public and go and raise funds as a bank. You have the right to go and raise the fund. If you can't do that, you can go on merger and acquisition. 2 banks can merge together. We've seen that in the past. So just like Unity and Providence Bank are merging, we heard that some other banks, it can be acquisition. Access was about to take Optimus Bank, whatever. I'm not so sure of that. So Access Bank, some banks will take over other ones. And the third one there is you can degrade your license, right? If you have international license before, you can degrade to national license.
How does that work?
Okay, good. So to operate international bank in Nigeria, international, all this Access Bank, First Bank, GT Bank, that banks, you need a minimum of 500 billion to start it.
Okay.
Billion naira for those banks. Now, if you are doing a national bank where you're only in Nigeria, you're not operating out of Nigeria, your own is 200 billion.
Right.
So there are different ways they be able to give that. I don't want to get that. You have regional bank that say we are only in the north. Is that okay? We're just a northern bank.
Okay.
We are just in the south.
Like
those
bank,
are 50 billion.
like Bank of the North.
Like Bank of the North.
I
don't think so. I don't think no one's this any longer. But I know that Unity Bank or some banks like that are regional banks. That you can only see them in some places, they will not be in other places. So that's 50 billion for them. So the amount was actually then if you are non-interest banking, you know this Taj Bank, other banks, Ladotos Bank, their own is 10 billion. So what if so if you now think you can raise 500 billion in that category of international license, you're allowed to degrade your license back to national.
What about microfinance banks?
So the microfinance bank have their own separately stated, but the CBA did not make capital base for them. Remember their microfinance, right? So we're talking about the big players in the industry are those that are being recapitalized. So those 3 options are what the central bank gave them.
Right.
One, either you go to the public, do IPO, raise funds. If you don't think you're not able to raise more, if the public not buying to you, go on merger and acquisition. Combine together, 2 banks linked together. So you have 200 billion. That last 300 billion. Let's come together to become a single bank. Or the third one is, like I said, is degrading of the license. How to degrade your license?
So,
you want to go down.
What do you, if you were to project where you'd see some of these banks? I mean, not to put you on the spot. Where are you?
I know exactly what you are. Please don't put me to that.
Yeah.
But thank God that because just like our my editor, I don't have a crystal ball to check what's going to happen. But I'm just going to put this here. 23 banks have crossed the threshold already out of 36. 13 here. I'm sure some will go under, no doubt. I don't want to be able to mention any names here. One has gone under already. Heritage Bank has gone under.
Yeah.
That one has gone under. Is under AMCON at the moment. So see their own case. The other ones that were likely going to be able to face the same fate, but maybe not to be able to choose.
My question is, they couldn't hold their heritage in place.
Maybe.
Wow.
And what they engaged in was actually there's some unpleasant behavior they engaged in. A lot of toxic loans. There were reports that some of the MDs were giving loans to their girlfriends who are not paying. Yes,
imagine that.
Bank. You call them bad loans in bank. People that are not returning money back into the system. So a lot of them were just able to collect the money on the guys that this is our own share of the national. Okay. Their own share of the bank cake, anything like that.
Bank cake.
Maybe it's anything like national cake. Some of them will do that. It happens in the past as well. Intercontinental, I'm not sure whether you are aware of that 2005. When we had the Intercontinental Bank, Oceanic Bank. These are what some of them engaged in, giving loans to friends and paddies in the system. Paddy banking, you understand? Because we meet at Ikoyi Club together. I can just be able to meet and say, please, MD, please, can I just be able to get
100 million?
You not do any background check on me. And this man pay back. Just
we know him.
He'll give you the money. We know him. Give him the money.
And those ones just believe that since it's coming from you, they don't bother to do any due diligence.
Guys, listen, you don't have the bank now. He told us, give the money to Val, and they give the money to him. You know, they asked him, please, Val, come and pay back. He said, don't worry, I'll see my friend. We see our
Does this not also say something? Because if this, I'm just asking if this is if there was a case of where the company is, a PLC where their board of directors and all of that, will it be possible for them to just will it be possible for them to just say, give this person a loan?
Yes, of course. So they are checkmates. These are banks. Banks are heavily regulated, and that's why when they go under like that, you always could have AMCON that will come in to liquidate their asset and settle customers. So of course there are checks and balances. But sometimes there are some underhand businesses. That's exactly what happened. Because the condition says that, yes, I know Liz. Liz, for example, is the manager MD of this bank. even if I want loan from our bank, I start to go through the normal process, right? Also because I know her now. Because we met in Ikoyi Club, for example, play golf together. I just went to please, I need 100 billion from you. I just go to my bank and go and collect the money. But some of them would do that, and that's what created the problem. So if I say that, I know Mohammed, just give him the money, give me the money. Now I decided to take the money just like that, and I decided to travel abroad. Exactly, I run away from here.
Exactly.
So, but what's the demand that you're supposed to ask your bank, please do background check on this man.
Yeah.
Does he have the ability to pay this money? But some of the party killed the Oceanic Bank, killed Intercontinental Bank, killed Trade Bank in 2005.
Wow.
And some of them now
they got liquidated.
They got liquidated because it's a result of poor bank distress, as they call them.
And poor decision making as well. Let's see what we have on the front page of the Punch papers this morning.
Right. So I hope the Punch will give us something that is not
Punchy.
Poor decisions, but rather punchy decisions. FD allocates below 1% of 2026 budget to fight poverty. Again, it says FD allocates below 1% of 2026 budget to fight poverty. You see that one in page 38, and we see Bagudu. See his picture right there, smiling halfway.
Smiling halfway.
Spend halfway because they know that maybe some idea of padding might come anytime. So they have a way of throwing data at these people. I will keep on saying that look, politics should be have his own channel and make more money for us, generate money. Anyway, so it says here, page 34, cash rush, ATM withdrawals jump 180% to 36 trillion naira. What does it mean?
Should I say that?
Yeah, please.
Yeah. So since now, maybe I don't know even the last time I've done POS anyway. So CBN has introduced that that withdrawal out of bank ATM. You can withdraw out of your bank now. You're entitled to a charge of 100 naira for every transaction.
Absolutely.
That actually started last year. So, but if you withdraw from your own bank's ATM, it's free.
Free.
So at the time, one of the problems that led to the proliferation of POS terminals, most of these POS merchants, was as a result of no cash in ATMs. But with the introduction of that, it has really jumped so well. I'm just telling you, most times I think I would prefer to also go to my bank and withdraw than doing POS. I don't do that any longer. So I would rather go to my GT bank, or my whatever.
You still make use of your bank?
Yes, I do. That's what I'm saying. But I use the ATM now because it's free now and you always miss money there. But I don't go to any ATM now. But if you withdraw outside your bank, that's what I'm saying. If you withdraw outside your own bank, they will charge you 100 naira for that. For every amount you withdraw. So if you take 20,000, if you take 50,000.
Actually, I like
it. So any bank you go to now, you get money now. I can tell you that.
You find money.
You find money.
In the ATM.
In the ATM now. Unlike then, because there's no money. That was what Central Bank introduced that say, for every transaction, banks are allowed to be able to charge to maintain that price of 100 naira. I think there's also a VAT of about 7.50 kobo. So it's like about 107.50.
What we used to notice was you go to the banks and then you don't get money. So now, is it that they're circulating more money?
Yeah, that's what's happening. I think that's what Post now reporting.
Even with the POS?
Yes, with POS
machines.
Go to the ATMs now, I can tell you.
Really?
I'm not going to ask this here. Just try to be able to go to anyone.
Interesting.
Exactly. Maybe I think ones there, I can even to mention Polaris. You have a Polaris there, you have access. You always meet money there.
Speaking about money.
Collected money this morning.
30 billion naira relief.
Yes.
Or your cries, politics as Makinde faces EFCC petition. I thought Makinde was, no skeleton in the cupboard guy.
Oh, yeah, I think he has a lot. Wow. I have to believe that.
Most of them doesn't have skeleton.
So, you know what this happens? Well, I was talking to, sorry for bringing that in, my mother-in-law over the weekend. Well, they are from Oyo State. That was the question I was asking him. This is your governor. But the question here, according to report, they said it was even 50 billion. Remember, it was even 50 billion. If you remember the bomb blast that happened in Oyo State 2 years ago, there was a bomb blast around a particular place called Mokola. I'm not so sure. There was a bomb blast there that happened. Maybe they said one Malian put a bomb, dynamite inside the building. Yes, yes. It's a Malian, something like that happened. Now, the president...
Is it Malian the artist?
No, not the Malian. Somebody from Mali.
I'll just kidding.
Somebody from Mali. Right. So the presidency gave the governor 50 billion naira as a relief fund for those people who suffered that fate.
Right.
We never knew about it until recently when there was a fallout between him and Wike. Well, it was Wike's people, what's this called? Fire particularly. Right. That raised their eyebrow and brought the evidence to show. Let the governor come out to say that it was not given 50 billion to give to people. I want to say this. I'm sure he kept this money for election. People have died as a result of that. You kept this money there. This money was given to you. Nobody knows about it since 2024, when it happened, until it just came out now that the presidency gave him 50 billion as a relief fund for those people who suffer that fate. Look at those people that have died. Now, they are trying to be able to carry politics now. The AFCC is actually probing them. But because he came out to say, no, the money is not 50 billion, the money is 30 billion. That was what the governor said. The governor spokesman said, the money they gave you, whether it's 50 billion.
He's a PDP governor. Of course. Which is my next very quick question. How are we sure that the APC is not targeting him?
Okay. So yes, I just
good question, right?
Of course, very good one, very good one. There's tendency for that to happen, but we also have APC members that are being targeted by EFCC as well. That are being Governor Kogi State, he's still in APC. He's still in the storm of. He's still within the eye of the storm of the EFCC. This morning, where there was a story flying around now that Michael Zekome, one of these popular lawyers, doctored the document in the UK, something like that. There was a report that flowed this morning about him. He doctored the UK, property document in the UK. ISB is actually after it now. But other governors that are in APC, they've actually been. But the question here is, I remember in school, when you're in university, I remember my first year. One of the course we did was philosophy. There's only the called fallacy of 2K. I don't know about that word. I have. Fallacy of 2K simply means that when you accuse me of something wrong, instead of me to take responsibility for it, and I say, how about you? Are you not guilty?
Exactly.
And that's what 2K. That's what they call it. 2K. TUQOE or something. 2K. So it's like saying you are passing the buck. That because so the question is, but let us face the substance of the case. So it's 30 billion given to you. I say no, you're in the same boat. But the question is, you now, the focus is on you. Mohammed, there's 30 billion. The focus is on you. And I said, no, you two go.
Why did you call mine out?
So that's what they call fallacy of 2K in philosophy. To say, how about you? Exactly. But the question is, there's a substance of the case. 30 billion is hanging on your own neck. Let's tackle that and see whether that is the case or not.
Talking about billion. There's 1 billionaire that's in the main rider here. It says importers outpace Dangote with 62% supply in 2025. Importers outpace.
Yes. Okay. So I think I think the petrol war is also going as well. I have to look at that very, very importantly. Maybe with time, I'm going to look at it again. Importers, all of them, last year, Dangote is trying to outpace them this year. They still have to be able to produce and pump more and more into the system.
Anyone doing the Lord's work will be protected. Of course. I leave that.
Absolutely. I think I agree with you. We'll always be protected by
you know.
I mean, the popular musician in Nigeria here in Yoruba, the popular Kwamwan who sang that. Maybe I should say it in Yoruba. I don't know if I'm allowed. Okay. Said Ashenyiwa Ashenyibo. Oninure Olorun Makoyo.
What does that mean?
If you are that regardless of whatever happens, if you're a good person, God will always be able to see you out of all these evils.
Wow.
Like you said, if you do this good work.
Are you sure that's not why God has been seeing me through all this time?
Maybe. That's what he said. God will see you through. Regardless of those enemies that are right, God will see you through.
Absolutely.
Anyways.
Yeah, let's move on and see what we have in the cartoon of the day this morning on the Business Day television breakfast show. Now there you have the cartoon there. So we see something that looks like a green. What's this? Is that a map? I don't know.
Like it's a map green. Of Nigeria.
Anyway, it's.
You can see.
Is it, I think it's upside down.
Yes. Okay.
Then it's also.
So where government
it's sort of in bondage.
Okay.
Because it's like there's a rope tied around it, and then you see some
like
people pulling it.
Exactly.
Yes, because that's the color of Nigeria, and it's upside down. Firstly, that's the map of Nigeria, but it's upside down. And then you can see that it's tied in bondage, and then you see these people by the left, American lobbyists, pulling that rope out has been used to tie the country, and then it says it must be the source. It must be of the. It must be the water source.
It must be of the water source. Maybe. Yes. But at the left, at the right hand side, there's like a pipe.
Government ineptitude.
But what is this talking about? I think it was the story you treated last week.
Yeah.
The $9 million
and then
used for
in that government ineptitude, you can see
where the money is going. Like money going.
More.
So instead of having ambassadors, instead of having ambassadors there now, we now have lobbyists.
Yeah.
Who are the one collecting the money to lobby on behalf of the Nigerian government to the American government. I mean, to lobby on behalf of Nigeria for the American government.
With the government ineptitude pouring out.
$9 million.
Can I say something quickly?
Okay.
There is something we're not seeing.
What's that?
The fact that we might see from the outside, which is them trying to pull us out of the so-called issue that we think that we have.
Right.
Let's also think about the fact that apart from oil, there are other natural resources. So as they're pulling it out, how are we sure they're not gunning for that one?
But one thing is for sure, pictures tell 1,000 stories, and that definitely can be read in any way our viewers want to see it. So we'll leave it here and move on to Business Week at 9 a.m. Thank you for watching. Stick with us for Business Week at 9 a.m.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Shift Conference. Before I say anything, please can we put our hands together for Dr. Sam Adeyemi.
I was on a salary of 30,000 naira a month, and I asked myself, Gabriel, what else can you do to earn 30,000 naira a month? If I can sell 1 truck of diesel, I'll make 30,000 naira a month. When you have a strategy, you implement it.
You must be intentional about building strategic relationships. The power that you have is not absolute in the space, because you must control the space to work, to support you, to deliver value. Hard work is good. I didn't say don't work hard, but working smart is better. Working smart is about maximizing productivity using every resource that is available to you.
Your mindset is like a compass. If it's off just a little bit, it's going to take you a lot of time to reach your goal. See, money is a tool. And so what I realized is if a person can change their priorities around their money, they can change their outcome. If they can change their mindset around their money, they can change their money outcome. Our financial outcomes is a derivative of our money behaviors.
You cannot travel within and stand still without. When you see cannot, that's riding on the principle. If I could push the inside, the outside is designed to do everything possible to catch up with it.
It gives us great pleasure to unveil to you, reveal to the world for the first time, his latest book titled Shifts.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and
Good morning and welcome to Business Week on Business Day television. My name is Lolade Akimrele, editor of Business Day, and I'm joined by Dr. Oluyemi Adeosun, Business Day's chief economist, who's a usual guest, and a first-timer in the person of Bumi Bailey, who's a finance analyst covering Africa. I'll go straight to the news headlines first before we go into our discussions for the day. First news item we have is stockbrokers seek a downward review of SEC's new capital requirements. The Association of Securities Dealing Houses of Nigeria, ASHON, said it is seeking a downward review of the Securities and Exchange Commission's new capital requirements for capital market operators. On January 16, the SEC announced an increase in the minimum capital requirements for all categories of capital market operators. In a statement, Ashon, which represents all stockbroking houses in Nigeria, said it is engaging members to ensure compliance with the new requirements before the deadline, while also mobilizing for a review. Next, we have banks to charge VAT on service fees. Banks will start deducting 7.5% value-added tax on service fees, including point-of-sale transactions and mobile banking transfer charges from January 19. In an email to customers, MoneyPoint Microfinance Bank said the charge stems from a government-endorsed regulatory change. According to the bank, the proceeds of the charge will be remitted to the Nigerian Revenue Service, NRS. We also have Customs announces new rules for courier firms. The Nigerian Customs Service has announced the commencement of a new standard operating procedure to regulate courier companies operating under the Delivered Duty Paid Incoterm. In a statement on January 13th, the NCS said under the new procedure, courier companies seeking to operate under the DDP regime are required to obtain a license from its headquarters License and Permit Unit under the Tariff and Trade Department. Nigeria UAE signed trade deal to eliminate tariffs on thousands of products. President Bola Tinubu said Nigeria has signed an agreement with the United Arab Emirates to open duty-free access for thousands of Nigerian products into the Arab country. Tinubu had said the comprehensive agreement supports Nigeria's industrialization and diversification goals and strengthens its position as a gateway for trade and investment into Africa. Nigeria's inflation will reduce the cost of living if trend continues. The International Monetary Fund says Nigeria's recent decline in inflation, if sustained, could ease cost of living pressures and support economic stability. The National Bureau of Statistics had said Nigeria's headline inflation rate declined to 15.15% in December 2025. Commenting on the development, Christian Ebeke, IMF's resident representative for Nigeria, said the outcome was a positive signal for the economy. Finally, KPMG NRS meet after debate over new tax laws. KPMG executives and Zak Adedeji, chairman of the Nigerian Revenue Service, held a meeting on January 12 following a disagreement over the new tax laws. In its newsletter on January 9, KPMG said there were errors, inconsistencies, gaps, omissions, and lacuna in the new tax laws that require urgent reconsideration to ensure the achievement of their stated objectives. However, on January 10, the Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms Committee pushed back against KPMG's critique. In a statement, the NRS said Adedeji hosted a courtesy visit from the delegation of the tax advisory firm. The NRS said the KPMG executives commended the chairman for his leadership and timely implementation of the new tax laws, noting that their initial apprehensions have been significantly allayed. Now on the international scene, the World Economic Forum begins today in Davos, Switzerland, and Trump is threatening higher tariffs on European countries opposed to the takeover of Greenland in Denmark. Now for the discussion of the day. I think a good place to start would be the SEC's minimum capital requirement that has, I wouldn't say it has taken the industry by surprise, because I hear that there was a meeting last year, in December to be precise, where the SEC, gathered some of the capital market operators and told them about plans to follow in line with what we're seeing in the banking sector as well as the insurance sector to recapitalize the players and make them bigger and better. And I did hear that the capital market operators welcomed that revision. But what I don't know is if they expected, in some cases, a 40x increase in minimum capital requirements, and in the least case scenario, just a 3x review. So before I ask you my questions, I think I should just go over what those new capital rules are for our viewers who may not know. The first entity, you have the brokers who deal with client execution only. Their minimum capital has gone from 200 million to 600 million. That's a 200% increase. For dealers who do proprietary trading only, it's gone from 100 million to 1 billion. For broker dealers, it's gone from 300 to 2 billion. For sub-brokers who deal in digital assets, it's gone from 10 million to 100 million. For sub-brokers who deal with corporate entities, it's gone from 10 million to 50 million. Sub-brokers who deal with individual entities from 2 million to 10 million. Inter-dealer brokers have had their minimum capital requirements jump from just 50 million to 2 billion. That's 3,900% increase. Tier 1 portfolio managers, it's 150 million to 5 billion. For Tier 2 portfolio managers, it's 150 million to 2 billion. For private equity fund managers, 150 million to 500 million. Venture capital fund managers, I've seen their capital rules raised from just 20 million to 200 million. For issuing houses, Tier 1, it's 200 million has gone up to 2 billion. And for issuing houses who are classified as Tier 2, who can underwrite, their minimum capital rules have gone from 200 million to 7 billion. That's a 3,400% increase. And then for registrars, it's 150 million. It's gone up to 2.5 billion. For trustees, it used to be 300 million, but now it's 2 billion. Dr. Adeosun, what do you think the SEC, I think we should start first by talking about what the SEC is seeking to achieve with this.
Thank you so much. I think the last major review, if I'm not mistaken, was in 2015.
Yeah.
Which is technically 11 years ago. The first question I'd like to ask is, should there not be, so to speak, a time frame for reviews?
Mm-hmm.
When I say time frame, maybe a range. Scientifically to say every 5 years or every 3 to 7 years. So that it doesn't look like a review is a bandwagon effect. What do I mean? Banking sector, we have a review. Insurance sector, we have a review. Of course, I know that there may be some similarities with respect to the financial ecosystem so that people can plan. I mean, all the stakeholders. Otherwise, it will be like from one review to the other, especially if you also now had the fact that we're also having a tax reform all at the same time. Of course, maybe there may be benefits to it happening concurrently, but because you want to look at the shocks that the independent reforms and independent upward reviews can cause, should we not face them? So that's the first point I wanted to bring out, so that we also look at everything from a collective. But having said that, if you look at a review by itself, 11 years later, maybe I'll even say it's coming too late, because a lot of things have changed since 2015. The other question I also want to ask is, when we're having a review, should we have a review for all the categories at once? Now, these are questions that I'm putting out to stakeholders, because yes, they are in the same ecosystem. Are the players, the operators, do they have the same capacity? Do they have the same needs? Do they have the same requirements? Having said that, the review is a quantum leap. It's a significant leap. Except the operators have been prepped for this. And when I say prep, I don't mean prepped in December. If you had like a 1, 2, 3 years notification, because what this means is that, of course, it's going to, I don't want to use the word force, but it's going to, let's say, use the word encourage mergers. I won't be surprised if a few firms go under because they may not be able to meet the new capital requirements. It may also create some, let's use the word, strange bedfellows. Sometimes when you are in this kind of context, you are just looking for funding, either equity, debt, partnership, and so on and so forth. And then people whose values may not necessarily align, now have to coexist just because of an interest. Having said that, so that it doesn't look like I'm unhappy, because I'm happy, but just have to put all the context. I think it's going to lead to a more robust subsector or sector. Stronger players typically are able to do more, do bigger deals, even possibly get bigger margins. They are able to structure more deals and even cooperate and collaborate internationally and regionally. Another thing I anticipate may happen is, for example, maybe some tier 1 may want to downgrade to tier 2. If they cannot cope or meet up with the new capital requirements. So that may also be, and if that happens, it's more or less like saying you are changing your business model. If you are not able to, and I think something like that happened in the banking era when some national banks one or two became a regional bank, so that they don't stress themselves trying to meet the requirement. The other thing I also like to quickly point out is this will have implications for possible new entrants, which means any new organization or investor or players that want to come into the sector now, you have to come big.
Yeah.
You have to come big.
The barrier for entry has been raised.
I particularly, and this is cheering, I'm excited about the new opportunities this is brings to the fore, because all the digital things that have now been brought to the table, things that were not hitherto captured. But let me rest it here for now.
Thank you, Dr. Adeshu. I like the final point you made about what this means for new entrants. And we just said that it essentially raises the bar, right? But some people are of the view that the SEC is just throwing money at a problem that it has struggled to decisively deal with for years, which is just ensuring that all of the plethora of capital market operators are well regulated under its purview. Because I hear that the SEC is having to issue new licenses like every other week. There's been a huge blow up in people who are trying to go into that space. We know, for instance, that the stock market capitalization is now well over 100 trillion. There's a lot of interest, a lot of activity in the capital market, and you have a lot of these new entrants, just springing up right, left, and center. And then the SEC just feels like the only way to curtail the fast growth of these new players is by raising the capital rules astronomically. Bumi, what do you think?
Well, when you talked about, less like what it two things that pointed out to me was the fact that a lot of new entrants are coming in, but we don't know the type of companies that are coming. I mean, for example, most of the companies that are coming, the startups, for example, most of them are not listed on the NGX, so we don't know the value of the capital that they bring in. So yes, maybe they are also trying to remove them.
United Capital is probably the only one that's listed.
No, startup.
Even the others are not listed.
No.
The capital market operators now.
Yeah, most of them are not listed, so we don't even know the value of capital that it's actually going to bring in. I think another issue for me that points out is how are they sure they're actually going to meet all these capital requirements? Because you talked about, I think I saw one as high as 3,000.
Yeah, 3,900%.
Yes. I think one aspect, the dealers over 900, and then you have the stockbrokers. I think over
the interdealer brokers.
And I'm thinking of that. How are they able to meet up? Because if you look at most of these asset managers and investment banks, they usually from the banks, like subsidies from the banks, right? And these banks just finish raising capital. So would they have enough capital to meet up with this? So those are the issues that I have in my mind. So in all essence, you're right. They're actually trying to crowd out or weed out the uncapitalized friends so that they'll be able to improve the market quality. And also maybe they actually feel they can raise this capital because, like you said, the stock market crossed 100 trillion. And I think the value of the market, the value of the capital market is around, I think, 150 trillion naira that last year. Maybe they are saying that they can increase this. Maybe the reforms and what is going on is actually increasing their appetite, or they're expecting that, they will see the same boom that happened in the banking sector. But this percent increase, I'm actually trying to see how it's going to play out.
Well, there's, we've rightly said that this is following from the recapitalization exercise we've seen in the banking industry as well as insurance. But for these guys, most of their business is really balance sheet heavy. But for the capital market operators, a lot of questions have been asked about whether they even need to keep so much money as minimum capital requirements, because it's not like they are actively trading their own money here. They're just serving as custodians of other people's funds. So why do they really need? So I think one point that we should make now is to just look at do some comparisons. What is it like? What say in a climate like South Africa? I mean, the South African market is far more developed than ours in Nigeria. I mean, their stock market capitalization is over 300% of GDP, right? About $500 billion. And we are still at around $70 billion. So if we're going to, scale up to that level, then of course we need to see some of the practices that happens there and probably take lessons from that. But I hear that their minimum capital rules are nothing close to the proposed ones by the SEC.
So again, question is the SEC, how much of international and regional benchmarking did they do? For me, that's food for thought.
Yeah.
Again, there's a concept called bandwagon. If your major motivator is insurance has gone up, let us to be seen to be doing something, let us also go up. Because the question is, why increase it astronomically? See, I prefer maybe every 3 years you increase it reasonably than you wait for 15 years or 10 years and you do something. You don't want to alter the system you want to build. It can sometimes be counterproductive, and you send a wrong signal to the market. Yes, I like the fact that there are different tiers, and if you're a big player, you should be able to operate in a very significant way. But so that it doesn't look like we are seeing just the faults again. There are new opportunities that have been created, new types of especially for fintech, digital assets, commodity brokers. So some of these things are for me are also exciting, because they are also trying to build the breadth of the capital markets, so that some things that were hitherto not regulated or under the official purview can now be brought to the limelight. So it's interesting, because I think we need to do a little more. Again, and I've had the opportunity of interacting with some of our regulators. Sometimes I ask myself that, is it possible that, like the way they do university, like sabbatical, that you get some of the senior people in the regulator go and do a 1-year sabbatical in the industry and come back, rotate it, so that if you just sit on a high table and you are just dishing out instruction, when you're on the other side, it inspires you, and then it moderates your expectations so that you are more realistic, and then you can bring a balanced perspective to the. I know if you ask SEC, they are going to tell you that they did stakeholder consultation, but when?
And the question is, how much of that consultation really happened? Because yes, although I said I did hear that they had some interactions with some capital, but why are we now hearing? I mean, the first news item I read earlier today was about Ashon saying that they're seeking a review of the minimum capital requirement. I think what happened was they were briefed that there will be a review, but they didn't expect it to be by this have this by this rate.
Sorry, just to comment.
Yeah, go on.
Another thing that we need to pay attention to is the time frame.
Yeah.
I think 18 months.
Yes.
How are
so they have to June 2027?
18 months. Look at the banks. The period of 12 years. It's going to run out March this year. At least they had a period of 2 years. And you see how banks are chasing just to meet the So, but this one now is within 18 months. How are they sure that this will be able to meet up with this? That's another thing we need to talk about.
Because we are still trying to catch our breath.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So,
and some of them do, in fact, not some of them, majority of them don't have access to the capital market like the banks and the insurance companies do, which made it easy for them to do rights issues and the likes and just raise money from the capital market. Some of these guys don't. And that's why I think that we should indeed expect that there will be a D wave, of mergers and acquisitions, and just some of them going outrightly under as a result of the new capital rules. But yes, I think the timeline is also another gray area, 18 months. But the SEC DG, I should say now, the SEC DG, Mr. Emumutimi Agama, was on Arise TV on Saturday, and he said that 70% of the market operators currently already surpass the minimum capital rules. Yeah, he said that. I heard him correctly. Do we believe that? 70%?
Well, I won't want to doubt my colleague. He's an economist, and he has integrity. So if 70% meets it, well, that shows that 70% of the problem has already been solved. So what's the fate of the 30%?
Exactly, because that 70%, are they largely from investment bankers? Sorry, yes.
He didn't provide any details. He just said that. It was a blank
statement. We need more disclosure.
If you give us 70%, I need to know which companies, which participants are actually paying this 70%.
Which categories?
Exactly. Yeah. I tell myself that, okay, 30%, 30%, who's 30%? And then when you talk about the new entrants, that if many of them are coming in, what type of companies are they? Startups? Which sectors are they operating? So we need a lot of information. Not just telling me that 70% we need more details.
I agree. We need more details. The capital market operators need more clarity, and they will continue engaging with the SEC until they do that. I think we should take a break at this point. We'll be right back. Please stay tuned.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Thank you for staying tuned. We're back. This is Business Week, and you're watching Business Day television. Before we went on the short break, we were talking about the SEC's minimum capital requirements, the impact it would have on the industry, whether or not the timeline is sufficient enough for the capital market operators to raise such huge amounts of money. Now we're going to be dovetailing into a very important data release last week, and it was Nigeria's inflation data for the month of December 2025. Now, the National Bureau of Statistics said that inflation in December eased to 15.15%, and we've seen a lot of reaction since then. Notable economists, some who have they've criticized the methodology that the MBS used in this last computation, which also saw the review of the November inflation from 14% to 17%, because if he was using the old methodology, then it would have been a spike in December. But with the new methodology, the tweak that was done by the MBS, it meant that the November inflation rate was also reviewed to 17%, paving the way for an easing of some sort to 15% in December. So, Buni Bailey, what did you make of the data and the controversy that it has generated since its release?
When I first saw the data, even before then, I was expecting a further growth, just like what you talked about. When I was surprised to see,
a drop or an acceleration.
Sorry, an acceleration.
Because people were expecting that because of the wearing out of the base effect.
So, but then I was surprised to see 15%. I was like, one thing that caught my attention was that same 15% or inflation target that the president during, I think, when he was presenting the 2025 budget, that this is the target for inflation. And I was like, okay, no problem. I'm beginning to doubt some NBS credibility here, but away from that. So looking at it by numbers before we look at it in terms of impact. So now that we have inflation at 15%, if you look at it in terms of average, it's almost, I think, 20.3%. And then when you now compare with the old data, right, that's maybe around 33%, then 2023, 24%. So you can see that we gradually see a decline in inflation rate. So, but even though we have inflation easing right from a year ago, it actually shows that yes, there's a bit of respite and relief for many consumers, but not at maybe where we were before, maybe when we had the removal of the petrol subsidy and the naira devaluation, which I think spiked inflation and all. We've not yet gotten to that point. But what many people are saying, that prices are still high, but they are not rising as much as they did a year ago. Is either maybe prices, for example, apart from petrol price has come down, I think a bag of rice, but other things are still on the high side. But they've just been stable, or maybe they've been rising, but at a slower pace. So, but another thing that I think we should also pay attention to about inflation is the food inflation. Because I noticed that in December, food inflation was 10.8%. And that tells me that, does that mean that we're going to get to single digits, maybe by January or by Q1? Because I was like, because food inflation or food prices contributes to more than 50% of the general inflation.
And it's been the primary driver of inflation.
Could it be that maybe by Q1 we could see inflation get to single digit? Because according to the NESG economic outlook on Thursday, they project inflation to hit single digit, I think 2027, 2029. So even before they had seen the rebased inflation numbers, so could it be that we could actually see that single digits closer than expected? And if we get to that point, it means that we can actually meet most of our peer countries. I mean, Ethiopia got to single digits.
Good.
That was in December. And you have Ghana too. That's also in single digits. So meaning that we can actually be at par with our peers when it comes to inflation. But even if we get to single digits, are we going to see prices drop? Because in Nigeria, maybe
whatever goes up never comes down.
It doesn't come. It's either it stays at that level or it just maybe rises, but at a slower pace. So those are the things I think we should pay attention.
But with inflation, should we ever have any expectation that prices will drop? I think inflation measures the pace of growth now. So it's always going to accelerate, but it's the pace of that acceleration that makes a difference.
It won't really rise as fast.
As we've seen in the past.
Because last year was when we 2025, right? 2026, we got to the disinflation trend. So that's what we might actually see. So maybe at single digits, maybe price will be stable. I don't know. Do you think it might be stable for a long time?
Well, if you look at the data, what is driving the deceleration we're seeing, as you've said, is largely food prices and the fact that you've seen some exchange rate stability. I know that it would be nice for us to have single digits this year, but I feel like you also have to bear in mind that it's a pre-election year, and that typically has some inflationary impact. It does. So I'm watching out to see what really happens, but it's a good sign. I mean, this downward slope that we're seeing in inflation, I mean, it's good. But it leads me to the next question, which I have for Dr. Adeosun, which is the question that I imagine that a lot of Nigerians have, and I'm, right now, watching us, or just looking at the data. Inflation has been declining for like 10 months now. We're now at 15.15%. But it looks like the gains really of that disinflationary trend is not being entirely felt by the average Nigerian. I know that you can make the argument that, wait till if inflation was still skyrocketing, then people would know that, wow, they should be thanking their God that it's declining, that they would have had to pay more. I mean, we have seen the prices of some, staple food items come down even, and then others just growing at a slower pace. And that should be positive, right? But the truth is, poverty is still rife. The IMF projects that over 140 million people will be in poverty. The World Bank, 140 million people will be in poverty this year. And that is largely as a result of the cost of living crisis, which is a direct impact of inflation. So even though we're at 15%, like Bumi earlier said, our peer countries, for instance, are in single digits. So what would it take really for the gains of this disinflationary trend we're seeing to impact poverty levels?
All right, that's $1 million question, because it's we know poverty itself is multidimensional, multifaceted, and so there's a lag, but the lag is further accentuated by human factors. For example, in December, we are all witness to the fact that the prices of petrol went down. But who gained? Only people who are using their private cars. Anybody who enters public transport, both interstate and intrastate, nobody saw any drop. In fact, what we saw, you know what happens in December? A spike. So which means the gains went to the transport operators. Is that the fault of the Central Bank of Nigeria? So, which shows that monetary policies is not enough. Several multiple other things need to be done concurrently, including orientation. Thank God for what some of the operators did. For example, I saw Dangote and MRS putting out a communique that if you see any MRS station selling above this call, if they didn't do that, maybe a few MRS in city center will be self-regulated. The others, the local manager or will do something funny. So I think we, the citizens, we are not helping each other. We take advantage. So when there is an increase in price, it is instantaneous. When there is a decrease, you hear statements like, I need to clear my old stock. And nobody knows how much stock you actually have. And so you can hold on to multiple new stock as old stock now forever. So these are some of the people issues there. Again, I'm saying this so that we don't always blame the government. We citizens, we harm ourselves. We do ourselves a lot of disservice. However, I know, again, we're in a free economy, but organizations like Consumer Protection, I expect them to move around.
Precisely, yeah.
And also publish.
These are the things they should take seriously.
Yes, move around, because they shouldn't wait for petition. Not all Nigerians are enlightened even to petition.
To file a petition, yeah.
So they should have like mystery shoppers and so on and so forth, so that there are benchmarks to say this is a range of which maybe prices of certain things should be. Of course, I know we are trying not to do a price control because we are trying to do a free market economy, but we can't continue to allow people to suffer. For me, it's very, very important.
Yeah, you talked about the fact that there's only so much that monetary policy can address when it comes to inflation, and I think I heard something similar last week when I think it was the IMF representative to Nigeria, who said that monetary policy has reached its wit's end in terms of just controlling inflation, and then the reforms that we're seeing, the macro reforms. So what are the other policies? What do we need to see on the fiscal side that can help also address the inflation challenge that we're facing?
So it's for me, I think it's obvious that we need to do more with respect to purchasing power parity. We need to do more with income. I saw on social media a few days ago, somebody had a shopping list 2 years ago.
Yes, I saw that as well. Yes, and it was 25,000 in 2020. No, are we saying the same one now? The one I saw was an invoice for a receipt actually for 2020 versus 2025. And then in 2020, all of the items he bought came to a total of 25,000. Yes. In 2025, it came to a total of almost 150K.
So you need 6 times more income to match the same thing. So the question is minimum wage. Has it gone up
6 times?
6 times. You get. So these are some of the realities.
Dr. Adeosun, that's a very critical point you have made. So yes, minimum wage. I hear you say that the minimum wage, for instance, needs to be reviewed 6x really for us to keep up with inflation.
Exactly.
Which is important.
To be at the same level.
Exactly, to be at the same level. But that's pretty difficult because where will the government get the money to do that? Which is why it's important for them to really focus on bringing down or curtailing inflation, because they know that if it skyrockets, they cannot afford to grow or increase the minimum wage by 6 times. Where will the money come from? Already, our budget, our budget allocation, a lot of it already goes to the current expenditure, which includes non-debt recurring expenditure and then debt expenditure. So, and that's a lot for a developing economy. If about 60% of your budget is going to recurrent expenditure, it's not the way to go, especially in a country like ours where we have huge infrastructure deficit and we need investment to really move.
One thing I want government and subsequent government to note, knowing our peculiarity as a people, we should not allow that kind of quantum inflation again.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because we can attain it, but would we get back? Would we recover? Realistically speaking. Because these things actually worsen the poverty rate.
What things now?
I mean, the inflation generally.
Yeah, of course.
It's part of what worsens
the biggest
poverty
culprit.
rate.
Yes, it's the biggest culprit.
But we are reversing the inflation rates now, but the poverty rate is not moving downward relative to the changing. So it's a big lesson. Don't think you can let things get bad and then you control it.
Yeah. So, Bumi, okay, you want to say something? Go ahead first.
I think there's something that we're not doing.
Okay.
When you talked about reducing poverty numbers so that you can enjoy the gains of the declining inflation rates, the states, for example, I think I saw a post somewhere where somebody was saying that the states are now having more money from the FAC. You know, they've moved from the era of not having money and now they have money. So, but are we holding them accountable to this? Because I think there's something the World Bank also said that the states have more access to people, also in delivering all the major services to them, to improve their standard of living. So, are we holding them accountable? Do you understand? Okay, now that inflation is coming down, how do now citizens now enjoy the gains of the declining inflation? You increase their purchasing power, like we talked about. Okay, for example, let's say maybe I don't know which state I can talk about. I don't, so that I will not be picking.
Yeah, but just any state. But you're right. I mean, state budgets have jumped astronomically.
Let me even be specific. Let me just look about the total budget for all the states. 2022, before the removal of the subsidy era, total expenditure was around 15 trillion. More than double to about 32 trillion.
Wow.
Thanks to the reforms. But my own is that what has changed? I remember then Cardoso also talked about that. This is what the monetary policy has been doing to bring down inflation. But the fiscal side, what are they doing? We now need to put them accountable that now you have the money. We need to see how you guys will use this. And
some people have even simply been talking. Yeah, some people have been simply talking about just investing in social intervention schemes now from the states. That you're flush with cash. You've got a lot of money from the reforms, is petrol subsidy removal, exchange rate liberalization. How are you giving back some of that cash to the people?
So that's another thing where accountability comes in. Because I don't know this phrase, something that says more money, less consequences, less growth, and less development. There's that money there, but we don't know how they hold them accountable. Okay, let me tell you, for example, the agriculture sector. I don't want to dive into maybe what the NGS talked about. So if you look at some major sectors, for example, the agri sector, I think grew at a faster pace to 3.7%. That's from about 0.0% from Q1 last year. When I saw that number, I was actually surprised because it's been a while that we've seen that number, because the sector has been plagued by insecurity, flood, and some other.
And it's happening at a time where you have less interventions channeled to the sector. So it's not really a money problem.
So there must be something that maybe a policymaker or the government did to achieve that growth. So now back to holding them accountable, right? Okay, for example, let's say you want to, in terms of capital expenditure, let's say, for example, they want to provide in the agri sector tractors at a subsidized rate. Do you understand? Who is the one that's going to deliver this? Which company at what cost? So that's the problem. How do we audit this budget expenditure that they say they are going to do? It's not every time that they will just pass budgets, but we need to audit the expenditure. You say you want to do this. When do you want to deliver it? At what cost? What has it achieved? What effect has it had for the citizens? So we need to now, I think the accountability has to increase from the citizens, because we are all, if anything goes bad, we are always fond of blaming the president or our ministers. In terms of even looking at performance of scoreboard, we're always moving to them. So I think we need to hold them accountable for the state.
Absolutely.
So just a quick one in 30 seconds on this accountability, which I think is big. See the Bodija issue in Oyo State. Look at the huge amounts. Forget the part that has not been released. Was it released to be saved in a bank? Just a food for thought.
Good one. I think we should wrap up on this now. I mean, great conversation we've had already, but we still have one more topic to address, which is equally as important as the decline in inflation, which is the last week, the Nigerian Economic Summit Group released their economic outlook reports. It was a very well-attended event at their office in Ikoyi. And I think one of the things that stood out for me was their GDP growth rate projection for 2026. And they think the economy will grow by 5.5% this year. 5.5%. Now, if you compare that with what the World Bank has put out, I think it's 4.4%, which is good. Mr. Adebayo Tiliwa of CFG Advisory projects about 5% as well. Bismarck Rewani, around 5%. It looks like there's some sort of consensus that Nigeria is entering its era of, strongest GDP growth in like 6 years, this year, right? And I'm wondering, yes, we see the signs there. The economy, the reforms are coming to fruition finally and all of that. But, we're talking about poverty and what it would really take to deal decisively with poverty in Nigeria. Is 5.5% growth enough to, decisively or to move the needle when it comes to poverty reduction in Nigeria?
So, to be honest, it's not enough, even though it's a quantum.
It is, but
based on the problems we are trying to solve and the value we are trying to unlock, we should be looking at, say, 6 to 7%.
I think we should be looking at 8 to 10%.
We should be at very
yes. We have 140 million people living in poverty. That's more than half of the population already. If you really want to move the needle with that, you have to grow the pie significantly, and we're looking at 8 to 10%. That's the only way that you can meaningfully reduce poverty in a country like ours with the size of our population. 5% is good. We haven't seen 5% since when?
Forever.
2014, and so if that's going to happen now, then we know that even while that is good, it's still nowhere close to what we should be growing. I mean, China's economy grew at 5% last year, and they're not sharing the news. Oh yes, I mean that's an example. So it's just your economy should determine the pace at which you're growing, right? And the needs that you have within your economy. I think we should be looking at 8 to 10%. Maybe Bumi can share some insights from what the growth targets are for other African countries, and how that compares with Nigeria's growth projection for 2026.
So I would say that other economic growth projections are almost in line with what Nigeria, because if you look at inflation too, last year, a lot of African economies are seeing a lot of eating inflation. I talked about how Ethiopia and Ghana, I think Ghana was, among the 10 biggest economies to get to single digits. That was, I think, in September, thanks to the appreciation in the cedi because of the surge in gold prices. And then you have Ethiopia, which are doing a lot of reforms, just to get their economy attractive to investors and improve the economy. So it's actually in line with what is, going on. And then you talked about the 8.8%. I actually think that
8 to 10%.
8 to 10,
yeah,
almost a double. So yeah, maybe we should be doing more, but at the same time, maybe they're actually looking at the risk. There's one thing.
The risk of growing by 8 to 10%.
No, maybe just maybe increasing or grading that their projection, because the World Bank said.
No. I'm not even. No, the NSG's projection is fine. They've done their projection. I'm saying that what should we realistically target? Yes, what do we need as a country to reduce poverty? I have no issues with the projection of the NSG. I think it's very much aligned with our own prediction at BusinessDay as well. Our own forecast based on data. Yes. Yes, so but I'm saying that yes, 5%. Everyone has been cheering it. That wow, this is really good.
Our desire.
Yes. It's not. I don't think 5% will cut it. That's what I'm saying.
Because sometimes if you have a big audacious goals, you can take certain steps, radical steps to shake.
And there are a lot of low-hanging fruits in Nigeria's case.
Which is why I talked about the aspect of accountability. Because let's say, for example, you give me this projection. What do I see? You're telling me that economic growth is actually going to increase more. Right? So I, as a policymaker, I will tell myself, okay, what do I need to do to put in place? I talked about the aspect of the states.
Subnational. States and local governments.
Really need to step in now, because I think according to the municipalities have done their own part. And according to what you said, and from what the World Bank said, they've already exhausted their monetary policy. He said, I think that they've exhausted monetary policies. Now,
what more can they do? Increase rates some more?
You can't even, because if they do that,
People are talking about the need to reduce rates. They are finally at their wits' end.
Growth, so they would not want to go back. And another time, the NES also said that they should not also stop. They should continue with the policies they are doing. So that's just so bringing that state. We need to bring them more accountable, because if you look at the sectors that actually contribute to this growth, for example, agri, manufacturing, trade, maybe construction, maybe just let us leave real estate. But these major three sectors, do you understand, that actually contributes to the GDP, a lot to the GDP growth, and also employ jobs to many people. I tell myself, as a policymaker, I tell myself, okay, what can I do to actually, improve that sector? And how can I actually, improve that sector? That's by creating jobs. That's where I talked about the state. I talked about the tractors. For example, if you said I bring in a tractor at subsidized rates, do you understand? Hold me accountable. Do you understand? Okay, when it is going to be delivered, at what cost has it been delivered to the people? And then also, if it has been delivered to people, you understand, for example, the farmers, is it increasing production? So all those things has to come in so that it will have a multiplying effect.
Yeah. What I hear you say now is that the government should really take a look at labor-intensive sectors and be more intentional about targeted policies and interventions to ensure that they can create jobs for the people.
Manufacturing sector and also the trade sector. It will surprise you that maybe for some quarters now, they are not even growing 2%. They are below 2%, and that actually worries me. So now this is why I said that, okay, what does this state government?
Agri and trade, you said?
You don't know agri, manufacturing and trade.
Oh, okay.
Even agri, there's at 3%. It still tells me that what if it goes down in the fourth quarter? Do you understand? So I told myself that what are the state government been doing to actually provide jobs in this sector? Because when you provide jobs for this sector, you provide more incomes for these people.
That's the $1 million question.
And you also know that they also are trying to get the 1 trillion.
And we're in a pre-election year.
Exactly.
And Rivers is already showing signs already.
Yeah, I agree. I think if I were to just summarize this last conversation we had, really, it's that the government needs to play maybe not a bigger role, but all the tiers of government, including the ones that are closest to the people, play a better role in terms of just identifying those labor-intensive sectors and targeting their interventions there to ensure that they're able to create jobs. I mean, you talked about agriculture and trade. For instance, those two sectors are the two biggest contributors to GDP. And then real estate in third, and then you have manufacturing, ICT, and the like. So what are we doing? And we know that agriculture is quite labor intensive. What are we doing to just improve the outcomes in that sector? I think that's important. And then, of course, earlier we talked about the sex capital rules, with the winners and the losers, whether we think the timeline is sufficient for them to raise that capital, especially on the back of the banking and insurance recapitalization we're seeing, which is still ongoing, although the banks, that would end by March. And then we talked about inflation, right? The NBS, the December inflation, we expected an artificial spike, but the NBS did some tweaks and adjustments, which sat down well with some people, but not with others. But we talked about that as well, and that's good. So to our viewers, that's all we can take for today. I hope you enjoyed today's edition. We're missing Mr. Frank Aigbogo, who's typically the host of this show, but he's unavoidably absent. I hope we served you well in his absence. We hope to see you again next week. Thank you, and bye-bye.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. the hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Shift Conference. Before I say anything, please can we put our hands together for Dr. Sam Adeyemi. I was on a salary of 30,000 naira a month, and I asked myself, Gabriel, what else can you do to earn 30,000 naira a month? If I can sell 1 truck of diesel, I'll make 30,000 naira a month. When you have a strategy, you implement it.
You must be intentional about building strategic relationships. The power that you have is not absolute in the space, because you must control the space to work, to support you to deliver value. Hard work is good. I didn't say don't work hard, but working smart is better. Working smart is about maximizing productivity using every resource that is available to you.
Your mindset is like a compass. If it's off just a little bit, it's going to take you a lot of time to reach your goals. See, money is a tool. And so what I realized is if a person can change their priorities around their money, they could change their outcome. If they can change their mindset around their money, they could change their money outcome. Our financial outcomes is a derivative of our money behaviors.
You cannot travel within and stand still without. When you see cannot, that's riding on the principle. If I could push the inside, the outside is designed to do everything possible to catch up with it.
It gives us great pleasure to unveil to you, reveal to the world for the first time, his latest book titled Shifts.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Hello and welcome to the big story right here on the Business Day Television Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Just when tensions around the impeachment of Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara appear to be easing, a fresh court order has pushed the state back into uncertainty. On Friday, a Rivers State High Court restrained the Chief Judge from receiving or acting on any impeachment notice from the House of Assembly following a suit filed by the governor and his deputy. The matter has been adjourned to January 23. This latest twist, the third impeachment attempt against Governor Fubara since 2023, has reignited a major constitutional debate. Who really controls an impeachment process, the legislature or the judiciary? Well, joining me this morning is legal practitioner and public affairs analyst Damian Ajayi. He joins me on the Big Story this morning. Welcome to the show. Right, Damian, if you could please unmute your audio because we can't hear you. Please do well to unmute your audio so that we can catch your audio. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you very well.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much for joining. At first, we couldn't hear you. Damian, talk to us. How significant is this court order restraining the chief judge from accepting impeachment notices from the House of Assembly?
Once again, good morning. I believe you're referring to the interim injunction gotten ex parte by Fubara to restrain the CJ and the Speaker of the House and the House of Assembly, the State House of Assembly in general, from proceeding with the investigation and impeachment processes. I think, if you look at the nature of that order, is an interim injunction ex parte. So I believe is always given when you intend to preserve the rest, when before a matter goes out of order, you quickly go to the court so that they can preserve it in a way that it does not affect the substantive matter. I mean, in line with the rules of courts, applications and interim injunction is always supported with a substantive matter and a motion or notice. But you bring such an application when it's not possible for you to quickly serve, to put the other party on notice, when there's urgency. So I don't think there's anything wrong with that. If you remember, I think in 2023, the present governor of Ondo State also sought the same interim injunction when he wanted to be removed as a deputy governor. I think he got same from Justice Umwit in Abuja. Court orders are to be obeyed, generally.
Fantastic. But when you look from a constitutional perspective, does this amount to judicial interference, or would you say that the court is acting within its powers?
The courts, don't forget that the courts will have given such an order. It would have, parties will have made their arguments before it. The courts will have seen the urgency. That is the way it's supposed to be. There must be real urgency in such, before granting such an order. But I don't think it's an interference. I beg to differ, because you must also understand that the court under Section 6, subsection 6A and B, have inherent powers, that extend, notwithstanding, to anything contrary to the Constitution, that extend to inherent powers of the court, that extend to persons, government. So, if there are issues, it's the courts you will go to, whether rightly or wrongly, So I don't think that, there is undue judicial interference. I think that is proper. If a party feels that, okay, there's an issue to be addressed and make the right application, I don't see why the court should not, in its wisdom, grant the application.
Right. So talk to us, in an impeachment process, where does the balance of power truly lie? Is it with the legislature? Is it with the judiciary? or is it with the Constitution itself?
Well, of course, we run a constitutional democracy. So the Constitution is the ground norm. The Constitution, is the Bible, is the supreme rule book. We all abide by, and every power and every legislation and every authority and government, take their power from the Constitution. So the Constitution is the ground norm. In this case, the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as amended. In respect to impeachment of the government, basically, we're referring strictly to Section 188, subsection 1 to 11, of the 1999 Constitution. Yes, if you look at judicial authorities, from Inokuju and Adeleke to APC and PDP 2015, in respect to Fayose, if you look at Honorable Daplong and Dariye, these are Supreme Court authorities. It's strictly a legislative affair. But then the court's position has always been, look, yes, it's a legislative affair. If you look at Section 188, we talk about the House, 1/3, notice of allegation from the Speaker to the CJ. The CJ constitutes a panel, of persons, to look at the allegations, then, reports back that, okay, these allegations are valid or they are not valid. Then based on it, the House can now, remove the governor based on that report. But that is strictly a legislative affair, because if you look at Section 188, I think 10 and 11, which talks about gross misconduct and ousting the jurisdiction of the court, you will see that what amounts to gross misconduct is largely at the discretion of the legislature. It's not really defined. It's what they say amounts to gross misconduct. Largely, that has always been, the interpretation out there. Then subsection 11 talks about the ouster clause, that the court should not intervene. However, I think particularly in Inokuju and Adeleke, 2007, in respect to the removal of former Governor Ladoja, the Supreme Court was very, very, very careful to lay it down that even though Section 188, subsection 11 has an ouster clause whereby it says that the jurisdiction of the court cannot be brought in to determine or to question the validity of an impeachment. The court was, the Supreme Court was very careful in that, and I think it was Nikitobi who said that when it comes to clauses, when it comes to provisions that house the jurisdiction of the court is careful, to give it away, and the court looks at his omnibus powers in Section 6.6, Section 6 subsection 6C of the Nigerian Constitution, which states that the judicial power shall extend to all matters, notwithstanding anything in the court. So the court is very careful, and the rule has been that, look, yes, it's a legislative matter, but then the procedure in Section 188, subsection 1 to 9 must be strictly followed before, must be strictly followed, and if not followed, the court can actually intervene.
This is the third impeachment attempt against Governor Fubara since 2023. What is this frequency? What does it tell us about political stability and governance in Rivers State?
Well, I go back to the Supreme Court cases too. I also, in the case of Joshua Dariye, the court was very, 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 very admonishing, is saying that, the powers under Section 188 to impeach and remove the governor must not be used, must not be used at, for political tool, must not be used for political vengeance or rascality, because it goes to the roots of our, democratic, socialization and values. Be that as it may, of course, there's no place in the Constitution that says, okay, this is the amount of time that the House of Assembly can go about, in the process of impeaching the government. So whether this is their third time, or this is their second time, or this is their fourth time, actually, is a political or an internal thing. But I think, honestly, that from what you've seen in the media, I think that we must be careful. We must take it seriously that those powers, the powers given under Section 188, to the legislature must be taken, very, very seriously, and shouldn't be used for political vendetta, but rather be used, as should be used in furtherance to checks and balance towards development, growth, and democratic sustainability. Also, I will also say that beyond that, I think that if you look at the allegations, because the allegation that's posted in the media against the governor, Governor Fubara, these are serious allegations anyway, but at best they're allegations. And I think that there are serious allegations, because you're talking about appropriation, you're talking about the allegation includes spending money without appropriation, restraining and constraining the activities of the House of Assembly and other financial issues. So I think these are serious allegations. But the authority, the Supreme Court authority, has been that the procedure in 188 subsection 1 to 9 strictly followed. And I think that it's how you go about doing what you're doing is as important as what you're doing. And I just think that they should put the interest of the people in River States.
Okay. You mentioned something about how you go about doing what you're doing is important than doing what you're doing, or something like that. But is it possible for the lawmakers to legally continue this impeachment proceedings while this court order is in place? Or would that amount to some sort of contempt of court?
Well, I've listened to, the divergent, different views of this matter. Some people have said, the courts cannot intervene because the court has been ousted, the jurisdiction of the court has been ousted in Section 188, subsection 11. The CJ is not obliged, to obey the court order. But some also have argued that a court order is a court order, and a court order must be obeyed, whether rightly or wrongly, because it's a court order. And the proper thing in law is to go and vacate the order. That's why it's an interim injunction. You have the time to file your motion to discharge the order, or file your counter to the motion on notice, in pursuant to the interim injunction. So there are laid down processes to this, and I think that we should not overheat the polity unnecessarily, because the court is there for all parties, for the claimant, applicant, and the defendant, respondent. So if there's a court order, it must be obeyed, and obeying the court order it does not mean that the substantive matter has been dealt with. But in this case, the interim injunction is to preserve the rest, is to preserve the issues pending, the hearing of the motion on notice, where parties are given the opportunities to argue out their respective cases. And the court, in its wisdom, will determine one way or the other. And I think that is how, our laws, the rules of courts and our constitution have laid it out. And I think it's important that we should just follow suit.
Are there any risks that we see here? I mean, risk for the Rivers State Chief Judge, who is now caught between legislative pressure and a subsistent court order. Are there any risks here?
If a CJ is not going to obey a court order, I don't know why the law. The CJ should not face the penalty of the law, because the CJ is the chief judge, in the states, and I think that beyond that, there's the responsibility to ensure that laws are obeyed, orders of the court are obeyed, there's law and order. So if the CJ is not going to obey a court order, when there is no contrary court order, or there's no vacation of that order, I don't understand why there shouldn't be consequences. As a matter of fact, I will take you down history. If you look at the case of APC and PDP in 2015, the Supreme Court judgment in respect to the removal of former Governor Fayose in 2006, 2006 thereabout, you will see that, the CJ at that time, I think it was Honorable Justice Adejono or thereabout. He was for his actions, he was reprimanded, and he was removed from office, and he was sacked as a judicial officer for doing the things he did. So I think that, of course, NJC is watching, the Nigerian Judicial Council, the CJ, and they are all watching. And I think that judges have the appropriate authorities, to discipline them if they're found wanting.
Now, but we're looking ahead to the January 23rd hearing. If you were to look through a crystal ball, really, what legal outcomes are possible, and which developments should Nigerians be watching closely for?
I think that the action of the CJ will go a long way in determining how the pendulum swings. We are all waiting. The CJ has acknowledged, is said to have acknowledged receipt of the notice, of allegation, and the request to set up a panel, which the CJ is constitutionally bound to do. But in the face of this interim injunction, we are looking. We are waiting. We want to see what the CJ will do, whether the CJ will obey or not obey, would in a long stretch determine the unfolding of events and how things will pan out.
But just on a final note, is there a lawful or a political way of exit from this crisis, or are we headed for something that seems to me to be a prolonged institutional showdown?
Well, you see these things happen now and again. It happened during Ladoja, where lawmakers, gathered at D. Rogers Hotel to impeach a governor. It happened in Fayose. It happened to Fayose when the panel was set up, and the panel's report was that, the allegations were not valid, and another CJ was appointed and said the allegations were valid and went ahead to, indict the governor and remove the governor. And we saw it in Joshua Darie's case, where, as a matter of fact, out of 24 lawmakers, 10 people sat down to remove a governor, without, notice, to the 14 other lawmakers. So, history has, but then, of course, the Supreme Court has always been consistent in its ruling, from, Kojo Anadeleke to, APC and PDP in 2015 to Joshua Darie's case. They've been consistent in the principle. Yes, of course, there's a political solution. There's always a political solution because, of course, all these things are in the fair of politics. So, of course, there's a political solution. The court is mindful. The court, is mindful and supports, and encourages political solution if they can be for amicable resolution of matters. Of course, it's because people cannot resolve. That's why they go to court. And of course, when people go to court, they must submit to the jurisdiction of the court. They must submit, to the outcome. But then I think that, yes, it overheats the polity. And it's sad because, I'm talking about Kojo Anadeleke that happened in 2006. I'm talking about Fayose in 2006. I'm talking about Joshua Darie's case around that time, 2005, 2006. And 20 years later, they're still held up. We are still held up in that mumbo jumbo, in that political rascality, in that, anomy, I don't think we are moving ahead. I don't think we are building democratic institutions. I don't think we are listening to the Supreme Court. I don't think we are learning. I don't think we are doing the right things. But I just hope that, these things just don't come to us in a way that, it implodes further, especially when election is around the corner, because at the end of the day, it's the people of Rivers.
All right, thank you very much, Damian Ajayi, legal practitioner and public affairs analyst, for joining me on The Big Story this morning. I hope you enjoyed the rest of the day. It was lovely speaking with you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You've been watching The Big Story right here on the Business Day Television Breakfast Show. Up next is Social Listening. Do stay with us.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Shift Conference. Before I say anything, please can we put our hands together for Dr. Sam Adeyemi. I was on a salary of 30,000 naira a month and I asked myself, Gabriel, what else can you do to earn 30,000 naira a month? If I can sell one truck of diesel, I'll make 30,000 naira a month. When you have a strategy, you implement it.
You must be intentional about building strategic relationships. The power that you have is not absolute in the space, because you must control the space to work, to support you to deliver value. Hard work is good. I didn't say don't work hard, but working smart is better. Working smart is about maximizing productivity using every resource that is available to you.
Your mindset is like a compass. If it's off just a little bit, it's going to take you a lot of time to reach your goals. See, money is a tool. And so what I realized is if a person can change their priorities around their money, they could change their outcome. If they can change their mindset around their money, they could change their money outcome. Our financial outcomes is a derivative of our money behaviors.
You cannot travel within and stand still without. When you see cannot, that's riding on the principle. If I could push the inside, the outside is designed to do everything possible to catch up with it.
It gives us great pleasure to unveil to you, reveal to the world for the first time, his latest book titled Shifts.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
Watching the Business Day television breakfast show, and now we're on to social listening. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and I'm here with
Onyeka Valentine.
Very well. Let's get straight into the conversations Nigerians are engaging with online today. We'll start off firstly with one which is gaining attention, which reports that the Nigerian Air Force has neutralized more than 40 terrorists during coordinated close air support and air interdiction programs in Azir and Musaram communities of Borno State. The operations were carried out on January 15 and 16th by the air component of Operation Hadinkai, following actionable intelligence and in close coordination with troops engaged on the ground. According to reports, NAF aircraft were deployed in the early hours of January 16 after receiving a distress call from troops in contact at Azir, where terrorists were withdrawing from the area after engaging ground forces. Now that one is making the round, certainly, because we're talking about over airstrikes of killing over 40 terrorists. Maybe to some it's good news, but certainly creating some conversation online. Let's see the reaction to this story on social media, Twitter, Instagram. There've been loads and loads of them. Americano says that's what they always tell us, yet no video evidence. Weeks ago, the US made an airstrike, uploaded the video, and also there was evidence of the destruction it caused. Well, that person seems to not believe. Ali, one message says, to every member of the Nigerian Air Force, we see your sacrifices. We appreciate your skill and courage under pressure. You are the reason many families can sleep a little safer tonight. Keep soaring high. God bless our gallant troops. God bless the Nigerian Air Force. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria forever. That's Ali, one message, only one message. Do we have more reactions to this story? Crypto Silencer says, quote and unquote, Nigerian Air Force airstrikes kill over 40 terrorists in Borno State. Now, you can see he put it in quotes. Then it says, is it confirmed? 40 is a small number. I want to hear 500 at a go. We're talking about 40 is a small number. We're not even seeing pictures or nothing to follow. No evidence. Like Burnabout will say, I mean, just like that person is asking, we need to at least have some visuals to follow, but we don't have anything. And Crypto Silence is talking about 500 at a go. But yeah, I get the message. We get the message.
First and foremost, can we just give a round of applause to the Nigerian Army / the Nigerian Air Force? Okay. Before we start looking for loopholes, let us start by saying it is not easy that someone like you and I, a human being, can decide to take up a job where his or her life is put there and constantly on high risk and high alert. All because he or she believes in this nation, carrying the nation's, burden on the back. It's not easy flying those planes. Yes, I know someone will say, but that's what they're being paid. That's what they're being trained. Yes. But truth be told, you must have what we call the heart of a warrior to go and face terror head on. So let's give it to them first and foremost. Now, about the story itself, I'm almost tempted to sing a song by Peter that goes, I'm your soldier. I'm sure you know that song very well. But that aside, about the story, about the caption, whether, I'm reacting to the contributor there, whether it is 500 that is real or 40 that is not real. Look, the fact that our taxpayers' money is being put in place, right, to procure this hardware, to make sure that we put people out there to fight Boko Haram, whether or not the numbers are 40 or 41 or 10, a strike at the enemy's camp is a welcome idea, because which means that at least for what it is, we're not sitting on our hands. And I can tell you for a fact, right, having seen the trajectory, and that's what we're broadcasters who, before we come on air and say anything, must first and foremost have done our research, isn't it so? Look, we have a man who not only understands the theater of war, but also understands that this is the time to forget any idea of negotiation or any idea of talking with bandits, rather hit them hard. And so I think we should begin to see the positive thing here and not begin to dwell on that idea of, are you sure they are not just telling us lies or this? Come on, we see what's happening. We might not be there in person or present. Everyone cannot be there fighting Boko Haram or fighting these insurgents right there at the battlefield. But the ones who are there, because they are not taking pictures and, show you, doesn't mean they are not working. Besides, don't forget there's some security concern around it. We talk about that when US, sent a missile, Tomahawk missile to Sokoto there, right, at the heart of those criminals and hit them hard. We saw evidence. Let's just be real. What we saw was, the shrapnel that was left of the bomb. When Tomahawk missile hits, flesh disintegrates. When a missile is sent to anyone's way, especially when in the clustered area, look, you can hardly even pick up a bone. And I see the picture they showed in our fighter jets. So if there were strikes, right, there were bullseye strikes at the Boko Haram camp, bullseye strikes at those areas where these people are converging, right, truth be told, you might probably not see anything that's left there, because these are high level impact warheads that are used for this thing. So I think I want to agree with, our defense minister of the wonderful name, Christopher Musa, retired, General Christopher Musa, retired. Like I said before, he's someone who understands the theater of war. And no better time to have such an experienced person than now. So if anyone else is saying otherwise, look, it is Nigeria, it is social media, people will talk. And because the social listening, we will listen to them, come and analyze, and throw it back to the audience and now say, viewers, what do people think?
What are your thoughts? Finally. Let's move on now to the next conversation, which Nigerians are reacting to, which is the surprising arrangement for the marriage ceremony of 9 children of the Minister of State for Defense, Bello Matawali. I see you have a lot to say. According to the invitation, which has the minister's picture, the weddings will hold at the Central Mosque of Abuja by 1:30 p.m. on February 6th. The names of the children are Ibrahim, Suraj, Safia, Mariam, Aisha, Fahad, Mood, Nana, Fidelsi, and Farida. Obviously, this has certainly taken social media space by storm, because we're talking about 9 children on one day. That certainly is not something we get to see on a regular day. But let's see some of the reactions on social media. I mean, it might just be trying to kill 1 stone, 10 birds with 1 stone.
Or you might just try to use the stone to chase the birds away.
Well, that's one reaction from King Oziegbe Audion. It says, if part of these 9 children getting married happens to be ladies, I sincerely hope they are mature enough, fully grown, and ready for a commitment,
but we just said they're
rather than being premature or too young for it.
I mean,
9, he said children now. Even as a 50-year-old person, you're still children for your parent. Like, it's my children. So that children is a description in general. So D. Joe says 9 weddings one day. Nigeria's defense minister is celebrating big while citizens battle hunger, insecurity, and a collapsing economy.
That is my point.
This is why people are angry. It's not envy, it's disconnect.
I think,
absolutely.
Before we jump to the next contributor there, I mean, look, we have come of age where we need to understand, even with our eyes closed, we are able to identify round holes and not put square pegs in them. I mean, there are bigger issues. I'm not saying that you shouldn't join people together. It's a quite sensitive topic because, if you look at it, right, the religion over there kind of supports, someone's way. But is that our priority right now? Is someone who's going to go into a matrimonial home, shouldn't he or she have two things major? One, education, which is key. Secondly, right, have some form of social welfare, such a way that the person doesn't end up becoming a liability, rather the person becomes what we call, an asset to each other. Shouldn't we have a framework where these people are matured enough? Because when you say children, my own take, correct me if I'm wrong, my own take is a child is a child, right? Maybe we're looking at people, children who are below 15. Even if you're below 18, are you even matured enough to be able to handle this thing called marriage? Remember, wedding is one day. Marriage is by an age.
Absolutely. But I find it really thrilling because even trying to marry off one child, especially in Nigeria, where we spend a lot of money, so in countries like South Africa, they're very simple about celebrations. But India, we also know, spends lots of money on weddings. But marrying off one child is a lot of money in terms of celebration, putting things together, however rich you are. But 2 children, it's also is already wild in itself. But then we're not talking about 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
There's an economic angle to this thing. If, for what it is, this has it happened before now?
I haven't seen it. It might have happened, but because there's nothing that's never happened, I believe.
So I don't think this is Debbie. But however, the economic value here,
it might be anyway.
Although I'm not in support of marrying off children, I believe every human being should be matured enough to make their own decision, right? And not being pushed by anybody. But I don't know the story surrounding how they were, brought together. But my point is, there's an economic value today, which is, are you saying that when you marry them off, you set them up with what they need to set up a business or set up a life such a way that they can be able to fend for their family, and when they are old enough to start having children, they can take care of those children? Is there economic value to it that will become, get into a space of multipliers effect that will not degrade the child or stop the child or stop the person who becomes an adult from becoming great, such a way that there's no, put this one, that there's no distraction? Are you going to also have the child to be educated? And I hope when that union comes together, they don't start thinking about making babies since they are still children. So there's a whole lot which most people in the international world want to frown at, because he said marrying children, is it to each other or children to adults? I don't know how the breakdown of that story is, but the idea, or for me, why I'm frowning at it is I see children there, quote and unquote. Children deserve to enjoy their childhood.
I'm also just thinking, I think the part I'm also just thinking about is the disconnect. There are people who can't even afford to feed anyway. In this case, one might say, they are not the causes of, they are not the, how we say, I'm not the cause of your problem, which is fine. But I'm just honestly, I can't say much. 9 children getting married off at once. I think it's also that point of, how old are these children? But I want to believe that the minister will be sensible enough not to be marrying off underage children. I want to believe so.
He's a minister, and for you to be a minister, you have some integrity and honorable to your name. So, Oga Minister, people at home want to find out. I hope that you're making the right decision.
Does he want any explanation anyway? Anyway, we'll keep our fingers crossed and say on February 6th. If he's marrying off underage, definitely Nigerians will not take it easy. But congratulations to them. Final conversation today. This one really excites me. I find it intriguing. Now, it's the launch of an app called Rattle by Nigerian crypto entrepreneur Linus Williams Ifejika, who is popularly known as B-Lord, which has further intensified its long-running rivalry with social media activist Very Dark Man, whose real name is Martins Vincent Ose. Now, B-Lord revealed that this app name was inspired by Rattles, which happens to be the nickname used to describe Very Dark Man's loyal fan base, very, very loyal fan base. Now, this move has sparked widespread reactions online, with many Nigerians describing it as a bold attempt to turn controversy into commercial success. Now, the Retell app, which was launched on Sunday, is a fintech and utility platform which allows users to purchase airtime and mobile data, pay electricity bills, and manage other utility services across several African countries. You know, all of those things we just did seem like an ad for the Retell app.
I was just going to say so.
To be honest, it seemed like an ad. It's not. We're not doing any advertisements here, but that's also really clever of him. You know,
to jump on the
but
positive
I also am not a fan of. I mean, in the world that we are, it always seems like people can get away with you know, crooked means. You might as well, because yes, you have a long-standing rivalry, right? You can continue your rivalry in your own way, right? But now going on to make use of the name that happens to be the name that your so-called you're a fan. That's just the truth. Whether I like it or not, people don't even understand this thing. You're a fan because you decided, because people are, now we're talking about it, right? Which is what you wanted. I won't talk about, if you had created one app, maybe Linus app, we won't be talking about. So that's his idea. Good for him. That I hope that at the end of the day, his app makes sense, because yes, the Rettells, funny enough, will go on because they'll be curious to see this app. They'll probably even download. So you've made use of it. So whether you like it or not, instead of it to go there and collaborate, do you understand? The person you think is your rival, you should be collaborating with him, because now you're making use of his fan base to do whatever it is you're doing.
Most definitely.
I don't know if you share the same thoughts with me.
So I do. And in fact, I might make it even more intensified. I'll explain to you why. So when you, like you said, when you are in so-called feud with someone, right? What is going through your mind constantly without knowing that you are around what we call an echo chamber? So you are thinking of how to respond negatively or one way or the other, you know, show your superiority that you don't even know.
They are living rent-free in your head. That's why you go and use a Retell. Like
exactly, you know. So, but now this is the interesting part. Now the man with people don't understand that man very well. He's someone who will tell you he's already seen beneath. So there's nothing you will say or do that will make him feel somewhat way, you know, what's what I'm looking for now. Some call it less valued. He's someone who is willing to go all out, and he responds to things very quickly. Don't be shocked. Very soon now we'll see Deji, who is his lawyer, will come out and say, Derry Rackman has sent me to, you know, write below the letter. Because don't forget, Retell is a registered name. He actually has a registered office.
Did he register it?
Of course.
That's good.
Let's be honest. I mean, he has an office in Abuja now.
Really?
Yes.
What does he do there?
Well, it says he listens to cases of, you know, where
is he a doctor? Well, is he a lawyer?
Well, I mean,
he listens to cases.
So again, when he listens to people bring issues to him.
Or is it that man that does label?
For what it is, at least the office is now functional.
Really?
And it has a logo that
says. So what would you call the name of that office? What would you call it? Arbitration?
I would say is in line with, you know, people who are one way or the other offended that things didn't go well, or someone who's been scammed, or someone who's been just basically that human rights idea.
So that office is what? Right. So because you have to define, if you're coming to Business Day, you say you're coming to what? Business Day studio or Business Day office, newsroom, whatever. If you're going to that office, where do you say you're going to?
This is Retell Movement. I saw the logo.
And is it a bank? Like if you're going to a bank, you say you're going to a bank. If you're going to school, you're going to a school. What's the name of that
whatever
place?
It is that is called. I'm not an advocate. People should go and ask.
It's actually interesting for me.
I'm not an advocate, but the good thing is that I like the fact that now it gets even more interesting. Just gonna jump on this.
But let's see some of the reactions online. This is actually really interesting. Like, who does that? Victor. Because exactly. Thank you. Exactly what you're saying. Victor Nathaniel says, this dude apparently isn't a smart entrepreneur. He can get sued for the name. You're latching on someone's on someone's brand, and you say you are having rivalry, you are beefing the person. Meanwhile, that same person, you are a fan. Damn for True Love says it uses the advantage of what people know the most to improve its business strategy. that can only last. Let the app just be a good app. That's all I'll say. Excel says Billot's business and marketing ideas should be carefully studied. I agree, but you better make sure that that app is a good app. Do we have more reactions to this conversation on social media? In the absence of any reactions,
I think so. Very Dark Man's going to respond to this. He's someone who is also business inclined. We saw how he was able to go to places like China, to start bringing in phones and other things. We saw the videos he made.
It's actually very business savvy.
We saw his friendship with Mr. Ross and finally fall out with Mr. Ross. I mean, all this was on social media. But because we are Business Day, to us, the question will now be, how does this add value and business? Really? Now I'm looking at a Rattle app that someone else who is his rival is coming up with. Most definitely, Very Dark Man is going to respond. I wouldn't know if he'll do that.
I'm waiting for his response.
But again, maybe we should wait for his.
Like you'd say, you're gonna learn, you learn in the hard way.
See, look at we are now almost sound as if we are his fan.
Actually, because at first you were advocating for an office, then me, I'm here. We actually sound like we're fans
actually has
right
an
now.
office. He does. So
we actually sound like fans, but yeah, it's what it is. I wish them
but also,
the best.
I must say this. I think it's not easy, going the route that he chose.
Who did?
Right? That's Very Dark Man. It's not easy. It's a tough call because a lot of people who have been wronged in many ways and not been able to be heard in different areas like the police stations and other areas probably won't have money to even contact a lawyer. Basic human rights violation. For you to say you stand for, for justice, and any injustice to one is injustice to all, and you want to create a movement out of it, it's not easy. I mean, the whole world documented how he started from the streets, carrying this, carrying that, and then finally has now become a household name where as soon as he puts up his phone to do a live, everyone is on it. I think it's a strong statement he has made out there. But let's just see how it unfolds and if Billot truly will not get sued.
I think we'll just keep our fingers crossed and see how VDM reacts to this, because one thing about VDM, it will definitely react.
He has not been given food to eat.
It's probably even set up his ring light right now. We'll probably be seeing something in a few hours, or at least before today ends. Well, that's where we wrap it up this morning on the Business Day Television Breakfast Show. We hope you enjoyed the show from start to finish, from the newspaper headlines to, of course, the big business week with Ololade Akimorele, as well as the chief economist, as well as Bumi Bailey. And hope you enjoy the big story and then social listening stories. I personally did. We hope you have a lovely day ahead. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
I'm Onyeka Valentine.
Until tomorrow, stay safe.
For many years, the NNPC Limited and First ENP joint venture, operating under Petroleum Mining Leases 53 and 54, has stood out not only as an engine for energy production, but also as a committed partner to the communities that hosts its operations off the coast of Bayelsa State. Across our 11 host communities, our belief in shared prosperity is brought to life in tangible ways. Through initiatives in health, education, infrastructure, and enterprise development, as well as the Host Communities Development Trust, we are delivering programs that create real, lasting impact. One of the most transformative of these is our flagship Berkey Scholarship Program, a cornerstone of our education development pillar. Through this initiative, 51 talented and determined children from our host communities are gaining access to one of the top secondary schools in Lagos, Nigeria. For many, it is a life-changing opportunity to see a world far beyond what they once imagined.
The Berkey Scholarship Scheme started out after we undertook our baseline assessment in our host communities, and we identified a huge gap in education. And one of the ways we decided to focus on education was to provide scholarship to students in the communities.
When I heard that I was the one that took first in this scholarship examination, I was happy because I know that I'm going to make my parents proud.
I like that my interval scholarship, I was so happy. I don't know what to say.
If looking at it, nobody in this place for now can sponsor a daughter or a son to that place. So it's a good impact that students from Fishan community are enjoying College Lagos.
But providing world-class education is only the beginning. We created a mentorship program that pairs each student with a first ENP staff member, offering guidance, encouragement, and a steady hand throughout their academic journey.
The mentorship program has not only added to the boys and girls under the mentorship scheme, I think it has added to me as a person as well. It gives fulfillment and joy that you are able to impact someone else that is not necessarily your blood, and you can see them grow.
Because for us, these students are not statistics. They are stories. Stories of children whose dreams are now within reach, empowered to become change agents for their communities. Stories of families whose hopes for a brighter tomorrow finally feel possible. Stories of communities witnessing the power of education to transform their future.
I can remember when the first set came. Very timid, shy, unsure of what will happen, but have seen a lot of transformation.
Many of them have taken leadership positions. Many of them are good in sports.
My teachers, actually, they have changed my life in many ways, especially in my reading and writing.
Being here has helped me in different areas in my life. In my academics, I am more stronger now than before.
I want to thank First ENP for this bright opportunity because it's a very big one. It has changed so many lives.
Each child represents a spark of potential, of hope, of what tomorrow could be. And through Berkey's scholarship program, that spark is being nurtured into a flame that can one day light up the world. We believe energy is more than natural resources. It is the drive to create opportunities. It is the power to uplift. It is the courage to build a better future. One child, one family, one community at a time.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away
Good morning and welcome to Business News Hour here on Business Day Television. I am Norma Owona, and here are the top business stories making headlines today. NGX total market valuation jumped to 217.749 trillion naira mid-January 2026. Nigeria faces 40% US tariff hit over Iran trade ties. 62.5% rise in electricity sector debt threatens federal government 1.2 trillion naira bond. Abuja Disco transitions into Holdco, names new subsidiaries. Federal government allocates below 1% of 2026 budget to fight poverty. And we begin today's business news in Nigeria, where the Nigerian exchange closed mid-January 2026 on a strong note, with total capital market valuation rising to over 217.749 trillion naira, representing a 43% gain, according to data released by NGX Limited on January 16th. Market capitalization across equities, bonds, and exchange-traded funds increased from 150.898 trillion naira at the end of December 2025 to 217.749 trillion naira, reflecting renewed investor confidence and sustained market momentum. The rally was largely driven by the equities segment, alongside strong performance in exchange-traded funds, which recorded significant price appreciation across multiple sectors since the start of the year. Overall, the market expanded by 66.75 trillion naira, translating to 67.2% growth, with equities emerging as the dominant contributor to the broad-based market expansion. The fixed income market remained relatively stable, while the ETFs segment posted strong gains, underscoring growing investor confidence, interest in diversified and accessible investment products on the exchange. And moving on, Nigeria faces a potential 40% tariff barrier on exports to the United States following new trade penalties announced by President Donald Trump against countries maintaining commercial ties with Iran. In a statement on his Truth Social platform, Trump said the U.S. would impose a 25% tariffs on all countries trading with Tehran, covering all forms of commerce with immediate effect. When added to the existing 15% reciprocal tariff on Nigeria's exports, analysts say the cumulative 40% duty could significantly disrupt Nigeria's access to the U.S. market and distort trade flows. The move may also eliminate informal energy exemptions that previously shielded Nigeria's oil and gas exports, exposing energy shipments to the highest U.S. tariffs in decades despite their strategic importance. Nigeria's risk exposure is linked to rising trade with Iran, largely fertilizer imports, even as experts warn the tariff shock could further weaken Nigeria's already fragile export competitiveness in the United States. And meanwhile, efforts by the federal government to resolve outstanding debts owed to electricity generation companies are facing mounting pressure as the sector's debt burden climbed 62.5% to 6.5 trillion naira by the end of 2025, from 4 trillion naira at the start of the year. In response, the government launched a funding program in mid-December 2025, issuing a 590 billion naira Series 1 power sector bond as part of plans to raise 1.23 trillion naira by the first quarter of 2026 to improve sector liquidity. Nigeria's power sector has long struggled with persistent debt, limiting investment in critical infrastructure needed to improve electricity supply nationwide. However, the initial bond issuance, 300 billion naira under Tranche A and 290 billion naira under Tranche B, has raised concerns over transparency and effectiveness of liquidity interventions. A report shows that generation companies received just 35% of invoices for power supply to the national grid, worsening the liquidity crisis across the Nigerian electricity supply industry. And also, Abuja Electricity Distribution PLC has announced its transition to a holding company structure, a strategic move designed to strengthen its operations within Nigeria's evolving electricity market and decentralized regulatory framework. The company says the restructuring follows the Electricity Act 2023, which empowers state governments to establish independent electricity markets and regulatory commissions, necessitating operational realignment by distribution companies. AEDC explained the new structure is aimed at improving governance, enhancing operational flexibility, and supporting efficient service delivery across its franchise areas under state-based regulation. As part of the transition, the company has incorporated two subsidiaries, Niger Electricity Distribution Company and Kogi Electricity Distribution Company, operating under the respective state electricity regulatory commissions, while remaining part of AEDC Group. Key executive appointments have also been announced to lead the new entities. Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer Chijioke Okuokonye said the holdco structure allows AEDC to meet state-specific regulatory requirements while maintaining a unified corporate identity, consistent workforce policies, and a strong commitment to service excellence, innovation, and customer satisfaction across all operations. Still on, the federal government plans to allocate 206.5 billion naira to poverty alleviation programs in the 2026 budget, representing less than 1% of the proposed 58.47 trillion naira total expenditure submitted to the National Assembly. A review of the 2026 appropriation bill shows that poverty-related projects across ministries, departments, and agencies, including the service-wide vote, amount to just 0.35% of total spending, or 0.89% of the capital budget. Most of the allocation is concentrated in the service-wide vote, where two recurrent provisions under the National Poverty Reduction with Growth Strategy account for 200 billion naira, or over 96% of the total poverty envelope. Outside the service-wide vote, MADAs collectively account for only 6.5 billion naira in poverty-related projects, largely comprising small geographical targeted interventions and program monitoring activities. Allocations under agriculture include funds for food distribution, basic water infrastructure, and skills acquisition, reflecting a limited mix of direct interventions aimed at poverty reduction across selected regions. In other news, the National Agricultural Land Development Authority, NALDA, has received a significant increase in funding under the 2026 appropriation bill, with a total allocation of 25 billion naira, up from 7.43 billion naira in 2025. In 2025, the agency's budget focused entirely on capital expenditure, primarily for land acquisition, land clearing, and the procurement of agricultural equipment to boost food production with no separate recurrent costs. The 2026 budget introduces a more detailed structure, including 1.04 billion naira for recurrent expenditure, covering personnel costs of 274.75 billion naira and overheads of 763.26 billion naira. Personnel costs include salaries, allowances, pensions, and contributions to the National Health Insurance and Employees Compensation Schemes, while overheads fund travel, utilities, maintenance, and training programs. Capital expenditure dominates at 23.97 billion naira, with allocations for fixed assets, construction of housing, schools, and agricultural facilities, environmental preservation, and mechanization, including a major 19.03 billion naira earmarked for research and development and monitoring activities. The increase reflects a strategic shift from basic land acquisition to comprehensive investment in infrastructure, mechanization, innovation aimed at improving agricultural productivity and food security across Nigeria. We'll take a short break now, and when we return, we'll bring you the latest updates shaping the business world in Nigeria. Stay tuned.
Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protections from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength.
What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the
Welcome back. You're still watching the Business News Hour, where we keep you informed on the developments driving economy and the markets. Access Armed Pensions has surpassed the 4 trillion naira earmarked in assets under management, marking a major milestone and highlighting strong growth following the merger of Access Pensions and Armed Pensions. The achievement represents a significant rise from less than 3 trillion naira recorded at the completion of the merger in October 2025. Since then, the combined entity has accelerated growth, supported by strengthened governance, enhanced investment capabilities, and an expanded nationwide presence. The rapid increase of over 1 trillion naira in AUM is less than 14 months reflects growing confidence among contributors, higher contribution flows, and improved customer engagement facilitated by robust digital platforms and service channels. Acting Manager Director Abimbola Suleiman described the milestone as a clear sign of trust in the institution and the strength of its operation model, adding that innovation and investment in technology remain central to the company's strategy of growth. With over 2 million retirement savings accounts under management, Access Armed Pensions continues to maintain one of the largest contributor bases in Nigeria's pension industry, focusing on sustainable investment and enhanced customer experience. In other developments, FCMB Group PLC has secured a national banking license for its flagship subsidiary, First City Monument Bank, following a major capital raise. The license allows the lender to continue domestic operations while working toward 500 billion naira capital threshold required for an international license under Nigeria's banking sector recapitalization program. The Central Bank of Nigeria recently revealed that 20 deposit money banks have already met the new capital requirements, up from 16 banks reported at the end of 2025, highlighting progress under the ongoing recapitalization initiative. Under the revised framework, banks operating with international licenses must maintain a minimum paid-up capital of 500 billion naira, while national banks are required to meet a 200 billion naira threshold. FCMB surpassed the national requirement after completing a 147.5 billion naira public offer in 2024, securing its national license. The development ensures operational continuity for the group as the 31st March 2026 deadline approaches, providing a platform for strategic growth within Nigeria. And also, UBA Foundation, the corporate social responsibility arm of United Bank of Africa PLC, has distributed essential materials worth millions of naira and dollars to school students, orphanages, internally displaced persons, and vulnerable communities across Nigeria and 19 other African countries. As part of its Food Bank and Giving Back initiative, the foundation said it's reached over 100,000 individuals with essential items and cash gifts between November 2025 and January 2025. 2026 rather, aimed at easing financial pressures during the year-end and start-of-year period. In Nigeria, beneficiaries included communities across regions as well as orphanage homes and IDP camps, while similar support was extended to countries including Ghana, Kenya, Senegal, Uganda, and Zambia, positively impacting hundreds of thousands across the continent. Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer Bola Atta, who visited orphanages, say that the Destitute Home, Okobaba, Lagos, emphasized the foundation's commitment to creating lasting social impact through year-round interventions. In another major development, Nigerians continue to rely heavily on cash withdrawals despite higher automated teller machine charges introduced by the Central Bank of Nigeria, as the value of ATM transactions rose to 36.34 trillion naira in the first half of 2025. Data from the CBN's quarterly statistical bulletin shows that ATM withdrawals between January and June 2025 nearly tripled the 12.21 trillion naira recorded in the same period of 2024, representing a 109.66% year-on-year increase. Transactions volumes also surged with 858.8 million withdrawals recorded in the first 6 months of 2025, up from 496.47 million in 2024, a growth of 72.98%, indicating that higher charges have limited impact on cash demand. The sharp rise comes despite the CBN's revised ATM fee regime, implemented in March 2025, which introduced charges of 100 naira per 20,000 naira withdrawn from other banks and surcharges of up to 500 naira on off-site locations such as malls, fuel stations, and airports. Still on, Champion Breweries PLC has announced plans to raise 42 billion naira through a public offer of ordinary shares to fund the acquisition of the Bullet brand portfolio and support its broader growth strategy. The public offer, priced at 16 naira per share, forms the second phase of the company's 58 billion naira capital raising program and complements an earlier rights issue. The offer, open until January 21st, 2026, is expected to fund the Bullet acquisition while boosting working capital for operations, innovation, and market expansion. The acquisition represents a strategic shift, expanding Champion beyond traditional brewing into high-growth, ready-to-drink and energy beverages. The assets carved out includes Bullet brands, trademarks, product formulas, packaging rights, intellectual property, and distribution agreements across 14 African markets without acquiring a manufacturing facility. Managing Director Dr. Inalegu Adoga said the acquisition strengthens Champion's long-term growth platform, diversifies its revenue base, and enhances earning reliance, supported by rising operational efficiency and strong financial performance in recent years. And finally, to wrap up the Business News Hour, small, medium, and sized enterprises, SMEs in Nigeria, expected to gain from the country's new tax laws by realigning internal processes, improving tax reporting, and deepening engagement with government agencies, according to industry experts. Professor Uchenna Uzo, director of Africa Retail Academy, says retailers will be particularly impacted, making operational adjustments essential. Companies are being advised to review tax reporting practices, invoicing, pricing strategies, supplier management, and interactions with manufacturers to remain compliant under the new regime. The Lagos Business School noted that businesses are already tracking early implementation stages to restructure operations in line with evolving enforcement patterns, ensuring alignment with regulatory aspects. And experts emphasize that the reforms signal the end of business as usual practices in the retail sector, as firms will need to implement robust systems and processes with compliance and regulatory units playing a central role in monitoring and applying new requirements. Drawing on experiences from other markets, Uzo stressed that Nigeria's reforms are extensive and significant, requiring SMEs to adopt proactive measures and to fully leverage the opportunities presented by the updated tax framework. And that's where we wrap it up today on Business News Hour. I am Norma Obuna. Thank you for joining us and stay tuned at Business Day Television for the latest updates, in-depth analysis and insights shaping the world of business.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end?
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, the economic trends. The app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
World, ideas are born every day, but only a few make it to the investor's table. Fewer make it to the funding stage, and just a handful rise to become the stories we celebrate. And what usually separates the survivors from the forgotten? Communication. The rare ability to pitch with clarity, with confidence, and just enough magic to turn a skeptical investor into a believer. Today on Startup Spotlight, we're diving deep into the topic, communication secrets every startup founder must master. My name is Gloria Brown, and joining me today is John Sinaya, an executive speech skill coach and communication strategist with over 35 years of experience helping leaders unmute their voices, refine their stories, and pitch with confidence and clarity. John Sinaya, welcome to the Startup Spotlight. It's a pleasure to have you join us.
Thank you.
So let's quickly dive right into the questions. You started this journey 35 years back ago. Can you tell us how it all started?
Okay. So you're taking me back 35 years.
Let's see how the starting process
That's quite
like.
a long time. I actually started in broadcasting, Radio Nigeria, as what we used to call a duty continuity announcer. So I got my training, my basic training there, the training school right there. And I was there this was in 1979, actually. So I was there for a little bit up till 1981, when I then left our shores and went abroad to study advertising, which is communication. So I practiced advertising itself for many years. And then at around 2002, I decided that, listen, let me go back to my first love, which is helping people to speak with clarity and confidence. So that's where we are now.
So at what point did you realize that helping people unmute their voices, it's something you want to dive deep into?
Yes, and I don't know, you sound like a seer, because it actually struck me when I went for surgery. I had a major surgery outside the country some 7 years ago. And when I came out of the surgery, it dawned on me that I could have
achieved a lot, do the things you like,
yeah,
you know.
That's,
What if
that it was even
if
possible that I didn't come out of the surgery alive. So I said to myself that if I had passed on the operating table, that God would have asked me, what did you do with your talent? So at that point, I decided to give back, to pour myself into vessels that deserve it. So I started training people on speaking with clarity, confidence. Yeah, so that's how I got there.
What are the top 3 communication skills that every startup founder that is looking forward to pitch their ideas to investors must have for them to succeed?
And the answer I'm going to give you now is sustainable.
Okay.
Because it's going to almost like last all through this discussion. Because for every startup business person, you need clarity, one, you need confidence, two, and you need connection. Connection in the sense that you have the ability, to deliver what the other person wants to hear. So the 3 C's: clarity, confidence,
and connection.
Yes.
Talking about confidence, when starting out, a lot of people definitely they go for trainings. They want to train themselves on how they can come on stage and speak. Talking about confidence, for a lot of startup founders, they have this imposter syndrome. They have fear. They have doubt. When they stand up to speak, they start trembling. They are scared and all that. How can they gain confidence when it comes to pitching and communication?
Yeah, by practicing. By taking every opportunity that comes to them, because it's like riding or learning to ride a bicycle. You don't get it all in one day. And I'll tell you something, even the greatest speakers still have butterflies in their stomach when they get out there to address the public. So it comes with consistency in practicing, right? So you don't do it and leave it on one side. You even record yourself, stand in front of the mirror, critique, ask your family, your friends, to listen to you. And it comes with a lot of practice.
A lot of practice. What about mistakes to avoid starting out?
Mistakes will always come. And so many times we are even too hard on ourselves when we make mistakes. Let me say that sometimes even the audience doesn't realize that you've made a mistake. Right? It is when you get rattled or you show that you're rattled that the audience now realizes that, they must have made a mistake. So leave those mistakes. It doesn't matter. You're human. Even the audience knows that you're human and they will forgive you for making mistakes. So making mistakes is not a problem. Just learn from it.
And grow from it.
Yes, correct.
Thank you so much. Now let's talk about when you're ready to, let's say you've started enhancing your communication skills and you've built your confidence to the stage and then you're ready to pitch, let's say your product or your idea to an investor or a sponsor.
Prospect, yes.
What strategy can a founder or a startup use to pitch their idea to an investor for them to believe in what they are selling? Strategies.
So I warned you earlier that I'm going to talk about clarity, I'm going to talk about confidence, and I'm going to talk about connection. So it comes to play here. So yes, you have an opportunity. Sometimes it's a rare opportunity for you to pitch in front of investors. So what you have to show first, or what you have to do first, is to be clear. Be clear, be simple in your communication, in your messaging, right? Speak clearly, all right, so that they understand what you're talking about. Don't be complicated in your messaging. Make it as simple as possible. There's a tendency for startups to want to say a lot of things or show a lot of things at the same time. It may not be the best at that time. At the point where you are doing your presentation, you need to keep it simple, very brief, to the point.
And most times investors or the people you're pitching your ideas to, they're always in a hurry, a lot of pressure on you.
Yes, sometimes they even do it intentionally to just to see how confident you are. So that takes us to the next C, which is confidence, right? So speak with clarity, speak with confidence, because confidence reflects that you're in control of yourself, okay? So when you speak with confidence, it reassures your investors or prospects, that you're in charge, you're on top of your game.
I'm in control,
Yeah, you're on top of your game. And then, of course, connection. Connection is the ability for you to identify what the investors really want and connect with it, their goals, their yearnings, and values and all of that.
Storytelling these days goes a long way when it comes to pitching. How can founders use storytelling to pitch their ideas to make it memorable and also convincing for investors to buy their ideas?
Storytelling is magic. Storytelling simplifies everything. Makes things alive. It humanizes, even the most complicated situation. So you tell a story. It helps your listener to relate. So it helps relativity. It brings into perspective what you're trying to say, and it helps you to paint pictures, vivid pictures or better pictures in the minds of the listeners, the audience, as the case may be, your investors, your prospects. So storytelling is, like I said, is magical.
Yeah.
We always advise that you tell a story. It breaks ice. It allows you to connect quickly with your audience. So storytelling is a very viable tool for every speaker, not just startups. For every speaker, you meet a girl and you want to chat about.
Tell me about it.
And you tell her a story, and immediately within the first few seconds or a minute, she's drawn to you because you're able to tell a story. So storytelling is very effective.
Still on the storytelling, is it right for people to, when trying to pitch their ideas to investors or to sponsors, is it right to tell a story that is not real, trying to fabricate stories that, that are not your stories?
You can lie.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, you can do fiction. You can
just to get their emotions
just to connect with them. Yes, you can quickly make up a story. And you see comedians do that very well, effectively too. They tell stories. Most of the time they're not real life things, but they're able to create, stuff. And it's very important for you to be able to tell those stories credibly.
Credibly.
Yes. So that your audience or your listener connects with you quickly and relates with you.
And feel what you're saying. Emotions comes in play, and then people feel like your story is relatable, and then
absolutely
correct.
Absolutely.
As the founder of Unmute program, what technical keys do you teach your client when they're about going for investors meetings?
Yeah, the Unmute Yourself initiative became very important when I realized that a lot of executives or people in leadership position have for a long time carried with them a lot of baggage, a lot of difficulties with communicating with their audiences. So Unmute Yourself helps them to package, to have the ability to distill their messages, simplify their messages, humanize their messages, productize their messages, and to communicate effectively with their listeners' audience. So it's a package that helps the executive, to be able to communicate with clarity, communicate with confidence, and connect with their audience at the same time. And a lot goes into it. Listening skills, persuasive skills, persuasive skills, speech skills, all kinds of skills. And it even goes as far as working on mindsets, skill sets, tool sets. And these are 3 different sets of things that every executive has to have.
You've talked about a lot of skills right now, listening skills,
mindset
skills and all that.
Yes.
So when, these skills along the line, you develop them along the years, when you keep moving forward, you develop them. So while starting out as a startup, let's use myself for an example. As a startup, what are the major keys, the major skills required from the starting point when learning how to communicate effectively?
The ability to speak with clarity. Very important. And maybe I haven't emphasized it enough.
What do you mean clarity? Do you mean pronouncing the words very well, or aligning your ideas together?
Communicating.
Okay.
It talks about your pace, your pitch, your tone, right? It talks about, it relates to how your choice of words, There's a lot to do with clarity, I sit here now and I speak at a pace that is convenient for this program. I would not necessarily speak at this same pace and clarity, because you can see I'm enunciating my words very deliberately. I'm making
and you're
sure that
choosing your words.
I'm making sure that every word that comes out of my mouth is heard by the viewers. So that is deliberate, that's intentional. That's talking or speaking with clarity. Okay? I hope that answers your question.
Correct. So let's talk about startup teams. Founders, they have teams. How can startup teams use a unified message? When you have a team, everybody want to speak in one voice. What strategy can they use? I know you've talked about the 3C's, the clarity, confidence, and connection. What unified strategy can they use so they can speak in one voice?
I like the word unified, because the answer to that is syncing. They have to be in sync. They have to practice consistently. They all have to be on the same page, like we say. So that will be the strategy for success. Always make sure that you review or you preview, your goals, your company's vision, your values, and all of that as a team. Because it doesn't work well if you go for a presentation, Mr. A is saying something and you are saying the opposite. So it's important that you always have pre-presentation, what do you call it? Practice
the team.
Exercises, so that everybody is on the same page. So that would be the strategy I would recommend. Always go over it. It's like cooking a meal, for a guest, right? You make sure that the meal is properly made the way you want it before serving it.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have to look at every stage of your preparation before you serve.
This is Startup Spotlight. We'll go on a quick break now and return with the most interesting part of the conversation. Stay with us. Back. This is Startup Spotlight. If you're just joining us, we'll be speaking on the topic communication secret that every founder should know about. And we've been speaking with John Sinaya on this topic. Welcome back to Startup Spotlight.
Thank you, Glory.
So let's move forward to a more relaxing question right now. So what's the one unforgettable moment during your years of pitching and teaching people how to pitch effectively?
Wow. And I've had several.
Oh, really?
I've had several. You'll find that situations will always come up when something funny will happen. And then there are times when you have to kind of like look for something that will make your presentation or your opening, your ice breaking interesting. Maybe the way you come on stage or something you say that immediately gets the attention of the audience. So those first few seconds are very key, very important in every presentation, or even anytime you need to address the public. The first few seconds, are very important. So to answer your question directly, there was an occasion when somebody on my team, who was leading the team actually, went up, and it wasn't part of our rehearsal. He went up and he told the client that he wanted to tell them how we almost lost our business. And we were not expecting him to say that. And of course it got the attention of the client, and they were all ears right from the first few seconds. And he was able to navigate and turn it around and let them know and show them how resilient we've been as a company. And I think that was what got us the account, because the client was probably looking for a team that is resilient, that is strong, and all of that. So he used that to his advantage. But I'm also warned that you have to be careful, how you use these things especially when you make them up.
Mm.
There are times when you make a meal of the rain or the bad roads or the traffic as you enter the room, and you make fun. You use that to connect quickly, promptly with your audience. So different things will come up that you can use. But I think that one stands out.
There are times you prepare your speech, you go through your speech, you practice over and over again in front of the mirror. Let me use myself as an example. While starting out, I remember the day that I practiced my speech very well, but when I got to the stage, I forgot all I had to say.
Yes.
And that's where thinking on your feet comes in. How can one master thinking on your feet? How can one learn how to do these things from the starting point?
You see, it's the important thing is not to cram, like we say, to cram your scripts. You will get it wrong. Just
there are sometimes when you write your script, there are some things you want to say word for word,
so
because
you just have to note the most important things. The important thing is for you to understand your script, understand the message within or behind your script, and then just pick a few words, a few keywords, and try and remember them. I always say to people that make a note of it. You can see sometimes I try to cheat with my phone because I have a few points here. I'm not superhuman, especially in front of the camera. The camera has the way of wiping things away from your mind.
Right. Yeah.
So never take it for granted. You just put down a few notes, little squares. We have those post-its, the little squares. Just put, not in prose. You can just put little words, few words that will remind you of what you plan to say. So just a little glance at it.
And then that's it.
And it gets you back on track.
You made mention of how the camera can wipe.
Oh yeah, the camera does that very effectively.
What about people that have a lot of ideas they want to sell out?
Mm-hmm.
They have in them already, they know how to go about this stuff, but they are afraid of fixing the camera.
Yeah.
What can we say to those kind of people? How can they come out from their shell and then be the best speaker that they can be?
Yeah, they need training. They need to be assisted. They need to be helped. And that's why people like Johnson and I exist in the world. Because we will help you, we'll hold your hands and take you across the road, right? And help you to overcome stage fright. It's called glossophobia, stage fright, okay? And with stage fright, once it sets in, it wipes your memory. There are times when you even forget your boss's name. You're asked to introduce your team and you forget your Oga's name. And you're looking at him and saying, Oga, what's your name? So these things are natural. These things are normal. It comes as a result of nervousness, excessive nervousness. So never mind when it happens. Just, there are a few tricks that we teach people. Breath control. It comes back. Tell a joke. Yeah, there's so many things you can do.
If every startup founder can have one communication superpower, what do you think it should be and why?
It's your question. But I love that question.
Yeah.
Because
sometimes we wish we have superpowers.
You should have up your sleeves as a startup at every time, any point in time, is strategic simplicity. Simplicity. Keeping it simple. If you keep it simple, it makes it easier for you to manage your message, to manage your communication, to manage yourself. If you make it complicated, you get yourself in a twist, in a bad twist. So learn as a startup, not even just as a startup, learn to keep things simple. Humanize your numbers. People go for presentations with huge numbers, 1,026 million. There are other ways you can express those complicated things. It can be technical, right? But as technical as it may be, the important thing is for you to be able to keep it simple and communicate it, to your audience. So strategic simplicity.
Finally, what advice do you have to give to startup founders who have a lot of ideas in them that they want to sell at, but they're afraid, they don't even know how to start?
Get a mentor. Get assistance.
Everybody keeps saying get a mentor, get a mentor.
Yeah, get a mentor. A mentor is someone who has gone that way before and is experienced and can share that experience or those experiences with you. Get a mentor, get a coach. All right. I'm not saying it because I want to make money.
What about if you know, mentors these days, it comes at a fee? A lot tells you, what are you paying for my time and all that?
I think it's a good investment, you know, for you to be able to get on top of your game. Professionally, you need assistance. You want to make more money? Because you see, the icing on the cake of communication is the ability for you to be able to deliver. You know everything. You have the content, you have the knowledge, you have everything, and then you can't deliver. Then you need to invest in that skill, you know, that will allow you to deliver effectively. So get a mentor, get a coach. How much are they going to charge you? It will just be a drop in the whatever, or what you stand to gain in the long run.
Talking about the gains, what are the gains in the long run?
More business.
More business.
Yes.
More money.
More money. If you're able to communicate and sell your product effectively with good delivery, or you're able to communicate and get a girlfriend you're looking for many years.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, the benefits are there for you to see. So yes, get a coach, get assistance, get help. Get help.
Thank you, John Sinaya, for your time and for your honest insight on the topic on Startup Spotlight today. It's really a pleasure to have you. Thank you so much.
And I hope I'll get another invitation soon.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Today, we've peeled back the layers of what it truly means to pitch like a pro, not with fear, not with chaos, but with clarity, with confidence and connection. And to our guest, thank you for sharing the secret behind powerful communication. And to every founder watching, your pitch is more than words. It's the opening chapter of your startup destiny. Until next time, my name is Glory Brown. Keep building and keep watching the Business Day television.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is the Business Day TV Midday Bulletin coming to you live from our studio here in Lagos. Coming up, NGX total market valuation last year filling station sells cheaper petrol than Dangote products, says. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I am Norma Obuna. The Nigerian Exchange closed mid-January 2026 with a total capital market valuation of over 66.858 trillion naira, representing a 44.3% gain and closing at 217.749 trillion naira. This is according to the latest data released by the Nigerian Exchange Limited at the close of business on Friday, January 16th. The NGS market capitalization, comprising equities, bonds, and ETFs, rose from 150.898 trillion naira as of December 31st, 2025, and to close at 217.749 trillion naira on Friday, January 16th, 2026, reflecting a 44.3% increase. The increase is largely driven by equities and the exchange-traded fund segment, which has seen remarkable appreciation in price valuations across the various sector securities since January. Comparative analysis of the data obtained shows that the equity market segment recorded a sharp expansion, with market capitalization rising from 99.376 trillion naira to 166.13 trillion naira. Moving on, Dangote Group has signed a contract valued at over $350 million with India's state-owned Engineers India Limited. Under the agreement, EIL will serve as the project management consultant and engineering procurement and construction management consultant for the expansion, replicating the role it played in the delivery of existing 650,000 barrels per day refinery, which was commissioned in 2024. This expansion will be executed through the addition of a second processing train and will focus on the production of Euro VI compliant fuels. Dangote plans to increase polypropylene production from 830,000 tons per annum to 2.4 million tons per annum by revamping its existing polypropylene units, installing an additional 1.2 million ton units, and adding a 750,000 ton UOP Oleflex units to boost propylene feedstock supply. And still on, the Federal Ministry of Solid Minerals Development has dismissed claims by the Northern Elders Forum that the federal government has cited a gold refinery in Lagos in violation of the federal character principle. The clarification was made in a statement issued on Sunday in Abuja by the Special Assistant on Media to the Minister of Solid Minerals Development, Segun Tomori. According to the ministry, the allegation misrepresents comments made by the minister, Dele Alake, regarding the inauguration of a gold refinery project and the broader reforms in Nigeria's solid mineral sector. The ministry insists that at no point did the minister announce that the federal government owned or established a gold refinery in Lagos. Tomari says the newly established gold refinery was an initiative of Kyan Smith, a fully private-owned mining company aimed at developing the local gold industry through innovative practices. Coming up, no filling station sells cheaper petrol than Dangote products, says oil companies. There's a more after this short break.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on
Oil marketers have refuted claims that some retail petroleum outlets are selling fuel cheaper than the 739 naira per litre at Dangote refinery designated filling stations, attributing such reports to just speculation. The marketers revealed that apart from MRS filling stations, which are affiliated to Dangote Petroleum Refinery, they do not think that any other marketers or retail filling stations are selling below that price. The marketers noted that the favorable price is a major reason why we no longer see queues of vehicles at MRS filling stations across the country than other retail outlets, as Nigerians prefer cheaper petroleum products. In the awards, the favorable price is the major reason why you no longer see queues at the MRS filling stations across than other retail outlets, as Nigeria prefer cheaper petroleum products. The National Publicity Secretary of the Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria, Chinedu Ukadike, has insisted that he doesn't think that any marketer is selling petrol lower than the price announced by the Dangote Petroleum Refinery. And away from that story, ATM withdrawals surged to 198% despite higher fees. Nigerians withdrew 36.34 trillion naira, from automated teller machines in the first half of 2025, nearly tripling 12.21 trillion naira recorded during the same period in 2024. According to reports, transaction volumes climbed 73% from 496.47 million to 858.80 million withdrawals. This surge reportedly occurred despite the introduction of higher ATM charges in March by the Central Bank of Nigeria as part of its efforts to discourage cash usage and promote electronic payments channels. The new fees impose 100 naira per 20,000 naira withdrawn from other banks' ATMs, with additional surcharges of up to 500 naira to an off-site locations. And also, Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, is set to use the World Economic Forum annual meetings in Davos to address investor concerns around policy consistency, inflation, foreign exchange stability, and fiscal sustainability. According to information from the Federal Ministry of Finance, this engagement forms part of Nigeria's participation at the WEF annual meetings holding from today, January 19th to 23, 2026 in Davos, Switzerland. Nigeria's presence at the forum comes amid a fragmented global economy, with the country positioning itself as a stable, reform-oriented market, seeking deeper dialogue with investors and development partners. Nigeria's message to Davos, according to the Information Ministry, is anchored on demonstrating reform credibility and macroeconomic discipline in an uncertain global environment. And now to end the local news, the Abuja Electricity Distribution PLC acknowledges the concerns and spirited appeals from residents of the Federal Capital Territory following the disruption to water supply arising from the recent disconnection of electricity to the FCT Water Board over unpaid electricity bill. AEDC clarified that the disconnection followed the accumulation of over 1 year of outstanding electricity debt by the FCT Water Board, despite several notices, engagements, and opportunities provided to regularize the accounts in line with applicable regulatory provisions. An acting management director and Chief Executive Officer of AEDC, Chijioke Oku Okenye, in recognition of the critical importance of water supply to public health and community well-being, and following widespread concerns expressed by residents, directed the immediate reconnection of electricity supply to FCT Water Board in order to enable the prompt restoration of water services across affected areas of the FCT. AEDC insists that the disconnection remains a measure of last resort and assures residents of its continued commitment to transparent engagement, regulatory compliance, and delivery of sustainable electricity services in the Federal Capital Territory. Coming up, Trump offers to mediate Egypt-Ethiopia dispute. And there's more will be brought to you after this short break.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Egypt's President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi said he's valued an offer by the U.S. President Donald Trump to mediate a dispute over Nile River waters between Egypt and Ethiopia. Sisi, in a statement on Saturday, revealed that he addressed Trump's letter by affirming Egypt's position and concerns about the country's water security in regard to Ethiopia's disputed Grand Ethiopian Resonance Dam. Trump announced on Friday that he was ready to restart U.S. mediation between Egypt and Ethiopia to resolve the dispute over the Ethiopian dam, which both Egypt and Sudan consider a serious threat to vital water supplies. Egypt has long opposed the project because of the worries about its future supplies of water from the Nile, on which it's heavily dependent. Sudan, another downstream country, has expressed concern about the regulation and safety of its own water supplies and dams. And also, Ugandan authorities partially restored internet services late on Saturday after 81-year-old President Yoweri Museveni won a seventh term to extend his rule into a fifth decade, with a landslide victory rejected by the opposition. Users reported being able to reconnect to the internet around 11 p.m. local time on Saturday, while some internet service providers sent out a message to customers saying the regulator has ordered them to restore services, excluding social media. State-run Ugandan Communications Commission says it had cut off internet to curb misinformation, disinformation, electoral fraud, and related risks, while opposition criticized the move, saying it was to cement control over the electoral process and guarantee a win for the incumbent. The electoral body in the East African country on Saturday declared Museveni the winner of Thursday's poll by 71.6% of the vote, while his rival pop star-turned politician Bobby Wine was credited with 24% of the vote. And now onto the foreign scene, where the gold price has hit another record high, trading above $4,400 an ounce for the first time. Analysts say price of the precious metal has risen on expectations the U.S. Central Bank will cut interest rates further next year. Gold started the year worth $2,600 an ounce. With geopolitical tensions, the Trump tariffs and expectations of rate cuts have added to investor demand for safe haven assets such as gold and other commodities. The prices of other precious metals reportedly rose on Monday, with silver hitting a record high, as well as gold prices also risen more than 68% this year, the highest increase since 1979. And still on the foreign scene, Syrian troops fighting Kurdish forces in northeastern Syria have seized the country's largest oil field. Officials say the Omar facility and nearby gas fields are under army control after the Kurdish-led Syrian Democratic Forces pulled back, while the army says it's earlier captured the strategic Tapka Dam on the Euphrates River. The push came after the SDF announced it would redeploy east of the Euphrates following deadly clashes last week, as withdrawal followed the talks with U.S. officials. Ongoing fighting in the area stems from the breakdown of an agreement between SDF and the government of President Ahmad al-Shara, who is seeking to integrate Kurdish bodies into Syrian institutions. In an apparent goodwill gesture on Friday, al-Shara says he would make Kurdish to a national language and make the Kurdish New Year an official holiday, marking the first formal recognition of Kurdish national rights since Syria's independence in 1946. And we'll bring you the sports news after this break.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
And now to sports. Senegal won the African Cup of Nations as Pape Guy's extra time winner sank host Morocco 1-0, capping a chaotic final in which the eventual champions stormed off the pitch late in the game. After a tense and evenly contested encounter that ended goalless in regulation time, Senegal finally broke the deadlock in extra time through Pape Guy, whose decisive strike sealed victory for the West Africans. The winning goal arrived in the 90th minute when Guy finished off a swift counter-attack with a left-footed effort, sending the Senegalese players and supporters into wild celebrations. Senegal's resilience finally paid off as they claimed their second AFCON title, capping another memorable continental campaign and denying Morocco a long-awaited triumph on home soil. And to end the news, Nigeria Football Federation President Ibrahim Gusau has hinted that the federation is ready to extend the contract of Super Eagles head coach Eric Chell, following Nigeria's third-place finish in the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations in Morocco. Nigeria claimed the bronze medal after edging Egypt 4-2 on penalties in the third-place match at the Stade Mohammed V in Casablanca on Saturday, rounding off an impressive tournament campaign. Chell, a former Mali national team coach, was appointed head coach of the Super Eagles in January 2025 on a 2-year deal. In a short period, the Franco-Malian tactician has overseen a clear tactical transformation, with Nigeria playing expansive, high-intensity football throughout the competition. Speaking after the medal ceremony in Morocco, Gusau praised the technical crew and reaffirmed the federation's confidence in Chell. And this is where we wrap up the Business Day Television Midday Bulletin this afternoon. Remember to follow us across all our platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more insights. I am Norma Obuna. Many thanks for watching.
Welcome to another episode of Triumph Against Odds. On this episode, we have someone who took an idea and turned it into something huge. With me today, I have Affion Williams. Personally, I'm a big fan of hers, but to see what today brings, you just have to stay tuned and don't go anywhere. So, it's nice to have you. I've actually been looking forward to this, to meeting you and talking to you, because you're one person who has been like a source of inspiration to a lot of people and women too. I know a lot of people look up to you, and they aspire to achieve great things when they look at you and see how far you've come. I know you're still going far, but at least you've gone from point A to point B, and moved along quite a lot. And there are people who are just at the beginning and are looking for inspiration on, okay, how do I move forward? How do I make progress? And that's one of the main reasons why we are here in the first place. So we'll just go right into it. So my first question is, growing up in Nigeria, where fruit was abundant but perishable, how did those early experiences shape your perspective on business and problem solving?
So I grew up in a small town. It's not actually a small town. Calabar is not really a small town.
Not really small.
But I grew up, compared to Lagos, it's a very small town, and wasn't really exposed to, anything to do with fruit or fruit perishability or anything. I mean, I grew up in the town of Calabar, which was quite developed. Even though my grandfather was he studied agriculture and taught agriculture, and he had a farm, so I used to go to his farm. But I remember, going and we'd like pluck soursop and things like that, but nothing that I thought would ever lead me to this. However, my childhood was a great childhood. I loved my childhood, and I was so exposed to, I was given a lot of independence as a child, and I think that's what relates to kind of my entrepreneurial journey down the line. I was allowed to do things on my own from a young age. I used to walk to my cousin's house, which was like a kilometer away at like 5 years old. I was allowed to roam outside. My cousin and I used to go to a market. I remember very, very, very distinctly, we used to go to the market to buy toys and random things and sell in our neighborhood. We used to cook and sell food to, to my bigger cousins and things like that. So that, I think, was more of the formative stuff that I perhaps I can link to my entrepreneurial pursuits later on. But my childhood was very, very idyllic in a way. A lot of family, a lot of freedom, a lot of just being outside and experiencing the world by myself from a young age. I used to travel alone. I used to be put on planes alone, so built that kind of independence in me. Yeah.
Okay, but in all of this, is what you're doing now, is there anything from your childhood that was like something that you drew from it to put in what you're doing now, or lessons or things that you thought about, or problems you're trying to solve?
Not directly, but just I would say my ability to take risk, was fostered as a child. I was like I said, risk and independence. I was allowed to be independent. Then of course, you're made to start figuring things out for yourself. So as a young child, I would say my risk taking is something that kind of led me to being in business and to then finally take the step to do it. But yeah, that's kind of that's it from my childhood.
People know you as the CEO of Real Fruit, but what's a small, almost trivial habit or quirk that actually says a lot about how you think as a leader?
Yes, this is a very good question. I think you definitely have to be my restlessness. I'm a very restless person. I struggle to sit still. And I think, if there's one piece of feedback my team always give me is that I feel sometimes you flip-flop a lot, you go back and forth. And that's true. And it's because I think very quickly about solving problems, taking decisions, and then sometimes I'm forced to walk back and say, oh no, I didn't think of that, so I go back, and it sometimes throws off my team. I'm sure it frustrates them a lot, but yeah, I'm restless. It's hard for me to sit in one place. It's hard, I think very quickly, and so that quirk definitely plays into my leadership.
Okay, after launching your new 800-ton processing facility, what crossroads do you feel you are standing at right now in terms of Real Fruit's future, local expansion versus global scale?
Well, that's a very, very good question. The I'll answer that by going back in kind of history a little bit. So, trying to raise money for my expansion of my factory was always a contention with investors around building for a market that didn't exist, meaning that I had to I basically had to build a factory at scale, because if you want your cost to come down, you have to build at scale.
Yes.
So I had to build at a particular scale for a market I didn't currently have. And the gap was that I would get into the international market, right? Okay. And a lot of investors didn't believe that. The question was, well, where's your market? And I would be like, I can't get the market because I don't have the scale. So it was that back and forth. And of course, my investors, who are wonderful, kind of took that bet on me. And after the factory came up, the first challenge was, well, where is the market? You now have the factory, where is the market? So last year we were chasing market. We could not find, I was like, not that we couldn't find, but there was a lot to get the factory up to capacity. And I sent a LinkedIn message to one buyer in the Netherlands, and she responded. And she came to Nigeria, and that's how I got my first international buyer. And we got a second one, and these two buyers have now kind of taken up most of our capacity. So the crossroads I'm standing at is now I've proven that market, but then where's the raw material to produce? And we are learning those challenges around finding raw material, seasonality, price variations, all of that stuff. So that's the crossroads I'm at right now, that I had a market problem, I solved that market problem, and now I have a raw material problem. I have to solve that raw material problem. So that crossroads is, it's a better crossroads to be at, but it's also very sobering because, without raw material, I can't grow. I can only grow to the extent I have available and reliable raw material. So that's the crossroads I'm at right now. And it's kind of evolved over time. But it's great to know that, we don't have a challenge finding buyers and markets. What we have now a challenge is organizing the supply chain. Yeah.
So take us back to those early days in 2012 when you were importing dried fruit from Ghana. Mm-hmm. Was there a moment when it felt like the Nigerian market just wouldn't accept it? What kept you from quitting?
That's I don't know, I keep saying that's a very good question. All your questions are so good. But yeah, I was just also reflecting on that this morning, that we had a very slow start in the beginning of this business, and of course I don't know whether that had to do with my product or whether that just has to do with what it takes to introduce a new product into the market. It was obviously it was a premium product, so you had that bias that you could not just sell it anywhere. You had to do a lot of education, you had to change a lot of habits, and that took a while. Like, it took years. I don't think till year 6 or 7 of my business I was convinced that we had built enough of a local market that people had actually loved the product, so I could keep investing in growing it. There was a lot of start and stops, a lot of come and pick your product is not selling, a lot of feedback from the market. It was not quick at all. I don't have one of those stories where you just launch a product and everyone's rushing for it. No, they were not rushing for my product.
Okay, so what kept you going despite all of this?
What kept me going, I would say, is probably a mix of a more youthful exuberance and naivety. When I was young, I was much more energetic and defiant and rebellious. I was like, I had this thing that Nigeria will not get me, all the problems I faced, I would defeat, like Nigeria will not happen to me kind of thing. And that was a lot of my bravado. Of course, I did have support, and we were growing. It wasn't like we were not growing, but we were not growing at a pace where I felt confident that we had a business here. But there was just a lot of youthful energy that was like, I'm going to beat the odds. That was kind of my stance, and I just kept pushing and pushing and pushing, and then you get one little win here and it kind of gets it keeps you going, and you get another lead here. And I also knew that my product was global, so I had I had to launch it locally to kind of build a business locally, but from day one, I always knew that I wanted to export it. So we just had to keep also building because we wanted to take the product global. So that was at the back of my mind. But obviously, you know, when you don't even have capacity for a local market, are you really dreaming of exports? But that was a far-fetched dream, but still a dream. But it was more that I just was like, I'm not going to give up. I'm going to just put this product everywhere. And you know, it worked, fortunately.
Okay. So still relating to that, you once had to convince people why they should eat dried mango when fresh ones were everywhere. What old belief, either yours or the market's, did you have to unlearn to build real fruit?
What old belief did I have to unlearn
to build
real fruit? The main one that comes to mind is that, you know, you need 100 naira product. That was when I moved back to Nigeria, you know, after I was like, okay, I'm doing this business. Everywhere you heard, what if the product was 100 naira? If it was 100 naira, and at some point I even tried it. I actually developed 100 naira product and opened a shop in the market. We actually had a shop. I just remember that in the market, you know, trying to be close to the distributors, blah, blah, blah. And it didn't work. You know, customers rejected it. Distributors complained bitterly. The product it wasn't a great product for that, you know, category. And when I pulled back, I just kind of had to accept that we are not a mass market product and we are going to have to scale a premium product. And so the myth was that you can scale a non-100 naira product at the time. And we just leaned into our customer, leaned into the fact that it's premium, leaned into the pricing that it had to be, and didn't look back. You know, even places where, you know, before, places where we felt we didn't have our customers based there, we would just not sell there. There was no more, you know, myth about trying to be affordable, trying to do pricing for one place, pricing for the other place. It was just like, we're premium, that's what we are, you know, accept it and build that way. Yeah.
Okay. Was there a point, maybe during fundraising or scaling, when you genuinely considered walking away from real fruits? What made you stay the course?
Yeah, so it's funny enough, the point was that it wasn't like something like, you know, dramatic happened, but I think it was kind of in my 8th year of running the business. And the years are blurry now because it's been 13 years, so I don't really know when when we're talking about here. But there was just a pivotal point where I felt that I was tired of running a small business, and at that point, I didn't feel like the failure of this business was as a result of me. I didn't have that need to be defiant or to break the odds anymore. I just felt, I really felt secure that I was a great entrepreneur, but I was just not in the right market, you know, and if this thing doesn't move the way I want it to move, I have no interest in running a small business. I want to run a big business. I want a business that raises capital. And I was ready to walk away, you know, not with at peace that, like, you know, I'm done my bit. This business is not big enough for me. And then my investment discussions kind of ramped up then, and then, you know, we're close. So just in the nick of time, it became, you know, serious that I was going to raise, because obviously when you're raising money, there are a lot of false starts. There are a lot of like, oh, we're coming. Oh, you know, I've had a situation where I signed a term sheet and my investor ghosted me, and thank God, actually, in hindsight, because this investor came out that this investment firm had a terrible reputation, and, you know, was probably going to it was probably not going to end well for my business. So there were, you know, you'd gone through a lot of those discussions where you have promising leads and then they fall through. So at this point, I was ready to walk away and, you know, just be at peace that, look, I tried it. I'm a good entrepreneur, just not the market for my product. And then my current investors kind of were decisive about wanting to put in money, and, you know, things move from there. So that's kind of what turned the tables around.
Okay. Nigeria's $10 billion fruit market is still heavily import dependent. How did you adapt your strategy to compete against foreign products and still carve a niche for real fruit?
So I started off obviously focusing my business on distribution, on being where customers are, and that was primarily in formal retail shops, you know. So that's how we started to basically work on being in places where people could first of all see your product, right? And our first packaging was very loud. I was very intentional about it being this like kind of bad orange and loud yellow, and the idea was that we wanted to stand out on the shelf. So those two things helped. In the beginning, people thought we were an imported product. I mean, we're coming from Ghana, but they didn't think it was Nigerian, locally Nigerian building it. And so we kind of started like that. And then, of course, expanded the range, added new products. So that helps you kind of create a niche. And of course, doing the dried fruit, starting towing that line in the beginning, no one knew what it was. But then when people started knowing it, we were the ones that kind of were the market leaders by virtue of being the market creators. So that helped deepen the niche and just give us that space, you know, as our own, that we built the market. And then we just try to get our product everywhere my customers were. We did Arik like 6 years, I think 10, maybe 8 years ago, when we were very small. We were serving on Arik Airlines. I remember what it took for me because Arik was ordering like 40,000 packs of snacks a week, and I can't tell you what it took to deliver that weekly, you know, but it gave us this impression that, wow, we're really building, you know, our snacks on international airlines, private airlines. We just put our products in schools, sometimes hospitals, hotels, we're in hotel rooms. So just places where we got like visibility and, you know, our products could be seen. So that really helped us, you know, distribution really helped us. Putting our products in strategic places really helped us build this niche. And as the category grew, fortunately, you know, our brand equity grew and we were seen as like the leaders of the category. So that helped us like now carve out this niche. And actually what's funny is that now, even though people say, oh, you do the snacks, and I'm like, the snacks is actually now a tiny minority of our business. Yes. Our business is way more than snacks, but we are known for that, and we take it, but we're known for that, and that, you know, that still is kind of what we're seen for as like the leaders in that space. And so that's kind of how we built it, and that's, you know, worked in our favor.
Okay. There is a funny tweet where you tease your husband about still not unpacking his suitcase 2 weeks after a trip. In entrepreneurship, there are also those suitcases, the tough tasks or decisions we sometimes delay. What's one business suitcase you left unpacked for too long, and what finally gave you the motivation to open it up?
This is a very easy one. Definitely pricing. Entrepreneurs and pricing. We are very bad at adjusting our pricing. Which is funny because, you know, all your vendors will change price immediately. The Naira tanks, or immediately one thing happens, but you'll be like, oh, you know, I can't do it. What about you know, the customer? No one will buy anymore. And at some point it was just like, if we don't you know, address our pricing and our margins, we're just not building something to last. And you know, we took a strategic decision that we're going to attack pricing, and if we see XYZ marker in the business change, we change our pricing. It's tough, it's painful, but it's something you have to do. I can't tell you, you know, I speak from experience, but when I talk to other entrepreneurs, when you look at their numbers, I'm like, I don't even need to dig to know you're underpricing. You're underpricing, but it's so hard. It's just something you know, you say, oh, I'll work harder, I'll go and save cost here, I'll do this, I'll do that. Yeah, pricing have entrepreneurs in a chokehold. But once you get unemotional about it, that, you know what, we are not immune. We're not somehow living in like some magic protection from the market. In fact, we're one of the we get hit with increased pricing. You know, I mean, it's first, you know, and so we have to address it easily and just be unemotional about it. And when you change your pricing, you usually find out that people eventually adjust. So yeah, that's definitely an unpacked suitcase that that used to stumble. I used to stumble with for a long period of time. Yeah.
When your projection looks shaky, whether in breaking into US shelves or building the Abeokuta factory, how did you keep the balance between optimism and hard financial realism?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I mean, there's no easy answer to this because, as much as people say, react immediately financially, even when you do things like, let's say if you're unfortunate, you have to cut jobs or you have to do this, it's not putting you in the best position because, to build back up takes time. Or if the market turns and you're not ready, or you don't have the right team and things like that, you do pay a price for it. So on the one hand, you want to, I think we take a very pragmatic approach, which is that, okay, you cut all the things you have to, that are nice to have, and you suspend those. And then everybody kind of puts their effort and their time into what will create value, right? And what can create value. So we tend to look at it as, the tough financial decisions are just, pausing everything. Sometimes it's expansion, sometimes it's plans to do this. You just put everything on hold. Sometimes it's big marketing campaigns. You just stop it and say, okay, let's have a bias towards what can we plow money into or resources into that would lead into some return, or will actually get us closer to getting our customer. So we always assess where we are putting in resources, and it's not something that I like to pretend I was good at from the beginning. Certainly something, especially as we've grown and I have a board who kind of coached us on how to really take decisions on how you are spending, because even if things are bad, you have to spend money somewhere. And it's like, where do you put the money, or where do you take the decisions? And usually it's on what will grow. So I give a practical example. I'm not the only one who's going to complain about, the shrinking of retail this year. Retail has been brutal. It has been bloody. At the same time, we've spent let me use a better word. We spent a hefty sum of money in getting certification. That is, we spent a lot of money, done a lot of factory adaptations to meet international certification. And the reason why we did that, even though we were not really growing on the retail side, was because those were necessary for export sales. So if you don't have that certification, you don't sell. So it became just, a clear decision, even though it took so much funds from the company that we had to plow funds into that avenue to open up more sales and growth. So things like that is how we approach just uncertainty in the market, and when our best laid plans don't go as planned.
Okay. If fear wasn't a factor, what bold move would you make next for Real Fruit or for Nigerian agribusiness in general?
I'm not afraid of anything. I'm not afraid of anything when it comes to my sector, because I've encountered all the fear. I think I've left my fear behind like 2 years ago. So I would say the question would be more around if I had a blank check. Because
if you had a blank check,
exactly,
and you could do anything.
If I had a blank check, I would plant coconut and mango trees all across. No, I won't say all across Nigeria, in strategic states in Nigeria. I would invest in huge commercial tree crops, farms across Nigeria, because, well, it's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer for my business. It's a no-brainer for the industry. Tree crops are very profitable. Tree crops are investments that give you returns for 50 to 70 years. The tree crops that we're harvesting from now were planted in the 70s, 60s, 80s, and they're what are supporting my business today, what are the lifeline of my business today. So if I think into the future, that's what I would do. I would plant a ton of tree crops that would basically create even excess raw material in the market, so that we could invite more industry, invite more processing, so that companies that are currently importing their inputs like fruit concentrate, and making juice can use local fruit things like that, and it would create a lot of wealth. Tree crops are incredibly profitable. Tree crops don't require you to be taking care of them like you need to do vegetables and maize and all that. You leave them, and you take care of them in the beginning, but they are very reliant, self-reliant, and they give you a harvest no matter what. And so, yeah, that's what I would do.
Okay, but is this something that you're really looking at doing?
Yeah, we're starting off actually our first orchard soon, our first coconut plantation soon. Yeah, we already have a demo farm in our factory that we've been doing some research and development on, different species of fruit. But yes, it's a plan of our company primarily to secure our own raw material needs. Right now, most of the coconut we consume in Lagos comes from outside of Lagos and outside of Nigeria. I mean, people think it comes from Badagry, but yeah, so that creates some not just cost and availability, but availability. Yes. The demand is growing, so we see those things as problems that we need to solve going forward. But yeah, I would do that. I think tree crops could create a lot of wealth for Nigeria. I'm biased because it's my industry, but the numbers don't lie.
And I'm actually happy that you've already started working on that, because for me, that was one thing I wanted to say. I said, why not, start build those raw materials? Why not find a way of also, if you can also get investors to say, okay, see how this thing is going, but we need this. So if you can we can do this, and like you said, in fact, already sounds like a pitch, it goes a long way to help the industry and everything. So it's
not easy, and it's not easy to get investment in Nigeria. It's not easy to get investment in agribusiness in Nigeria. It's not easy to get investment in primary agriculture because it is very risky. And obviously, I won't even mention the government, because the government, with limited resources, will you invest in trees or will you invest in cassava? Like staple crops over tree crops, I get it. I'm not a priority. So it's a very small window of a very, very small window of people or organizations or stakeholders who will actually put money in this idea, because it's long term, because who's going to loan you money for 5 years before they get a return. So we understand all of that. That's the constraint. But our goal is to build a pilot, because if we do a successful pilot, then we can make the business case for people to say, well, we've done it. It's less risky. So you now take it on. And especially for individuals who have who have land, who have, capital that they may be willing to plow and don't want to plow it to something as, not to say agriculture is not risky, but farming tree crops is less risky than others. So things like that, looking at those kind of ways to propagate growing. But I think we need a model first. I think we need to put our money where our mouth is and do something that works, and then say, okay, this is how we can scale it. So that's what we're doing.
Okay. Yeah. So if the next 5 years of your life and business were written as a book chapter, what would its title be, and what would the story be about?
Oh wow, that's a good question. The next 5 years would be,
if it was a book, what would the chapter
would be,
and what would the story be about?
The chapter would be probably the chapter would be something about galloping, the galloping the galloping years, or the years of or Afi in gallop or something like that, real fruit in galloping in gallop, because it's been a long start and we are seeing quite dramatic growth, and so these next 5 years are about consolidating and expanding that growth, and it would be all about that. It would be about global territory, local territory. It would be about expansion, because that's our current place, and it's not, we didn't just arrive here. It's been 13 years in the making, and it's that time to gallop, to move quickly, to expand quickly. I mean, this year alone, the kind of things we've done in my factory, things I could only dream of. Getting international certification. One of our new customers we just got is a European global grocery chain that we are supplying to, and that just happened in less than a year. And the future just continues to, have those types of opportunities, I believe, waiting for us. And of course, we have to, raise the capital, expand, but because we have that track record, I believe it's going to move a lot quicker than the first 13 years. I believe we're going to probably achieve more than double what we've achieved in the first 13 years in the next 5 years.
So, on a lighter note, before we escape from this interview, I wish we keep talking on that one, because I'm actually, like I said, every interview is like a class, it's like a lesson, you're learning something. So on a lighter note, what do you do? Like, what's one hidden talent that you have that people don't really know about, And then what do you do when you're not, being affy and running real fruits? What do you do outside of that?
I don't really have any hidden talents. My only hidden talent, which is very obvious, is that I like to do hard things, and I can stomach a lot of difficult things. So my hobbies are not things people tend to feel are easy. I'm a marathon runner. I just ran my first ultra marathon in June, which was 90 kilometers in 11 hours and 46 minutes. So I was on my feet for half the day. And yeah, that's fun. I mean, it wasn't fun when I was doing it, but these are the things that I do for me to enjoy myself. I play sport. I play, I, up till recently, play flag football, which was non-contact American football. And, I'm going for a little tournament for some new sport I've picked up. And so the things I like, so the things I like are difficult and stuff like that. I don't have a hidden talent. I can't sing. I'm not really a great dancer. I'm not really, so just my hobbies are things to do with my personality and similar in the vein of my work, right? And outside of my work, of course, I'm a wife and I'm a mom. So I have my children and my husband at home, and my children are young, so they kind of like, keep you on your toes, as it were.
I get.
Yes, and always demanding something. I'm a friend, and I'm a daughter. My mom and I talk a lot. So just regular things. I teach Sunday school. So I like trying to be, I teach my son's class in Sunday school. So I try to be, more well-rounded and give back. And I involve myself in being of service to others in as much as I can. Yeah, and that's it. Nothing else, very, very regular, very, very just normal things. Yeah.
Okay. So, on a final note, and this is my last question.
Sure, you can ask more. I'm fine.
Looking back, what's one truth about entrepreneurship you wish somebody had whispered to you before you started in 2012?
One truth someone had whispered.
You wish that somebody had whispered to you.
It's like that it's going to take long. Like it's going to take a long time. And even though I would have never been able to appreciate or internalize what long meant, because, I believe if you've not done something, it's very hard for you to appreciate what it actually means to endure that thing. So even if someone told me that, I would have been like, oh, it won't take me long, but yeah, that it's going to take longer than you think. Anything you think of, any timeline you think of, you can even more than double that, and it wouldn't be. And somebody, I don't know who quoted this, that people, I don't know, is it Jeff Bezos or Bill Gates? So, said something about like people overestimate what they can do in a year and underestimate what they can do in 10 years. And I think that's just the reality of entrepreneurship, that is a compounding thing. In 1 year it might look like not much has happened and you're impatient in the days, but if you look over a longer period of time, the consistency compounds something much bigger. So yeah, if somebody had whispered that to me, I would have probably still not believed it. Nobody really can, but here I am 13 years down the line, and I'm hopefully building something to last. So I've kind of made peace with the fact that if I'm to sit on this journey, I have to get comfortable with what time it's going to take.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
I'm so happy we've had this conversation and we've done this interview, because to be honest, personally, I've learned so much from listening to you, and I'm sure when people listen to it or watch it, they will gain a lot of confidence in what they are doing, and they will learn that the journey might be long, but it's worth the wait.
Yeah.
So on that note, I would like to say thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for staying tuned for this episode of Triumph Against Odds. I still remain your host, Obidiko Tafo, and like we always say here, stay resilient and never give up.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
These bandanas make it hurt.
Knock knock, who's there? One who?
1 million with the sack cow.
It's 2026 and I thought to myself, as a professional foodie, what better way to start market pulse than to go into the food market industry? I mean, December just ended, the oblate season just ended, so let's actually find out the prices of items now in January. Come along with us. On this episode of Market Pulse, we decided to make our stop at Idumota Food Market, one of the oldest and one of the largest markets located in the heart of Lagos Island.
I've been in this for over, let me say, less than 30 years.
And she don't tell, maybe 15 years or 17 years.
A year plus. I'm past 40 years in this business.
Let's say about 10 years now.
This is Market Pulse. We came for the food industry's pulse and left with 2 full plates.
This very complex that you are in now. I used to cook for someone that was upstairs, but now she and the family, they have relocated to Canada. That is why people that selling here allow me to be here, because the caretaker was like, it's not allowed. So they pleaded with the man that I was one that used to cook for them before the owner of the shop closed and they relocate. They should please allow me to stay here. So since then I've been managing. It's not that I cannot cook, I can cook. But the only thing is that some people, they like my food. People like my food. But when they buy to collect the money, that's the problem I'm having. They buy it very well. I say my food. But to collect money, to meet up to the next day, that's a problem. You know, as a business woman, it's not good for me to finish cooking. After I sold the food, I cannot see capital. I cannot see gain. So it's affecting me seriously. And as I'm here now selling, because rain is beating me here, sun is beating me. Some of them say they don't compensate me, they don't care. They will after even that during that heavy rainfall, they will know that this rain is beat me. I'll be crossing, putting my leg inside all this dirty water. At the end of the day, they will not pity me. They will not still owe me money. It's people that from outside that used to come and buy AC here or compressor. They will compensate me that this woman you are trying, it's not easy. Take your money. Sometimes they will give me over, say our auntie or brother. He gave me over money. They said no problem. You can use that one to do something.
This is what my mother is doing for a living. The guinea fowl is not on a stable price due to the constancies of bringing it. It's something coming from north. So when this issue of Boko Haram comes up, all the northerns have been destroyed. So that is how guinea fowl started scarcing. Alhamdulillah, we are thanking God on it. It's going gradually. At least we feed our home from it. Formerly, at least in a day, I do sell like up to 50. But now, we hardly sell 20, 15. They can help us during the fuel issue. If the fuel is down, at least let our own Nigeria currency to be appreciated. Then our business will be pulled up.
They sell fish. It's ejakika panla fish. Then they buy fresh one, then they dry them, bring come market, they sell them. Then they bring and come this jara. Then market here, they say na market then cost, then they put money small. Every food then good for indomie, spaghetti, concussion, amni ekro, ogbono soup. Then they buy them very well.
Ororo and rice. We sell granola in December. Some are 6,000, while some are 4,500.
When we are selling on December, it's too expensive. But this now, it never come down. We still dey manage am small. Make government help us. Any power we can take first. Because of our meat, it's too much expensive. I know people know they buy as we dey buy. From people come to buy everywhere with our customer side. Somewhere then come, but when we are enter January now, dry season is coming. Never see anybody to come, but we take am small. There is no time of the market meet, but if the say market pick up now, meat go pick up, everything go pick up, but the cost be too much.
It's some weeks after the festive season. What does the food market say? Have the prices reduced or do they remain constant? And more importantly, why the increase?
Because of Christmas and New Year celebrations, people may buy some foodstuff to their house, and some are giving out goods to people to celebrate Christmas in their house. That is why we have to add money.
To answer your heart's desires, follow us on this journey as we keep you updated on the current prices of some of the perishable items.
The time of this December, it costs, but now it don't come down. 16,000 for basket, but now it don't come down. So the money when they buy them now, 50,000, 52,000, 54. December, 48, 47. Now so then they sell them. 2 years ago, they buy them 30,000, 32,000. 2 years ago, but now they buy them 48, 50, and they sell them 25, 2,000, 15, 1,000.
During December, we sell rice of 80,000 per bag, 75, 76. During December, one semu per one is 16. Now we still 16, but let's say maybe next week the price is going to reduce. When we're doing Christmas, sell sugar per bag 16,000, but now the price have come down 15.5. Spaghetti during December per bag is 19.5, but now it's already 19,000. The kingdom is still the same price, 9.5. It does not reduce. Macaroni per carton
19.5 also, but now it has reduced to 19.
They are selling it before like 50. They buy one big of cow shaki. They buy am 35, 45 before. Nowadays, we dey buy one of cow 90,000, 120, 100. As we dey sell before, we no sell am like that before again because we dey take as before we dey sell this one 2015 naira, but now we are selling it 3,000, 5,000, 4,000. That's why the price wey we buy, we see our market, the money from there. If one buy each of this one is 3,000 now. Small meat now we buy am 5,000, 3,000. Small meat. Full cow now she don be 800,000, 8 million pass 1 million with the sell cow. As Tinubu dey enter, it's too much. Too cost too much. Too much. Before we are buying cow of meat 700, 500 for cow, and we are still selling it better. But now it's too much. No be small money we dey take buy cow.
I started this business with 25,000. I will not tell her it has been helping me because it's from here my children feed. It's from here I also feed. It's from here we buy washing soap, buying water because the compound I live, they don't have water. They are buy water every 2 days from the mala. So I know how much I spend in a month. From here now, I avoid at least wears for my children in underwear. I use it to buy the pad for my daughter. If they need bedroom slippers, I solve it. They need soap for washing clothes, bathing, I use it to solve them. Prepared when it's reached my turn to recharge because me and one person is sharing, I use it to solve the problem. Now everything is very, very expensive. Even why I'm still selling now because I don't have shop. I didn't be I have shop. A plate of food now be some are selling because of the environment to 2.5. But all the people that live in this Victoria land, when some of them when they come and used to tell me that this place is cheap, but over there is 5,000. So my neighbor used to tell them that if I should place it 5,000, who is going to buy? Even some people themselves they cannot avoid the 1,000. Sometimes the woman will sell the food so that will not carry it to go home. At the end of the day, she will not even collect the money. Let's say if someone that want to start this business now, let's say the person can hold 100,000 naira. Because if you should go to market now, carry this backo bag, you tell somebody it's 100,000 market, they will not believe you. Because meat, everything is that very, very expensive. And now we are filling gas now. Some are filling 2,000 per kg, some are filling 1,008. Before it was like 350, something like that, or 500. But now it's a rent of 2,018. So from there now, that's why even I'm even adding something. Like if they say okay, they cannot buy 1, 2. Okay, I will say okay, come. I know how to measure it. I will say for them for 1,000. But if those business people that used to come and say 1.5, they don't mind. They'll buy it. Even leave the change for me. That is it. And the environment matters a lot. It's not a matter of you're having shop. If you rent shop, are they coming to buy that food? How are you going to be able to pay the shop rent? That is what matters. Even I thank God for my own because at the end of the day, I say finish. Despite that, I don't see the cash immediately. But some people that have the shop, they used to tell me that when they could finish, they will now frozen it for the following day so they can warm it. At the end of the day, they'll be looking for money to pay for shop rent. I don't buy that kind of idea.
In a shocking twist, some sellers are not affected by the economy.
Low, but it's affecting some people, but me, it's not affecting me.
Who would imagine? The reduction in prices is not so noticeable, but according to reports, there will be a gradual reduction. The food market industry is definitely one of the hotspots to observe, with fluctuating prices and seemingly promising reduction.
My darling sister, you not reduce anything. Okay, if you reduce, what about gas? Okay, let's say garri now have reduced small. But what about meat in the market? What about fish? What about crayfish? Palm oil? It's only garri that I can know that they have removed something, but not too much. But to go for meat, those ones are very, very high. They're expensive. Fish is not go area. I'm telling you, those that doing cooking business, fish are very, very expensive. Because if someone like me should start cooking fish in this environment, they will not buy it because they cannot avoid the money. Where it will be easy for those that have a shop, all these big shop, they have no their name. But if you talk of all this local place, they cannot be able to avoid it. Because I could remember one day, this boy he said he came from Ibadan or something like that. He was like, he's waiting for me to come and save food for me. I said, okay, I'm coming. The finance, he was like, I want to buy about 200 naira. I said, sorry, is it with soup? I said, no, you cannot get it like that. You know that kind of a thing. I used to do this adjunct, at least every day 500 naira. But by the time it will close to the month for me to collect it, it may happen, my phone will ring. My neighbor will be like, it's your turn to recharge your prepaid though. You know that I have no choice. I will divide it, recharge, prepaid. Other things will come up. Because sometimes it's not all the time my children will be eating swallow because I'm selling swallow. They will tell me that, mommy, we are not eating swallow today. Let us switch to something else. I have no choice. I will give it to them. They will buy it. And you notice are very, very high this time around. Like if you children want to have breakfast, two of them at least 3,500 or 3,000 just to manage it all. But if they want to eat to their satisfaction, 5,000 will be spent. But I don't allow them to eat like that because I know how I'm getting the income. When somebody have responsibility, I don't mean the responsibility of house rent or school fees. But when you have children that you are feeding, you know that you are spending. You have children, like they say, I want to barb my hair. I want to make my hair. I want to buy slippers. You cannot count it. And they cannot be recording it so that you now affect the brain. Do you understand? They will go to church, from here transportation, offering money, from here tithes, offering money. You know that kind of a thing. If you start joining this thing down, my dear, someone will be having mental problem, but that will not be my portion.
And that is it on this episode of Market Pulse, where we explore the food industry. I am Amanda Emosigwe for Business Day Television. And remember, I went through the depths to get you prizes from the food industry.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Moses.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was plenty of demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you'll enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Hi, welcome back to Tax 360 podcast. How was your holiday? That's if you went on holiday. But my name is Eniola Olatunji, and Tax 360 podcast is brought to you by Business Day. This podcast is among several other products that Business Day has for the tax. This year is the tax year, so we have the podcasts, newsletters that comes out on Thursdays. We have a column on the page that comes out every Monday, and we also have an explainer video. But today we are going to be talking on something very important, something that has been a serious issue this year. But with me is my co-host,
Chioma Wangu.
I and Chioma will be discussing on the issue surrounding VAT and bank descriptions. I'm sure everyone listening to this podcast has seen so many things surrounding this discussion. And with us today is Mr. Mavis, who will be dissecting and telling us all the, would I say do's and don'ts, all the rules that truly apply to the VAT charges and bank description. Welcome, Mr. Mavis. It's nice to have you on the show again.
Thank you, Eniola. Yeah, thank you. I hope you had a wonderful break.
I did. I rested. I rested. Someone else I know traveled. Did you travel, Mr. Mavis?
I traveled. I caught cold and Qatar. When I came back, I was hospitalized for almost 1 week.
Oh my God.
So I thought other countries was Nigeria. I was thinking of Hamatan, but when I got there, I saw we were in semi-winter. Yes. Thank you.
So, this particular our discussion today is to actually help Nigeria. This one is going to help Nigerians because the things that I've been hearing since, like in 2025, we're talking about the implementation. 2026 is drawing near. But the things that have been happening since this 2026 started, tax-wise, as some of them has been unheard of. Now we hear cases where vendors. There was a case this morning. Somebody was telling me that POS people now charge you extra 15 naira for tax. Some of them claim it's VAT. Some say VAT, and some say that it's just tax. Please, I would like you to help us first describe what value-added tax is. And in what scenarios are small businesses meant to charge value-added tax? 2, in what scenarios are those that are even meant to charge it? So like we can be informed and we can outrightly tell like people that no, this is not how it's done.
Yes, thank you. The tax, will I call it tax tension in the country has gotten up to a high level now. That people are both agitated, people are both afraid on what to expect, what to do, what not to do. It's understandable. When people see new things, they either fight it or resist it, or they trade with caution. So that is understandable. But the truth is that value-added tax, just as the word depicts, is a consumption tax levied on the value added to a goods or services at each stage of production or distribution. So you get a raw material and you take it to where it's going to be produced. The person buying that raw material, of course, will pay for that raw material, and a VAT will be charged to him. Mark the process, mark the stages. That person that then converts that raw material into a finished goods and then sells that raw material. As he's selling it, ordinarily, in a finished goods form, there should be a VAT, that's a value-added tax charged for it. So you see that in stage 1, there's VAT, stage 2, there's VAT, and probably stage 3, there's VAT. Now, when you get to this point, when you understand it, you now understand that VAT is in 2 forms. Under the law, we have what we call the input VAT, and we have what we call the output VAT. Once people are able to understand input and output VAT, I think the fears will be assuaged a bit. People believe that you need to collect money and keep for government, and then when it is time, you walk to the government office and pay the money and say, government, I've collected the money, please free me. That sort of it. No. A proper understanding of input VAT and output VAT will help us in this. Now, for input VAT in a layman's language is that money you pay. So let me describe it. Input, the thing you put from the inside, from your inside of your business, and you put it out. Input. So when you want to purchase a goods or you want to purchase service, you want to pay for services, and then you are charged for that service. For example, the service is 1,000 naira, and then they put a 7.5 rate on that 1,000 naira that is for as the VAT. The extra 7.5 you pay is your input VAT. As a taxable person, it's your input. Mind you paid it out, but it is coming from the inside to outside. Now, the output is for you. Now, if you are rendering services or you're into manufacturing of goods or you're selling goods, and now you want to sell, that extra 7.5 rate you put on the total sum of that money is the output VAT. So whoever is buying is meant to pay you that. Now, when they pay it to you, you are not the final owner. You just collect it. You are meant to remit to the government. So now you've understand input and output VAT. How does remittance take place? Remittance take place once you've been able to collect input and output VAT, that's VAT, for a given month. You now sit back as the business person and you now mark the difference between your input and output. So when you now sit down, you now ask yourself, how many sum did I pay out for VAT? You get that. Now, how many sum was paid to me as VAT? You keep that. Now, when you now difference, it is the differential that you give to the government, or that the government will count as a credit for you. You get it now? Yeah. So once people understand this, they will desist from, you want to buy Gary. Oh, VAT done there now, may I Adam? They'll just stop that. So if your output outweighs your input, now, like if what is paid to you is more than what you paid out, then you will give government, yes, you will remit that difference. Now, if what you paid out is more, government you are entitled to a tax credit.
Okay, so but let's take a graduate.
Yes.
Is it every business that pays VAT?
Beautiful question. So the good answer about this is it is not every business that pays VAT. And I'm going to tell you the two businesses under the law that are not mandated. In fact, they are clearly exempt, yes, from paying VAT. Number one is the business that the law classifies as a small business. What is a small business or a small company? Under the law, they will tell you that the small business is a company that has 100 million, not exceeding 100 million as the annual turnover.
Not profit, just
yes, income. You understand? It doesn't exceed 100 million, and their fixed asset, the amount or the capital value for their fixed asset is not beyond what? 250 million. Okay. So there are two qualifications.
So even if you do over 100 million, but your fixed asset is not up to 250,
yeah, you are still,
yes.
You get it.
So that means a lot of small business, including this POS, except maybe we don't know, and POS they do over they might be doing it over 100 million. But they don't have assets that is up to 250. True. They don't have assets up to 250 million.
Ordinary, they are not expected.
Please, are barbers included in this?
Yes, barbers. How many barbers make up to
100 million? I don't understand because they charge. The other day, a friend of mine wanted to make her lashes, and then she made a down payment already. The lash tech now texted her and was like, "Oh, VAT, you have to pay for VAT."
How much?
She paid 7.5% of the total amount.
It's funny. No, it shouldn't be.
So that means justifiably, a lot of small businesses, in fact,
the words used by the Act, that's the tax, Nigerian Tax Administration Act, Section 22 sub 4, says they should not even issue invoice that has VAT.
VAT. It's true, because I think something we should also ask is, like, when you are asked to pay taxes, would I get an invoice for my VAT?
Yes, definitely.
Because from what you've explained earlier, it's an input-output thing. So I'm supposed to be able to...
Yes, keep record. You will keep record and they will also keep record. So that when you meet the tax body, you're able to say, I bought this from so thing, give it back to me.
Honestly, if anyone asks me to pay VAT now, just be like, are you going to give me?
Yes, are you going to?
I think another thing, a lot of people know that they're not supposed to pay, but like they don't know how to report to those people that are making them pay.
So one way of dealing with them is to ask them for the invoice, that they should issue you a VAT invoice. And I'm going to tell you, the invoice must contain the tax ID of the person. If it's a company or a business name, it must contain the company registration number or the business registration number of that business, so they don't give you anything. The name of the business, your own name, the amount that was charged, the VAT rate, and the amount you paid for VAT, and the particular.
That is wonderful. So now, if you
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that BusinessDay television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musef.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that BusinessDay television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by BusinessDay Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with BusinessDay Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a BusinessDay Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why BusinessDay Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, BusinessDay Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protections from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength
What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Valentine.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shade of doubt.
This is the Business Day TV News Update, reaching you live from our studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, NCC taps satellite T2D to close Nigeria's connectivity gap. EDUN to address inflation and FX stability at Davos. Federal government drops Meta X from cyberbullying charges against Shore. Dangote Refinery signs $350 million ERL contract for 1.4 million barrels per day upgrade. Well, thank you for joining us this afternoon on the news. My name is Elizabeth Muta. Nigeria's Finance Minister and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, will use the World Economic Forum meetings in Davos, Switzerland from January 19 to 23 to reassure investors on policy consistency, inflation, foreign exchange stability, and fiscal sustainability. Nigeria is attending amid a fragmented global economy, presenting itself as a stable, reform-oriented market. Authorities say reforms since May 2023 are delivering results, citing improving growth, moderating inflation, stronger external buffers, and removal from major global financial grey list. The delegation is led by Vice President Kashim Shettima, with Edun engaging investors, ratings agencies, and global media. Davos 2026 themed The Spirit of Dialogue comes amid protectionism, tighter capital flows, and geopolitical tensions, with aims to unlock delayed investment and reinforce independence. The federal government has dropped Meta, the owner of Facebook, and Elon Musk's X from its alleged cyberbullying case against politician and activist Omoyele Sowore. The announcement was made on Monday at the Federal High Court in Abuja. Government lawyer Ati Kende told Justice Mohammed Umar that an amended charge dated December 5th had removed both companies. Lawyers for Meta and X confirmed their names were struck out, and the judge formally upheld the withdrawal. Prosecutors accused Sowore of posting false statements on his verified X account about President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, allegedly capable of causing a breakdown of law and order under the Cybercrimes Act. Sowore pleaded not guilty as the court adjourned trial to January 22nd, ordering prosecutors to properly disclose witnesses and evidence. And coming up, Dangote Refinery signs $350 million EIL contract for 1.4 million barrels per day upgrade. This and more after this break. Do stay with us. Still on, Dangote Group has signed a contract valued at over $350 million with India's state-owned Engineers India Limited. Under the agreement, EIL will serve as the project management consultant and engineering procurement and construction management consultant for the expansion, replicating the role it played in the delivery of the existing 650,000 barrels per day refinery, which was commissioned in 2024. This expansion will be executed through the addition of a second processing train and will focus on the production of Euro VI compliant fuels. Dangote plans to increase polypropylene production from 830,000 tons per annum to 2.4 million tons per annum by revamping its existing polypropylene unit, installing an additional 1.2 million ton unit, and adding a 750,000 ton UOP Oleflex unit to boost polypropylene feedstock supply. And away from that story, imports remain Nigeria's main source of fuel supply in 2025, accounting for 62.47% of total premium motor spirit consumption. Despite the start and gradual ramp-up of domestic refining, data from the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority showed total petroleum consumption of about 18.97 billion liters for this year, with imports supplying roughly 11.85 billion liters. Domestic refineries contributed 37.53% of demand, while the Dangote refinery delivered nearly all locally refined petrol and increased output towards the end of the year. By December 2025, domestic supply rose sharply to about 32 million liters per day, narrowing the gap with imports. Energy analysts say the data point to reduce marginal import dependence rather than import elimination, stressing that sustained gains would depend on reliable crude supply and market discipline. And also, Nigeria's oil production, including condensate, fell by 8.3% year-on-year to 1.544 million barrels per day in December 2025, down from 1.684 million barrels per day in the same period of 2024. Now, this is according to the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, revealing that output also slipped month-on-month from 1.599 million barrels per day in November. This decline reportedly meant that Nigeria failed to meet its 1.5 million barrels per day OPEC quota as about 122,000 barrels per day of the December output was condensate, which is excluded from OPEC calculations. OPEC's January 2026 monthly oil market report confirmed this trend, showing that crude oil production, including condensate, dipped to 1.422 million barrels per day in December, down from 1.436 million barrels per day in November. Industry experts attribute the weak performance to structural challenges, warning that selective implementation of the Petroleum Industry Act and weak governance continue to undermine Nigeria's oil production capacity. Now, to end the local news, the National Agricultural Land Development Authority has received a major funding boost in the 2026 appropriation bill, with its allocation rising sharply to 25 billion naira from 7.43 billion naira in 2025. The 2026 allocation introduces recurrent spending of 1.04 billion naira to support personnel and operational costs, including salaries, allowances, pensions, training, security, and essential administrative expenses. Capital expenditure remains dominant at 23.97 billion naira, with key allocations including 1.51 billion naira for agricultural equipment, 2.6 billion naira for agricultural facilities, housing, roads, and public schools, as well as investments in office infrastructure. The largest portion of the budget, notably 19.03 billion naira, is dedicated to research, development, and monitoring, marking a strategic shift from the basic land clearing to innovation-driven agriculture. Coming up on the news, Kenya launches state oil pipeline firm IPO, looks to raise $82.5 million. This and more after this commercial break. Do stay with us.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. You beat them. Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
This Still the Business Day TV news update. Kenya has launched the sale of a 65% stake in the state-owned oil pipeline operator Kenya Pipeline Company, in a move expected to raise 106.3 billion shillings, or about $825 million, marking East Africa's largest ever initial public offering. The divestment is part of President William Ruto's broader strategy to reduce government holdings in state enterprises and mobilize capital for infrastructure development and sovereign wealth funds. Offer documents show the IPO has been priced at 9 shillings per share, with the sale running until February 19. Shares are scheduled to list on the Nairobi Securities Exchange on March 9, with the pipeline offering set to surpass Safaricom's 2008 IPO. Data from LSEG show equity capital markets activity rising to 15% year-on-year to $738.4 billion in 2025. The strongest performance in 4 years, with Europe, the Middle East, and Africa accounting for just over a fifth of total issuance. And also, South Africa's rand traded weaker as global risk appetite faded amid renewed geopolitical tensions, while investors also looked ahead to domestic inflation data due later this week for signals on the central bank's interest rate path. According to reports, the rand was quoted at 16.4750 to the dollar, about 0.5% weaker than its previous close, reflecting pressure on risk-sensitive emerging market currencies. Analysts at ATM said sentiment had turned cautious after U.S. President Donald Trump threatened new trade tariffs on key European allies linked to negotiations over Greenland. On the domestic front, markets are focused on South Africa's inflation data due on Wednesday, with consensus forecasts seeing inflation edging up to 3.6%, though risks skew lower. And on the foreign scene, gold and silver hit record highs on Monday as U.S. President Donald Trump's push to acquire Greenland stoked fears of a transatlantic trade war, driving investors globally into safe haven asset. Spot gold traded at $4,670 an ounce. Silver soared up to 4.4% after last week's jump above $90, while tin climbed 6% and copper briefly touched a record before easing. Washington plans tariffs on 8 European countries, including France, Germany, and the UK from February 1, rising to 25% in June, prompting EU talks on £93 billion retaliation and possible use of its anti-coercion instrument. Metal gains are reportedly fueled by risks tacked on the Federal Reserve, ETF inflows of 28 tons, Chinese buying $1, and a Supreme Court hearing on efforts to remove Fed Governor Lisa Cook. And still on, the International Monetary Fund is one that rising trade tensions and a possible reversal in the artificial intelligence boom pose key risks to global growth, despite describing the world economy as steady and resilient. In its latest outlook, produced ahead of Donald Trump's threat to impose tariffs on 8 European countries over Greenland, the IMF raised its 2026 growth forecast to 3.3% before easing to 3.2% in 2027. Chief economist Pierre-Olivier Gourinchas told the BBC that AI investment has boosted activity, but warned optimism could trigger market corrections, while debt, political tensions, and trade disputes threaten confidence. The IMF expects global inflation to fall, UK inflation to hit 2% this year, saying central bank independence protection is paramount for stability as uncertainty clouds markets worldwide in coming months. We'll bring you to sport news after this break. Do stay with us.
Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
And now to sports, FIFA President Gianni Infantino has condemned some Senegal players for what he described as unacceptable sins which erupted during the final match in the Total Energies Africa Cup of Nations on Sunday night after walking off the pitch in protest at the penalty awarded to Morocco. The match was marred by prolonged stoppages and protests against the referee's decision to award a controversial injury time VAR-reviewed penalty to Morocco. Morocco was awarded a spot kick following a VAR check for a challenge on Brahim Diaz and the injury time of normal play. Following the referee's decision, a chaotic scene erupted when Senegalese players temporarily walked off the pitch in protest against a controversial late penalty award against the team. Now to end the news, Real Sociedad earned a pulsating 2-0 home victory over La Liga leaders Barcelona on Sunday, ending the Catalans' 11-match winning streak in all competitions. The thrilling encounter in the rain-soaked San Sebastian saw Sociedad withstand relentless pressure as Barcelona struck the woodwork 5 times in the second half. Mikel Oyarzabal opened the second scoring with a volley in the 32nd time, while Bakar equalized with a Marcus Rashford header from close range in the 7th. Sociedad were reduced to 10 men in the final minute over Carlos Sola was given a straight red card for a reckless sliding tackle on Pedri, while Gonçalo Guedes sealed the victory for the home side with another volley from inside the box. And this is where we wrap up the Business Day TV News update this afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Many thanks for watching.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and you know.
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
We're currently live here at the Balogun Market in Marina, where apparently some structures were brought down. Join us as we talk to some of these traders and know the reason for these demolishments.
I traveled down to East anyway. I traveled down to my village to see my parents. So unfortunately, I received a call that my space had been demolished. So I was like, what is the problem? What happened that they demolished my shop? They said that there's is it government task force or what that come inside the premises and demolish the place without even a quick notice. How can they demolish someone's place without even a quick notice? Okay, let's assume that my people is not here to help me. I could have started this. They could have destroyed both my goods and my shop. I have stayed here more than 10 years. There is no issue here. We don't have the only issue that we have here is that once Loma come, they will give us information that maybe they are coming on so day to collect money for Loma. We'll contribute money for Loma and pay them. I call most of my colleagues here. They said they have met His Excellency Mr. Somolu. Then he now came down here, but they didn't really get things from him because he was driving. When they meet him in this secretariat, as in this government house, he drove down back. Then I don't think they meet him because they just say that he visited here. They now go back to where the fire incident occurred. So before they come back here, he left already. So they didn't really get actual strong word from him. But you can see now they are fencing all this place.
Yes.
It take a lot of time. Once this place closed, I don't think we still have stand here again. So what they want us to do, is it not street? They are sending us to street. If somebody that couldn't be able to hold himself, they can do otherwise. So they should. We are pleading. They should try and know what to do for us, please. At least we pay. Nobody that's staying here that is not paying. Actually, it's a car park, but there's a lot of shops they created here. Then we pay a very good sum of money. And some of us just paid. Some paid in November. Some paid this December that just ended. So they should come to our rescue, please.
On the 31st of December 2025, the Lagos State Building and Control Agency came and they started demolishing our shop. They did not give us any notice. They did not present any order for the demolition. They just said it's order from above. That is what they told us. They give us.
This is Business Week. a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
And we're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insight into the stories that matter for business and the economy. I am Deborah Eze.
Onyeka Balata.
I am Destiny Momo.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
When you think of business, think no more, think Business Day.
I know that Business Day Television will go places. It is the next big thing that will happen to the Nigerian media sector without a shred of doubt.
You're watching Behind the Headlines right here on Business Day. This is where we go behind the headlines to see who and what's behind the headlines. Today, we'll check out 10 stocks to watch as market rally stretches into 2026. Of course, I've got the writer of the story right here in the studio with me, capital market correspondent David Olujimi, all the way from the newsroom right here in our studio. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Lizzie. It's nice to be here.
It's great to have you. Let's talk to me about these stories. I mean, the Nigerian exchange has kicked off, obviously, 2026 on the back of one of its strongest rallies in recent memory, extending the momentum built in 2025 into the new year. Talk to me about the market right now.
So basically what we're seeing is a situation where the market rallied until Friday last week. The market rallied from December 10 all the way to January 16, more than a month of consistent rallying. That's positive growth every day of trading until last week Friday, where the market dipped a little bit, and today the market is back up. So basically what happens is that in the January and December is usually a system where the market usually goes up and up. It's usually a bullish rally. We've seen that pattern occur time after time after time. So 2026 is no different. It's just a continuation of the cycle we've seen repeat from 2020 till 2025. 2026 it continues. We'll probably even say the rally in 2026 has been quite subdued or slower because of the immense rally of 2025. That's basically it.
Yeah, so your story talks about 10 stocks to watch out for, watch out closely for. Can you take us through these 10 stocks?
So in the story I listed 10 stocks. I put number one, I put May and Baker, that's the pharmaceutical company. I put Jaiz Bank, I put Aradel Holdings, I put Access Holdings, Vitafoam, NEM Insurance, Fitsin, I put UBA, NASCON, that's National Salt Company, a Dangote company, Cost and Custodian Investment. So from May and Baker, I looked through the numbers, because one way you always have to look at these things, you look at the numbers, you look at the price to earnings ratio. When compared to their competitors, right? When compared to their competitors, they were quite undervalued the way I look at them, because you always have to do a peer-to-peer comparison across the sector, in the sector. So they had a price to earnings ratio of 14.77. Meanwhile, companies like Mikio is having it over 30x. That's basically what you say the amount of money that investors pay per 1 naira of the company's earnings. That's what we call price to earnings ratio. And for Jaiz, for May and Baker, M&B was, as of January 14, when I looked at the figure, it was around 14.77x. That was like the lowest in the category of M&B, Fitsin, Nimet, and Mikio. It was quite subdued. And when you look at their financials, the financials are quite good. Profit margin, they have the highest profit margin across board. They have not the highest profits, but when you look at profit to assets turnover, they have the highest assets turnover. That means they make more revenue compared to the assets they have. They generate more revenue than the amount of assets they have. That means they are a quite efficient company. Return on equity is 30%, one of the highest in the entire market. And I also looked at Jaiz Bank. I looked at Jais Bank. When you look at Jais Bank, you see a company that is doing over $1 trillion in assets. It's a non-interest bank, so the way people would, the metric you use to rate it is quite different from the metric you use to rate interest banks like Access, UBA. When you look at Jais Bank, I looked at it that it was quite subdued. However, we discovered that as Jais Bank has been the highest rallying stock on the exchange this year. Jais Bank has gone over 100% this year on the exchange. So I'll probably say the market was already in that direction of Jais Bank. That people are already like actively looking at Jais Bank. Jais Bank is now at 8.91 kobo as of today. You see the same thing with Aradel Holdings. There's a number of deals that have happened with Aradel Holdings. Aradel Holdings now holds a major percentage of what used to be former Shell. They hold about 53% stake in that company now. Their asset valuation as at their share price 792 at the time I wrote this story. But some people have the opinion that Aradel is going to go up to 1,000 naira because of the amount of assets that they hold, the potential revenue that is coming from them. The same with Access Bank. For people who trade the market, they know that Access Bank is one of the most, we consistently say it is undervalued, and it is undervalued. Because when you look at, if you trade the stock market, Access Bank is one bank that you just cannot understand. Highest assets, they are the company with the highest assets in Nigeria, over 52 trillion worth of assets for a single company. Yet, when it comes to their market capitalization, they are lower than UBA, they are lower than First Bank, they are lower than GT, they are lower than Zenith. They are the lowest. Market share price 22.95 kobo. Meanwhile, we have banks like UBA going at 45 naira, Zenith going at almost 18 naira per share, and Access is at 22 naira. So there is a price to earnings ratio 2.89, the lowest amongst the top tier banks. Price to book ratio is around 0. That people are paying 31 kobo for every 1 naira of assets, for every 1 naira of net assets that Access holds. So it's just common sense to look at Access if you are looking in the long run for some capital appreciation, as well as the fact that they are a consistent dividend payer. They would pay dividends at the end of when they release their 2025 statement. Vitafoam too, even though Vitafoam has done a lot of they have done a lot of appreciation in 2025, there is still a lot of room for share price growth in 2026. Some investors, some analysts have looked at it and have pegged their share price to go as high as 150. As at the time, as at now, is now around 101. By the time I read this story, it was around 99 naira per share. So some people are looking at it, looking at this company, and looking at, there's always something you look at. You look at their price to earnings ratio, you look at their price to book ratio, you look at those figures and you compare them with their peers. So one thing I always say about Vitafoam is that Vitafoam is a boring company. They do the one job, they do one thing that never goes out of place.
Yes.
Yeah, so they're not making the exciting products. They're probably not doing so much brand activation.
But everybody needs to sleep.
But everybody needs to sleep, exactly. So the revenue they are going to generate, if they need to increase their revenue, all they need to do is increase price. They don't need to do so much. They don't need to go on. They just need to increase price. That's all they need to do. And revenue increases, profit increases for them. The same thing with NEM Insurance. NEM Insurance has been one of the best performers in the insurance space in 2025 rather. In the year that a lot of financial companies were battling with, they battled with the Naira stabilization. So many financial companies had this windfall in 2024 and 2023 where the Naira devaluation led to a lot of profit growth for them. But for NEM Insurance, so in 2025, we saw declines in profit across financial companies. So for NEM Insurance, we see that the case is quite different. The devaluation of the Naira or the stabilization of the Naira did not affect their earnings. So they still kept it up. They still recorded significant profit growth. And they are trading at a P ratio that is quite impressive or quite subdued for the amount of value that they generate. Fitsin Healthcare, we've also seen Fitsin rally a lot for most of the. So one thing with healthcare companies on the exchange is that Nigerian healthcare companies have been put into a situation where they have to replace their foreign counterparts that have left. Over the past few years, we've seen the exit of Sanofi, we've seen the exit of GSK, we've also seen the exit of Pfizer. Pfizer used to manufacture through Nimet, but they used to have some They used to have some of their products coming imported into the country, but we've seen the exit, a general exit. We've seen the exit of J&J, Johnson & Johnson.
Yeah.
So Nigerian pharmaceutical brands have to step into place, and is also leading to investors now paying attention to all of these fitting, name it. All of them have to now make the anti-malaria drugs, have to make paracetamol, have to make antibiotics, and it's leading to significant profit revenue growth for them, earnings growth. UBAT is another subdued stock.
Yeah.
NASCON 2 was another subdued stock, and I've always had an opinion about custodian investment. The amount of assets that they hold right now, they just acquired a small piece of a piece of FBN Quest Merchant Bank, the largest merchant bank in the country. So they have dealings in pension, they have dealings in insurance, they have dealings in asset management, they have dealings in investment banking. That's one company. They have dealings in real estate. The only thing they don't have dealings in is actual commercial banking, and yet they still trade about 44 naira per share, despite the fact that at the end of 2025, it's anticipated that their profits, their total assets will probably near 1 trillion naira. At the end of 2026, it will probably supersede 1 trillion naira. But the market capitalization is quite subdued, so it's expected that there will be a lot of action on custodian investments in the coming months. So basically, those are some of the factors looked at for each of these stocks.
Right. So you basically given me the answer to my next question in terms of, I would have asked you why investors should look out for these stocks, but you've already answered that. So now talk to me about other macroeconomic factors. We talk about interest rates, forex dynamics, inflation in Nigeria. How do these factors, how do they shape your analysis of these stocks and their performance outlook?
So we're in a position where inflation in 2025 or inflation in 2026, we already hit, according to NBS, they already hit the mark of 15% inflation that they want to hit after the revised methodology of 2024. After the revised methodology that set inflation, that we began to see a decline in inflation, and by December, inflation hit 15%. So in 2026, it is not expected with some of the policies that have been put in place, because there are two things that naturally used to lead to inflation, two factors. One of it was usually the devaluation of the exchange rate, and two was fiscal deficit. Fiscal deficit used to be a huge factor. The devaluation of the exchange rate was another factor, a lot of imported inflation. But since we've seen the naira stabilize at the level we've seen it stabilize at, we've seen that factor of naira devaluation really put under control a lot. So fiscal deficit, the government is not really helping in that aspect. However, we will still see muted effect of fiscal deficit on inflation. So I believe that this year we should not see significant surge in inflation in this, because we are close. This is an election period. And one thing with election period is that politicians will politic.
Definitely.
Politicians will politic.
And that
means they would always do everything within their power to ensure 2026 is not the year that prices of goods and services will start skyrocketing. Because the government in power always wants to have a good reputation before an election period comes by Q1 2027. So we will not really see. And another factor that we'll put into perspective is the fact that every year before an election in Nigeria, since 1999, we've always seen a situation where the year before the election, the stock market always outperforms the previous years.
Yeah.
The only year that was an exception was in 2018, before the 2019 election of the second term of President Buhari. We saw a muted, in fact, we saw a decline. Saw a decline in the NGX performance that year. But normally we always see a situation where investors are usually gearing up for what wants to happen in the next administration, or what wants to happen in the next 4 years. So we'll probably see that thing happen again in Nigeria in 2026. However, it may not be like it used to be in the past, because the government of today has made some changes, some policies that would really, one of it is the capital gains tax that would keep a lot of foreigners out of our markets. Then another thing is these new SEC minimum capital requirements. Some of those things are factors that would play out in the long run when it comes to how people would interact with our market. But overall, we'll still see investors, especially local investors, Nigerian investors, have a lot of interest in the market. Another factor we have to consider is the fact that we'll be seeing a lot of muted returns, reduced. When I mean muted, I'm talking about reduced returns on fixed income instruments. Why? Because the CBN is likely to cut rates. When the CBN cuts monetary policy rates, what happens is that treasury bills, commercial papers, the returns to drop. It correspondingly drops. So when we see drops in all of those returns, people would not have interest. People would likely not. For example, if you put your money in Jais Bank on January 1, if you had put money in Jais Bank on January 2, you would have seen a 100% return by today. If you put money in, say you put money in Cowrywise 6 months treasury bills, it's going to give you 14%, and that will be in the next 6 months. So the incentive to want to deal with the stock market is now likely rising. Compared to what we used to have like some 2-3 years ago. 2-3 years ago, we are having treasury bill returns at 20%, 21%, 19%. People were incentivized to just, okay, I put 1 million there. The next 6 months, I can get back. In the next 9 months, I can get back an additional 160K and all like that. But now in the stock market, we see that there's a lot more incentive. So we'll probably see this incentive continue to play out, considering the fact that inflation is not expected to rise significantly. No government likes inflation to rise significantly a year to election. That's one part. Then also, because of the corresponding stabilization in inflation rates, we'll see interest rates dropping. And when interest rates starts to drop, the stock market automatically goes up because people start to recalibrate their investments and try to move it into equities that are more attractive than treasury bills and the likes.
All right. And so for long-term investors, which of these recommended stocks would you say offers the best balance of growth and risk? And for short-term traders, what should they be watching out for?
So for long-term investors, normally what I would say you watch out for dividends, dividend-paying stocks. Always look out for dividend-paying stocks and their dividend yield. So from the ones I outlined here, I would say you probably look out for UBA. UBA had the highest dividend yield as of last year. However, in 2025, for the first half of 2025, they had to cut their interim dividends by 80% from what it was in 2024 first half. So you look out for UBA, you look out for NEM Insurance, you look out for Vitafoam. Those are consistent dividend paying companies. The reason Access Holdings I would likely recommend, but I'm on a bit of I'm on the fence on Access Holdings because Access Holdings did not record a lot of share price appreciation in 2025.
Okay.
Investors have the issue of Access Holdings not performing as they wanted to. When it comes to the part of dividends, they would always pay dividends, and their bank's CEO already promised that he was going to multiply the amount of dividends that they will be paying in 2026. So something that I'll be looking out for. Aradel Holdings is another one. Aradel Holdings pays quite well when it comes to dividends. They give you reward. They give you proper reward for your investment. You have like a risk-free return. That's the dividends yield of almost 7-8%. So for short-term investors, I would say look out for the fundamentals. Look out for the fundamentals. So these fundamentals are quite important in determining, and look out for the trading volume also.
What are these fundamentals, real quick?
So when I'm talking of fundamentals, I'm talking of the price to earnings ratio. Look out for their profit growth. Look out for their growth trajectory when it comes to their earnings, their profits, their revenue, their profit margin. Then also look out for the trading volume, how people are interacting with the stock every day. If you notice that people are probably, there's a lot of, like, there's been a boost in their trading activity, like trading volume. Maybe what we had for the last 3 months or what we have now is different. Maybe for stocks like Jais Bank, we've seen a multiplication in trading activity. I'll probably say, okay, you can look to that side. You can look to that side because it shows that there's a lot of activity going on over there. So you look out for the trading volume, you look out for their fundamentals. However, for longer term investors, I always advise to look out for their dividend paying ability. Don't invest in stocks that don't pay dividends if you're a long term investor. You need something to hold on to, like you need to feel that you are holding a company. You need to enjoy the reward of your investing in a company. So always look out for their dividend paying ability. And in the long run, when you are a long-term investor, you'll be more interested in steady growth. It's not like short-term traders who have looked at particular stocks. So, for example, I'll give Jaiz Bank. Before the start of this year, I already looked at Jaiz Bank, and I looked at it and I was like, this bank has to go at least 15 naira per share. It was trading at 5 naira per share. And I know, but when it came into the year, it was like everybody was thinking in the same direction I was thinking. But now it's already at almost 9 naira per share. By January 19, we'll probably see it go up to 10 naira per share. And before the end of this week, I don't know, it may hit 15 naira per share. But the point is, for stocks like that, you look at, there are certain things that people look at and be like, this stock is subdued, like their share price is down. Is something. Another thing is, for a lot of investors, people also look at the price per unit.
Right.
I mean, 5 naira per share is something that if I put 50,000, that's 50,000 units of the share. It's easy for many people to come in. It's not like when you have a share price at 650 naira per share.
Yeah.
So you can also, if you're a short-term investor, look out for companies with smaller, we call them penny-sized stocks sometimes. Look out for companies that have small price per unit, small share prices. Those companies that have small share prices and have good fundamentals, they are sometimes good entry points.
Ideally, what's the shortest time for a short-term investor?
I can't say, because everything
is it dependent on individual?
I'll give you an example of something that someone did. Someone put borrowed money. I'm not saying anybody should borrow money, please. But put 10 million on a share and took it out after 2 weeks. By the end of the 2 weeks, the stock had gone up by 20%.
Really?
In 2 weeks. A lot of people make trades like that. Those people have very high risk. They have high risk tolerance.
That's like gambling.
In some cases, but I won't advise anybody to do that. So when it comes to short term, I'll probably say give it like a month. Give it like a month. But
I would have even thought 6 months.
Yeah, 6 months. But some people it's all dependent on your risk
appetite.
Your risk appetite is the major factor. So some people can just go in. For example, some people can go in a stock and by the next day it does 10%. Also, liquidity, the amount of capital you put on it is also a big. When you have small capital on a stock, you are stretched thin. Your return is not as large. It's not when somebody puts 100,000 is different from when somebody puts 10 million on a particular stock. So the return is usually not the percent is the same, but the return is different. So like a month, 2 months, but also have a plan. When you want to go like that, ensure that you are very knowledgeable about what you're doing. Have a target price. Sometimes if your share hits its target price, it's advisable for you to exit. If you have a share and you know that you are a short-term trader, you are hunting for exit opportunities, you have a start price and you have a target price. So when it gets to the target price, you can always exit.
Right. Thank you very much, Jimmy Davies, capital market correspondent right here at Business Day. Thank you for sharing insight on stocks to watch out for. We should probably take a lesson now and start investing quickly. It's January, so it's best time to do that.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you very much, Jimmy, and thank you all for watching Behind the Headlines today. Until tomorrow, we'll bring you another episode of Behind the Headlines, where we go behind the headlines to see what's behind the story. Until tomorrow, my name is Elizabeth Musa. Stay safe.
All right.